Wait a minute. I'm good. I'm good. It wasn't on the internal. All right, we're good. 44? Yeah. What? That'll probably clear up after the. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this morning's meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ty Nguyen.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter-Huber, and also our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is the in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in person or on Zoom. If you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on the Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow. Please call 215-686-2429, and please provide your name, email, and the address of the property in question. Remote participation, raise your virtual hand when directed to speak. When we do call on you, please click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions, not the case itself. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person attendance. If testifying, get close to the mic so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow staff directions. The main exit is the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left. If we evacuate, please go to Love Park and remain there so that we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for today. Number 1, MI 2025-003579, 916 East Chelton Avenue. That case is continued until 9/16 at 9:30 a.m. Number 4, MI 2025-004782, 6021 Delancey Street. There is no exhibits for this. This is the third listing. Otto Penn Properties. Justin Felix is the listed applicant.
No hands at this time, Chair.
So number 4, MI 2025-004782, 6021 Delancey Street. That case, I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss. Ty Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 8, 1925 Ontario Street, which is MI 2026-001676. That case is continued until 10/21 at 9:30 a.m. Number 12, 1260 North Dover Street, which is MI 2026-001695. That case is continued until 9/16 at 9:30 a.m. Number 15, 4293 Mantua Avenue, which is MI 2026-001737. That case is continued until 9/16 at 9:30 a.m. Number 2, MI 4556 Wayne Avenue, which is MI 2025-003-592. That case is continued until 9/16 at 9:30 a.m. And number 3, 843 North 42nd Street, which is MI 2025-003-639. That case is continued until 9/16 at 9:30 a.m. Are there any other requests for continuance?
No hands at this time, Chair.
So let's go to our add-on cases. Number 1, MI 2026-000-480, 3251 Fox Street. The vote on that has been rescheduled to Wednesday, August 26 at 9:30. Number 2, MI 2025-003-858, 510 to 28 South A Street. That case is continued until Wednesday, August 26 at 9:30 a.m. We'll go to our regular list. Number 6, MI 2025 007-193, 1110 East Tioga Street. Joseph Vaccaro is the attorney. We also have a Spanish interpreter.
They're being promoted to panelists.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Vaccaro. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good morning. My name is Joseph Vaccaro, Vaccaro, on behalf of Jorge Campoverde, the
Do
applicant.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. And just
All right,
let the
I'm looking-
record reflect that Mr. Campoverde is sitting to my right.
All right, good. Thank you very much. Spanish interpreter?
Yes, my name is Stephen Aubain, last name spelled Aubain, interpreter ID YM288.
Do you swear or affirm that you interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vaccaro, could you tell me what degree of interpret for the interpreter? How do we stand with this? Do we have to?
Well, I could take it slowly, one or two sentences at a time, and then Mr. Campoverde, he can listen to the Spanish interpretation.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. So
Mr.
that
Vic-
you-
sorry
you-
to interrupt, Chair. This is Ian Hegarty. Mr. Vaccaro, I think the question is, would you like this, your presentation to also be interpreted line by line for the record, or would you just like the interpretation to be limited to questions from the board to your client and the disposition of the case?
Well, if the board is just going to, if the board would be so kind as to accept my testimony as an officer
Yes.
of the court, then we could be fine, and then the interpretation could then be limited to any questions that the board may have.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Vaccaro. Thank you. And interpreter, I'm sure you heard that, so thank you.
Yes.
Our vice chair has a few questions, Joe.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bergman, do you see a deed on?
I do, sir. Yep.
Okay, so we're sharing and we're on the right page. So Jorge had purchased the property at 1110 East Tioga Street on October 4th of 2018, as is shown on the deed. And this is an application to permit two-family household living, as was indicated in the refusal. He has his tax clearance, which I'm showing to the board. And going to the refusal, this is a transit-oriented development overlay district, which requires basically some sort of civic or institutional use on the first floor. When Jorge had purchased the property, he had purchased it with 2 units, a first floor unit and a second floor unit. He discovered that he needed the zoning when he had a tenant on the first floor that was no longer paying rent. He needed to evict the tenant, and he needed to have a second rental license, which he was not able to obtain until such time as he gets the appropriate variances to permit two-family household living, which should lead to a second rental license. I'm scrolling down through my exhibit packet so I could get to the plans and to the photographs of the property. So I'm showing you the plans. If I could scroll, there we go. Make this a little bit smaller and try to move this. So this is a 15-foot wide building on a rectangular lot. If I could zoom in on the units, there would be a first floor unit with a basement floor plan, which is on the left. There would be a first floor plan, which is in the center, and a second floor plan. And again, this is only an application for 2 units on the property, a first floor unit and a second floor unit. Each unit would have 1 bedroom. I'm showing you the bedroom on the front of the first floor unit with a restroom and a kitchen. And the second floor would have a bedroom in the front area with a restroom, a second bedroom in the back with a kitchen and living area. We have a letter of support. 12 members of the Harrogate Civic Association supported, 2 members non-opposition, and seven participants in the meeting were in opposition. As long as the applicant complies with installing security cameras, exploring solar and green energy options, provides additional lighting, and continues cleaning the exterior of the property. These are all things that my client has absolutely no problem or issue taking on. In fact, he already has security cameras on the front of the property, as I'll show you in a few minutes as we scroll down through the exhibit packet and go into the photos. Right now, we're just zooming through the proof of mailing of the notice of the meeting to the near neighbors. And here's a satellite view of the property, 110 East Tioga. That's the property with the dot. And as I said, it's a rectangular property. Here's a front view of the home. He's got security cameras. Here's a view of the hall. And if I could zoom out a little bit, here's another view of the staircase leading from the first floor to the second floor. View of the rear yard. View of the first floor kitchen. Here's the second floor kitchen. Bedroom on the second floor. The other bedroom. Another view of the bedroom. Restroom. Living space. Another view of the security camera. This is in the basement, which is only used for laundry. Nobody is living in the basement, correcto? Ningún está viviendo en el basement. Solamente la lavandería, correcto? Only laundry services for the tenants. Heating units. Here's the electric box for the first floor, which is located on the first floor. La electricidad se encuentra en cada apartamento, correcto? And he's confirmed that each electric panel is located in each apartment. And that concludes my exhibits and my presentation. Are there any questions from the board?
So what I'm going to do is have the interpreter swear in your client, and then you can
Okay.
adopt your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Could you ask,
An interpreter,
could
okay?
you ask the person to please state their name and spell for the stenographer?
Así que puede darnos su nombre y deletrearlo para el reportero.
Claro que sí, Jorge Campoverde.
Habla fuerte.
Ok, ¿me escucha? Jorge Campoverde.
Y lo puede deletrear, por favor.
Jorge pequeña ERDE.
So es Jorge Campoverde, Jorge, Campo, Campo, Verde, Verde.
Okay, all right. Okay, just, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Y juro y afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad.
All right, we're going to go directly, Mr. Vaccaro, we're going to go to questions from the board, okay?
Thank you.
Así
You
que
don't
vamos
have
a
to
tomar.
adopt it, you don't have to adopt a testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Vaccaro?
Yes, I heard you, Mr. Bergman. I said thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
Yes, can you show photographs or do you have photographs of the two bedrooms that are in the basement?
Así que puede
I
enseñar
understand that they were
fotografías.
listed as storage, but they are both bedrooms, and in every photo you showed, the doors were closed.
Así que
There are
tiene.
no-
Ujú.
I'll
Puede
just let
tomar.
the interpreter interpret the question first.
Así que la pregunta de la Junta fue, ¿puede demostrar fotografías de los dos cuartos que están en el sótano? Yo entiendo que no tiene a nadie viviendo ahí, pero todavía hay dos cuartos en el sótano. Si puede enseñar fotografía, porque las que enseñó los cuartos estaban cerrados.
And it's,
Let him answer, Joe, please.
sure, claro.
La foto no la tengo aquí conmigo, no la vi también ahí, pero es nada más un storage que tienen ahí, porque lo que tienen abajo son cosas ponen cosas para guardar, porque nada más vive una sola persona ahí.
So, I didn't take any photographs of the basement, nor did I see any photographs there. But it's all used as a storage space because there's only one person living there.
Can you pull up the plans?
I guess my question then for either counsel or his client is, are you opposed to a proviso for no household living in the basement?
Así que mi pregunta entonces para su representante y para el cliente es que si se oponen a un proviso que indica que no se permitirá que vivan en el sótano.
We have no objection to such a
Why
proviso.
don't we let the interpreter answer that, Joe?
Así que si puede contestar esa pregunta.
Perdón, no le entendí bien la pregunta, no.
The interpreter will repeat the question. ¿Usted se opone a que pongan una indicación en la orden de que nadie puede vivir en el sótano?
No me pongo, ahí no va a vivir nadie.
So I don't oppose to it. No one will live there.
Say that again, sir.
I do not oppose to it
Okay.
because no one will live there.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, you're
Michael.
getting to the floor
Michael Brown's
plans.
question?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
scrolling for them. I'm scrolling for them. I'm looking for the floor plans, Mr. Johns. One moment, please. Here we are. I take it this is the page? you're thinking
Yeah,
about, Mr. Johns?
yes, uh-huh. Yeah, I think, to board member Wynn's point, you've got a full bathroom in the basement, and a full bathroom on the first floor for a one-bedroom unit. Kind of bogus. You called out for a storage room in the back with a full closet, and in the photos that do show the basement, they show a refrigerator across from the washer and dryer. So I think that it's hard for me to believe that not this is somehow an attempt to go around the fact that board
Michael,
members.
why don't we let the interpreter tell him?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I
That's
forgot we
okay,
were
that's okay,
interpreting.
that's okay.
Así que tiene un baño completo y en el sótano tiene un baño completo y en la planta baja para la unidad del dormitorio. Así que un poco raro. Mencionaste que hay un cuarto de almacenamiento en la parte trasera con un armario completo y en las fotos donde se ve el sótano se muestra un refrigerador frente a la lavadora y la secadora. Así que creo que me cuesta creer que esto no sea un intento de tratar de ir como hacer vueltas para llegar a algo. And you could go ahead.
If I may
Yeah,
respond. I'm
so
sorry,
that's
Mr. President.
I'm just making a statement. I don't need, I'm just making a statement. That's what it appears to me from looking at the plan. It's a workaround. It's a worker. That's what it appears to me. That's all. So I agree with board member Wynn.
If I may respond to Mr. Johns's.
Joe, why don't you let the interpreter?
Así que eso es solamente lo que yo estoy diciendo, que se ve como que sí está buscando como una solución alterna. Pero eso es lo que le estoy diciendo.
If I may respond to Mr. Johns's and
Go
as
ahead.
well as Ms. Wins's concerns, we will gladly submit additional photographs showing the basement, that there is only the heaters as well as the laundry facilities, and that there's nobody living in the basement. We can also have the bathroom removed if that's another concern. This is only an application to permit two units and only 2 units. If we need a proviso to make sure that nobody's residing in the basement, we will gladly agree to that with that proviso. If you would like to have some additional photographs to show that there's nobody living in the basement, we'll gladly submit that to the board. And if you'd like to have some revised plans showing an empty basement, we'll even supply those additional plans.
Other questions?
Yeah,
I
so
see.
there was some opposition to this proposal. Was the opposition the neighbors adjacent to you? Do you have their support with this proposal?
Así que hubieron algunas oposiciones a la propuesta. ¿Cuáles fueron esas oposiciones? ¿Los vecinos están de acuerdo o tienen el apoyo para esta propuesta?
No, nosotros tenemos el apoyo de la comunidad.
So we have the support from the community.
But he's not sure if it's the immediate houses next to him.
Pero ¿está seguro que son las casas inmediatamente al lado de usted?
Sí, la comunidad hoy conocen y están de acuerdo por ahí.
So the community knows and is aware and are in agreement with what is proposed.
Okay, and what is his plan for trash storage? How has he been handling the trash for both units?
¿Y cuál es su plan para el almacén de basura? ¿Cómo está manejando la basura para ambas unidades?
El primer piso lo van a poner en la parte de atrás, en la yarda, y los de segundo van a cogerlo y sacarlo cuando toque sacar el día, porque pasan 2 días a la semana.
So the first floor, they're going to put it in the backyard. And then in the second floor, they're going to wait for the day that is the trash pickup because trash comes every 2 days.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at the time.
Questions or
Mr.
comments
Chairman.
from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMYBOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the R1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. This block is a residential block where the proposed ground floor use would be in contact with the surrounding properties. Enacted in June 2026, Bill number 260519 exempts this and other zoning districts from ground floor requirement. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for ground floor use.
MI
Así que-
2025-007-193, 1110 East Tioga Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is no.
Joe, could you and the interpreter please stay on? You have another case here?
Correct, 6701 Charles, correct?
Yep. So
Thank you.
MI 2026-001-686, 6701 Charles Street. Mr. Vaccaro, just for the record, state your name.
Good morning again. May it please the board, Joseph Vaccaro, Vaccaro, on behalf of Luis Reyes, and he is now sitting to my right.
Right. Mr. Vaccaro, would you be comfortable with the same type of interpretation for this case?
Absolutely.
Right. Now, our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Let me start sharing my screen. Okay, so do you see the
We do,
Okay.
sir.
from the city? Okay, so Luis Reyes, who's sitting to my right, he's the owner of 6701 Charles Street, and we do have in the physical room of the zoning board, one of his neighbors. His name is Stephen, who resides at 6707 Charles.
We see him. We see him. sir.
Okay, okay. So this is an application to permit a 20 by 40 shed for Luis's personal use, personal storage of his tools and equipment. It would also be 12 feet high. Luis works as a handyman, so he goes from house to house, from site to site, doing work. And he has a lot of tools, and he needs a secure place to store those tools on his property. His property is about 10,519 square feet. So it's a very sizable lot with 47 feet frontage. And I'm showing you, it's a rectangular lot on Charles Street. That's the spot. So it's a very sizable lot. If I could stop sharing that, and I'll start sharing the rest of my exhibits. This would not be for any commercial use. Luis will not be doing any work on the property. This is simply for storage of his equipment and materials. Just going through the exhibits, we have the tax clearance certificate as well as the deed.
We have all your documents, Joe.
Okay, and we're just going down to the plans.
Photos, yep, plans and
Plans
photos.
and photos. Make this smaller. Here's where the proposed metal shed would be at 20 feet by 40 feet. So with the rest of the property, showing the home, the driveway, etc. Here's a satellite view of the property, the posting with the front of the home. Another view of the posting with the side of the home, and here's his backyard. He's basically storing a lot of his items in tents, as well as outside, where people can see whatever he has stored, which could prove to be an inviting site for thieves. So he'd like to have the storage shed to store his items in a much more secure fashion. Are the views of his materials and equipment and tools, which he's storing in his shed. The structure has not been built yet, but he does seek the board's approval so that he could start constructing. Here's another view of his backyard. We have the letter to the near neighbors with the mailing, and I could show you the letter of support from Tacony Civic. With the individual members, and in fact, even Stephen Petrak, who I believe is in the room, he also signed in support. And there was no opposition from Tacony Civic. Any questions from the board?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we bring your client on? I'll have him, well, no, we can't swear him in, right? Good. All right, we'll bring him in, bring your client on, we'll swear him in.
Okay, please. Yeah, okay.
Hi, could you please state and spell your name?
Por favor, de darnos su nombre y deletrearlo, por favor.
Luis Reis.
Y deletrearlo, por favor.
¿Qué?
Could he spell his name, please?
Oh, Luis Reis.
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 So it's Luis Luis and Reis Reis.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Juro y afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad.
Right,
Sí.
Mr. Vaccaro, thank you. Mr. Vaccaro, could you come back on? Questions from the board?
Yeah, I got a question. Can you pull up the site plan again? What's the
Where?
square footage of the shed, and how are you dealing with stormwater runoff or rain?
Así que tengo una pregunta. ¿Cuántos son los pies cuadrados del almacén y cómo va a lidiar con el agua de la lluvia?
I could pull up the plan. The square footage is 800 square feet,
Okay.
20 by 40. I'll show you
Oh,
again
that's
on the plans.
pretty big building.
It is a big building. He has a lot of equipment and a lot of tools, as I showed you on the photographs.
Yeah, I don't have an opposition to the size. I just wanted to my concern is just sort of how are you dealing with the stormwater?
And the stormwater, it hasn't been brought up at this point, but it obviously will have to, obviously, certain mitigating factors are going to have to be brought in if we have the approval from the zoning board, because then we definitely need to have the appropriate building permits that are going to need to account for that.
Así que las aguas pluviales todavía no se ha abordado, porque a este punto estamos esperando para la aprobación de la Junta de Zonificación para que entonces se puedan hacer los permisos apropiados de construcción.
The size of the shed is not going to trigger PWD stormwater requirements, so you're not going to have to do that, which is why I think Board Member Johns asked the question. Is this a prefabricated metal shed?
Así que el tamaño del almacén no va a causar un PWD para los requerimientos de aguas pluviales. Lo que le están preguntando es, por eso fue la pregunta del señor Jones, pero este almacén va a ser prefabricado.
Material. Yeah. Tengo el material.
The interpreter will repeat the question, pero va a ser prefabricado.
Escucha la pregunta.
Escucho muy mal.
Okay, I'm sorry, he's a little hard of hearing, so I'm going to repeat. I'm going to repeat the question. Okay, would this shed be of prefabricated material?
Structure, a prefabricated structure, not material. All
Yes,
materials prefabricated.
Okay.
La estructura será de material, será construida de material prefabricado o se debe fabricar en total.
Está hecho para ensamblar.
I'm sorry?
It's made,
Eso
made,
ensamblar.
it's made for assembly.
It's made for assembly, prefab, basically.
So it's free prefab.
Right. Other questions?
Mhm.
Is it gonna be connected to any utilities?
¿Va a ser conectado a alguna utilidad?
¿Se va a conectar a cada utilidad? ¿Agua, eléctrico?
No,
No.
él está pensando usar paneles solares.
He's thinking of solar panels,
Yeah.
but not connected to the utilities.
Okay,
No.
and then is there a plan to extend the driveway, the concrete driveway up to that new structure in the rear yard?
Y hay planes de extender la entrada para vehículos a el lado donde va a estar la estructura.
No, únicamente pues, no, necesito el espacio para guardar todo lo que tengo en las cubiertas ahora.
So no, it's just storage space to put everything that I have in storage right now there.
And then do you have an elevation or a photo of the prefabricated structure itself? Like how high does it go?
Así que tiene unas fotos o información acerca de cuán alto va a ser la estructura que va a ser prefabricada.
20 feet, he said.
I said 12 feet. It goes
Okay.
up. It goes up to 12 feet. For some reason, that didn't make it into my exhibit packet, but I could supplement that with a photo of the height.
Así que son 12 pies y no llegó al paquete de evidencias, pero lo puedo suplementar con una foto de cuán alto va a ser.
Any other questions?
Yes, can I see the pictures of the front of the property and then the area where this is going to be located? So is that fence there across the front of the property?
Así que estamos viendo la foto de la parte del frente de la propiedad. La verja que está ahí, ¿eso está al frente de la propiedad?
¿Cuál? ¿La reja de madera o la de madera está frente?
So the wooden fence is in front.
Okay, and is it more than 6 feet?
¿Y es más de 6 pies en altura?
No,
No.
son 6 pies.
So what is the height of the fence?
And the interpreter will repeat, he answered 6 feet.
And then, can I see the back again, the pictures with all the different tents and things?
Así que ahora vamos a ver las fotos de atrás.
So is this prefabricated structure going to be where that one? That's good. Is that where you're planning to put the prefabricated structure?
A donde está a donde está la carpa, ahí es donde usted planea poner la estructura prefabricada.
No, para atrás.
Farther back.
Eso va a ser eliminado. Eso va a ser eliminado después que tenga la estructura hecha, para sacar todo lo que está ahí para la estructura. Eso se va a quitar después.
So it will be further back because once the structure is built, then all the items that are inside of those tents will go in that built structure, and then the tents will be removed.
Oh, okay. So once this is built, then these other two, what are they, tents? Or are they other little storage sheds that are behind the gray looking structure? I mean, what are they? And are they going to go away as well?
Y las estructuras que están al lado de lo gris de la carpa gris, que se ven como azul, esa que va a suceder con ellas, ya tan cuando la estructura es construida.
Ahí está todo guardado. Tan pronto yo pueda subir la estructura de metal, todo eso va a salir de ahí.
So all that is storage as well. So once the metal structure is built, all the other two tents will be eliminated as well.
All right, thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Yes, hi. I just wanted to clarify, what is the use going to be in this new structure? Is it personal or business?
Así que le quería hacer una pregunta, para clarificar en esta nueva estructura, ¿Cuál sería el uso? ¿Sería para uso personal o de negocio?
Personal.
Personal.
Todo eso son cosas mías, por eso tengo cosas, herramientas, materiales, lo quiero guardar en un lugar más seguro porque ahí no estoy tranquilo. Entonces
So,
quiero guardarlo algo más seguro para poder limpiar toda esa área donde están las carpetas, y yo quiero sacar todo eso. Entonces quiero ponerlo en solo lugar y ponerlo en orden. Por eso lo quiero en una altura de 12 pies, porque así yo puedo poner los shelves y poner cada cosa en su
permito.
lugar.
So it's just for personal use. I just have all my items and I want to have it all in a secure location. I want to clean up that area so it looks nicer. So I just want everything to be in one place. I want it to be 12 feet high so that I could organize it in shelves. So it's just a more secure place to store all my stuff.
Questions from the audience? Sir, you want to come up? Well, you got to sit down for just, sit down 1 minute and just state your name and spell for the stenographer.
My name is Stephen Pietzak, Pietrzak. I'm his next door neighbor.
All right, hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And could you tell us your thoughts on this case?
Yeah, I'm totally for this. He's a great neighbor. He moved in about a year ago. He really cleaned up the property a lot. I think he just wants to build his storage shed, so he gets all that stuff out of
Right.
the way.
All right,
He's been very honest with me.
right.
He's a handyman, but he has no construction vehicles or nothing there.
All right.
Just his van that he pulls back.
All right, we appreciate you coming down and testifying.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not presented evidence that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for accessory building size.
so Mr. Vaquero, I want to hold this and really talk to the board about it. I mean, we just want to kick around the size of it and things of that nature and where we want to be. So we'll vote on this next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m.
Next Wednesday, 9:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, number 5.
And this is the interpreter speaking. Is there another hearing that requires interpretation?
No, sir. Thank you for your services.
Thank you,
All right.
sir. Thank you for
Thank you for
both of
using
them,
the
by the
serv-
way. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Number 5, MI 2025-006-251, 4420 North 15th Street. Alan Knockhamson is the attorney, and I think he's out in the hallway. Am I correct? Good morning, Mr. Knockhamson. Hi. Are you on? Yeah, you got service and all?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Alan Occamson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Knockhamson, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Bobby and Eva James, the owners of the property. To my left is Bobby James, and his wife is in the audience, Eva.
Sure. And I notice you have a letter of support from the 13th Ward.
That is correct.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Can I just be promoted to a panelist? Thank you. So This is one of these typical cases where you have a homeowner who trusts a contractor, expecting the contractor to get permits. No ill intent on my client's part. Bobby's lived there for 50 years, you said, at the house, and he just wanted to expand his porch area to get more livable square feet. He feels bad that he's in this situation, and it's a bad situation. Not cheap either. And he's just struggled through this process. He actually even hired another counsel who struggled to get through this process, and then we took over. And it's not out of character, you'll see. But this is a picture of the beginnings of an enclosed front porch. And as soon as he found out that there was an issue, he stopped the work. So we have 12 exhibits here. We'll review those exhibits. He knows he has to, this is just the first step of the process where he hopefully gets the zoning permit, has to then get the building permit.
Yep.
Whatever was done, he's going to make sure that was done right. He's hiring a licensed contractor who will follow the law. But that's the only refusal. I mean, it's just dealing with the front setback. It doesn't match because we're trying to enclose the porch. So that's the only refusal. We have unanimous support. We appear many times in front of the 13th Ward RCO. Typically, they don't like illegal use, and I hate to use the word illegal. I don't think it was intentional. But here, they saw that there's no ill intent here. So it was unanimous support both by the board and the member in attendance, community member in attendance. And again, not out of character. We have a nearby property on that block that has an enclosed porch. Couple nearby, it's on Blavis Street as well. And again, they're not trying to increase the density of the property. And they feel bad about this. But here's the notice posting. This is to the right of the property on North 15th, to the left. Photographs, again, as soon as they discovered from L&I that this was not proper, they stopped the work. So, and they just wanted some more square footage. It's only 6 feet deep, the space. It's not huge, but it's something they want. And so there's the site plan, which shows that it's 16 feet deep, and the width of the lot is 15 feet, 9 inches. So we met with the community, again, as I stated, the 13th Ward, Democratic Ward on July 23rd. We emailed that notice a few days beforehand. We sent it to the affected properties. This is proof of mailing to those affected properties. This is our, actually, we didn't get the application for zoning variance. Bobby didn't have it. We asked the zoning board administrator, not a big deal, but we usually included it within our packet, but it wasn't here. But you can see that Bobby and Eva have been owning this property for some time. And this is their certificate of tax clearance. I would just ask that Bobby be sworn in.
Sure. Bobby, could you step forward a little bit and try to get that mic right up against you? Sir, could you please state your name? By the way, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Bobby L. James, Bobby L. James.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Yeah, Bobby, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
And is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony? Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
And then specifically, I made representations to the board. You had no idea that the previous contractor didn't get permits, right?
No, I didn't.
And as soon as you were alerted by L&I that you needed to get permits, you have stopped the work.
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, do you have the support of your neighbors that are on both sides of you for closing out the porch?
Yes.
Other questions?
And what are you going to use this space for? Is it going to be like a little vestibule or is living space, or how are you going to
Just
use it, or an extension of your living room? Or
no, it's just for to sit out on the porch with it being enclosed, so keep the mosquitoes and stuff out.
Okay, and you can use it year round?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chairman.
comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1968 and a council-supported map change. The appellant appears to have built the enclosed porch without the benefit of permits triggering the denial for not including the required front yard. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed dimensional variance.
So MI 2025-006-251, 4420 North 15th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
You have your vote, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you. See you this afternoon.
Some mosquitoes now. I get that.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Number 7, MI 2026-001-633, 918 North 43rd Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Henry Clinton, Henry, Clinton, Clinton.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is OSE Investments LLC, the principal of which is Edon Shlomo, Edon Shlomo, Shlomo. And he
There's
is
a
on the
letter-
call.
Okay, yes, sir. I see a letter of support here from West Belmont Civic Association. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, Ms. Graham.
And do you waive the reading of your refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Thank you. Is that visible?
Actually, we see your, it's up now, Henry. It's good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Henry Clinton on behalf of the owner of the property. This is a request for a two-family dwelling on a corner property, long vacant, at least 20 years and perhaps longer, which previously was used as a three-family dwelling. And then back in the 50s, a two-family dwelling and a store. And prior to that, a two-family dwelling and a business. It's on a block on the west side of the street that only has 5 parcels, and there's only homes on 2 of those 5 parcels. And I'll show you that as we walk through. My table of contents, A1 through A10, including zoning records of existing triplexes, 3-family dwellings on the block. And here's that brief history supported by zoning documents that I do have at the end of the presentation of the prior uses. Refusal, this is an RSA 5 zoning district. Refusals are 2. One is the use. RSA 5, as the board knows, is single family. We're requesting a 2-family dwelling. And there's an issue with regard to the front setback. It's allowed to have 11 foot, and we don't have any setback. And I can explain why we do not when we get to that portion of the presentation. As the chairman mentioned, we do have strong support from West Belmont Civic Association, where we presented the project. And here are the photographs. So this is 43rd Street. The property is a corner property. There's only 2 homes facing with frontages on 43rd Street on the west side of the street, because on Westminster, the rear yards and the side of the building face 43rd Street. There are 2 properties across the street that are triplexes. They're 3-story. We tried to maintain a 2-story look for this particular block. Another close-up of the vacant lot. Vacant lot is to the right. Here are the 2 existing homes on the block. The other 2 vacant parcels are to the left side of these structures on the left. property on the corner. These are the two adjacent properties. Now you'll notice, I mean, there's porches on both homes. We do not have a porch. And I can explain that as I walk through the presentation. More views of the site. The site is right here to the left. There's a store across the street. This building comes all the way out to the maximum allowed, and that's what we try to do on this side is max the depth of and the frontage toward the sidewalk as across the street. Again, this is the 5 parcels on that side of the block, and we are at the corner property. Now, I just took a photograph from 2004 from the archives indicating that the property's been vacant since at least then, and may even further back, but I was not able to find any information on that. So these are the 2 properties across the street that were recently, one in 2022 and one in 2023, recently approved for a triplex. And there's a home with a porch in between. Postings of the placards with a close-up indicating the date of the hearing is today. So we did some revisions to the plan after meeting with the community group, and frankly, I don't really think that these affect the site plan whatsoever, but we provided a proviso sheet anyway. We added trash storage. We depicted the nearest neighbor on 43rd Street, even though the property next to us is also vacant. We have a ground floor corridor to the rear yard, security cameras, furniture we added, and a fence to the rear yard. Again, I don't believe that these are zoning issues, but I just thought I'd bring them to the attention of the board. These are the floor plans, pretty straightforward. There is no basement. It is 2-story. Again, we try to keep the height of the building in context with the 2 existing homes on the block. Pretty straightforward floor plan. The entrance to the first floor is on the side of the building. You enter into the living room, kitchen area, and then a bedroom in the front with a full bath. And then to the rear yard, exit is in the back, 1 bedroom in the rear, full bath with the double vanity, washer and dryer, mechanicals there. And then there's meters, and I'll show you a side photograph, the elevation. The meters are hidden behind a door on the side of the property. To get to the second floor, you would just enter through the front, go up to the second story, enter into the kitchen area, the bedroom in the front with a bath, the living area, trash closet, then the bedroom in the rear. This is the site plan. Again, it's a vacant lot. We don't have any issues with height or open space, and it is on a corner. Side elevation. This is depicting the house 2 doors away, 914. Just to show you the context of where our house is. We put and the architect, Michael Cole, was on the call. If there's any questions about the layout or the elevations, but he tried to mimic the porches in somewhat of a style on the top of the first floor. Again, we don't have a porch because to get 2 units without a 3rd floor, we pushed the house out to the front, closest to the sidewalk as possible as a corner property directly across the street. We have no 3rd floor. It's all brick front, and we continue with the brick around the side all the way to the end. We have 2 protruding bays which conform. And then here's the door to enter the apartment on the 1st floor. And this is the door for the meters. And then the other elevation, because again, it's a vacant lot on the other side, is to the far right. Excuse me, this is the rear elevation on the far right of this plan. These were the plans that we showed to the community, but basically the same, although we added the items that I listed on the revised proviso form. The rest of the documents are the pro forma documents you would see, chief of which is the tax clearance, the zoning map, again, corner, there's the 5 parcels, our parcel, vacant lot, 2 2-story homes, and then 2 vacant lots. The deed indicating ownership since 2024. A notice to all members of the community within 250 feet, 157 pieces of mail were mailed out. And here are the zoning records. Again, in the late 50s, two-family in a business, 61, two-family vacant store, 62, three-family. And these are the two properties across the street that reflect a three-family dwelling. And these are the backup support, two-family vacant store, two-family business, 5861. 62, three-family dwelling. I could not find any records from 62 to the present. I'm not suggesting that the property was knocked down in the 60s. I just don't know, but I do know it's been vacant a minimum of 20 years. Again, some supporting documents indicating 1962, three-family dwelling. This is the zoning permit for the two triplexes across the street, 913. This was granted in July of 2023. And ironically, the zoning district, it must have changed, and maybe planning can add to that, but it's listed as an RM1 zoning district. So this was a by right project, as there was no ZBA decision required. It's new construction, 3 stories with 3-family dwelling. And then 917, 1 door away. Again, this was a by right because at the time it's an RM1 zoning district. December of 2022, multifamily with 3-family dwelling. So that is the presentation. We're not impacting any light or air of an adjacent property. It's in harmony with the code because it is residential. It's in harmony with the block as there are other multifamily on the block. We have the full support of the community. And with that, I would ask my client to unmute himself.
Sure.
To adopt my testimony. And again, the architect is here for any questions that the board may have, and I'll go back to the floor plans.
What's the name of your client?
Mr. Shlomo Adon, can you unmute yourself?
He's being promoted to panelist, Chair.
Thank you very much.
I'm here. Hello.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state
Good
your
morning.
name and spell it for the stenographer?
Edon, Edon, Shlomo, Shlomo.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Adon, were you on the call when I presented your project to the board just moments ago?
I was.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I think less of a question, more of a statement. I think the 3 examples you showed of the multifamily are the only 3 properties in like a 5-block radius that don't match the context of this neighborhood. And I am disappointed to see that this is sort of not fitting in with the existing context, despite there being a lot of vacancy on the existing block. The building across the street that starts at the property line has a 8-foot setback at the 2nd floor, so it mimics the porch modular as everything else in the neighborhood, and it is also CMX1 and has a store on the 1st floor. So I think
Correct.
to characterize these as similar properties is not true.
I didn't mean, if that's the way it came off, I didn't mean to say they were similar. I just meant similar in the sense of where they were situated. But they are definitely, I agree with you 100%, different zoning districts.
I also, one of the plans you showed looked like there was a porch, and then this plan doesn't. So I don't know if it's just a difference between earlier iteration. But I think like this is a very strong porch block. It's going to be on the side of the street where there's 2 existing homes that have porches. Around the corner from it is a full intact block with porches. I do think that this is a big loss.
Can I have the architect address your comments, Ms. Nguyen?
Sure.
Mike, can you unmute yourself? It's Michael Cole.
Sure.
And just discuss the
They're-
iteration.
They're being promoted to panelist, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cole?
Michael?
Sorry. Good morning.
All right, good morning, Mr. Cole. Please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Name is Michael Cole. Last name is spelled C-O-L-E.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you turn your video on?
Yes, sir.
Henry?
Yeah, Mr. Cole, we talked about this issue of the porch and the lack of a porch on the drawing, both before the project started and actually earlier again this morning. Can you maybe address a little bit better than I did the rationale?
Certainly. There actually was not a porch intended there. The issue we have is that if we push this back to add the porch, we effectively eliminate bedrooms from each of these units. So they effectively become single bedroom, almost efficiency type apartments, which we did not feel was in context with this neighborhood at all. So we needed that extra square footage effectively to be able to make this, in our opinion at least, fit more in context with the use of the block.
Can you go to the site plan?
Big as the rear yard?
What's your rear yard depth?
Rear
12 feet, over 12 feet?
12.9.
Yeah, it's
The 12 is up. So I think I don't agree with that that analysis. I think that you could have easily done a porch on the first floor, set the building back to the property line, the front face of the nearest property on that street, had a smaller rear yard, and be, quite frankly, exactly in common with the design of the existing buildings on the street, with just a smaller backyard. And that may have prompted maybe a refusal, I don't know. But you could have done it. So
I mean,
we were attempting to avoid any additional refusals. We thought this was the least of the refusals, which sounding like that may not be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, to me, it's two things. It's that the first floor and the second floor are now going to sit 4 feet in front of everything else on that block. It's going to be the only thing that has something at the property line at the second floor that's on the property line datum. So I do think it is going to now be very different than everything else on the block. Even the other flat-faced things that don't have porches at least honored the setback of the other porches. So
yeah.
All right. Are there other questions from her? Henry, are you going to stand on this? Would you want to?
I think in light of the comments, I think it's best that we go back to the drawing board and rework the plan and maybe request another hearing or a resumptive
Henry,
hearing maybe.
Henry, I can do a resumptive hearing, 12/8/26 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, I really appreciate that, and thanks for the comments from the board.
All right, thank you. Let's see here, number 9. Yeah, 12/8/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 9, MI 2026-001 676 3200 Friendship Street. Zen Jin is the attorney. I saw him here earlier. Maybe he went back to his office. Okay. All right, he went back to his office. Okay. Mr. Jin?
Yes, good morning.
We did a search of the building for you here, looking for you because we saw you earlier.
I had technical difficulties, unfortunately,
Okay,
so I
great.
had to come back to the office.
All right. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Zenjin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is LNY 2017 LLC, the property owner, and Miss Nancy Rao is here on behalf of the LLC.
And just for a point of information, we We have not received an RCO letter. Is that correct?
That's correct. I have submitted the evidence of us doing outreach, asking for the
Okay.
letter. We have not received it either.
All right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted as an exhibit in this matter. It should be coming up on the screen.
Yep, I think we have everything, but like I said, we don't have an RCO letter.
That's correct. So this is an application for 3200 Friendship Street. The reason this application came before the board is actually it was triggered through what is a violation notice issued to my client substantially after she purchased the property. This was issued, I'm pulling up the violation notice in order. This violation notice was issued in May of 2025, stating that a building permit is required for the construction or erection of a new structure, which actually exists at the back of the property. A little research into the history of the property in the Atlas file, I actually located the addition plans dating back to it looks like 93, which shows the exact addition that we're actually here before the board for. So my feeling is that an addition was actually added because it itself does not trigger any dimensional variances. It must have been added, and maybe the prior owner constructed it without leaving permits or applying for permits, and it was never caught until just 2025. My client purchased the property back in 2019 and was given rental licenses, certification at time of closing as a 3-family dwelling with no violations, and had this operating as what we are applying for before the board for those years until the violation came along, at which point her rental license was not renewed in November of 2025. So this property was originally granted through a variance for 3-family dwelling going back, I'm sorry, I jumped a little bit there, going back to 2012. So as you can see, a permit was issued for 3-family dwelling going back to 2012. That was a variance applied through an attorney by the prior owner, Thomas O'Brien, who sold to my client, and went through the same civic association at the time for that application. When we went before the civic association, one of the issues that came up at the meeting was that some of the neighbors were complaining that one of the tenants, who is a carryover tenant from the prior owner, had multiple dogs, and the dogs were outside a lot, and she wasn't picking up after them quickly. So we learned of this, my client learned of this at the community meeting. The community organization took this as the basis to oppose us, at least verbally. That's the vote they said they would do, is to oppose us on this application. We then went back and had a talk with the tenant, who then talked to her neighbors. And as you can see, the immediate neighbor who was the most vocal about the dog issue actually signed the petition because everything got worked out. It wasn't that they had an issue with our use or the addition. They just wanted the tenant to pick up more often after her dog. She's now actually keeping her pets indoors more. The reason my client never had an issue with the pets is because, again, the tenant was with the prior owner and has been in that property for at least well before my client even purchased it in 2019. So that's how we went back and was able to get the petition from the neighbors. Again, they're aware that this has been a 3-family dwelling for some time. Again, we reached out to the community for the letter, but we didn't hear anything. Maybe someone from the community organization might be here today. And then we have, what I want to do is now show the photos of the property to the board and kind of explain what the layout of the property is. So this is the corner property, and in fact, that is the extension in that photo. That's the extension in question. There's a laundry room in the front that's accessed through this door in the front that is separate from the back. And then the rear extension area is its own residential unit. The way that the property is laid out is better shown through the plans. This is one of those buildings where there's actually a slope of the grass in front of the property. So although the level that we're discussing technically is the basement level, from a side view, it's pretty easy to see that this building, a side elevation will show that this building actually is above grade for the most part right here. So as you can see, majority of the building is mostly above grade. This is the addition that is needed to be legalized. This is the portion. The interior layout of this structure for that level is as follows. I'm going to zoom in to better explain to the board how it's divided up. As I mentioned earlier, there is a door leading to the public area for utility that is in the front portion of the basement area. And the rest of it, including the addition itself towards the back, is essentially one unit. The way it's marked is actually how the tenant is using it. They technically could use this as the bedroom and this as the living area, but they actually use this as a playroom for their child. And the bedroom, they have their bed set up in the front area at this point, using this as a dining area, and there's the kitchen. They do have, again, this is a corner property, so they do have a trash bin area inside, and they also all have access to the rear yard. This property, to my knowledge, never had prior issues. There was no complaints that we're aware of. There's no violations on record for this three-family use, which is, again, been used this way since the prior owner, since 2012 at the minimum. So we would submit that the legalization of this extension is consistent with what has been historically there. My client unfortunately inherited this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share with the board a document that actually I was not able to submit previously, but I think we can update the board as needed, and that is the certification statement for this property. I'm going to put that up on the screen. So my client purchased this property in 2019. As you can see, there was a certification statement obtained by the prior owner indicating three-family dwelling with no known violations. That's the only reason my client purchased the property. So we have no idea, and she had certainly no expectation that in 2025, a inspector would walk by and say, hey, this extension doesn't have any permits. And we are in the process of correcting it. If zoning is approved based on the use that existed at the time she purchased, one of the things that is being done is that once zoning is complete, building permits will be updated to legalize and ensure that addition is properly constructed through an engineer review and architect review. So again, I submit to the board that this is a hardship matter that is not created by my client, and she had no anticipation that this property was not legally a three-family dwelling. And she has been using this as such for many years, since 2019, prior to this surprise violation triggering the refusal before the board. So we're asking for the board's favorable review of this application.
All right, why don't you bring your client on?
Sure. My client's actually here in the room with me. I'm going to have her
Sure,
sit in my
thank you.
spot.
Just have her
Yeah.
state her name and spell it for the stenographer.
Over. Yep. Have a seat right here.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Q-I-U-Y-A-N, my last name R-A-O,
All
Rao.
right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Counselor?
Yes. So, Ms. Rao, can you Did you see and hear my representation before the zoning board? Can you verify
If
everything
you
I have
answer yes,
represented?
please, you just shook your head. Say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So if you did see everything, can you verify everything I've represented before the zoning board to be true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions from the board?
Just a quick, comment, this, or question and comment. The addition is the third unit, correct?
The addition is the basement and the addition connected, partially connected, is the third unit, correct?
Is the third unit, and it is essentially a one-bedroom unit that's independent from the rest of the rest of the building because it has that entryway off of the street.
That's correct.
Okay. The only comment that I have in relation to this is that when you label it, if approved, and you label it to go to building permit, what you show as a playroom really needs to be the bedroom, because you can't use that other space as a bedroom because it doesn't have a door.
I will make sure the architect makes that change if approved.
All right.
Other questions?
Yes, is there trash closets on the upper floors as well?
I can put the plans back up. Let me do that.
There's no trash closets.
I don't believe there are. They're too small really to have trash closets in the upper floor.
So what's the plan for trash storage?
I believe they do have trash cans that is available in the, Nancy, where's the trash stored for the upper floors?
2 years ago, they used
Okay, let me get the upper floor plans up before the board. Oh, they do have a small space for trash in the third floor, and they have a trash bin they kind of keep on the side here, but trash is stored. They have trash cans also at the rear yard in the back.
Yeah, I think that probably led to some of the neighbors' complaints from the previous tenants because the trash was spurred all over the place on the side. So would they be amenable to interior trash storage?
Yes, that would be fine.
I would like to note that if they do that, then the architect needs to put a ventilated trash storage.
So what we would probably do is ventilate this area and allow them to put trash here, because that's actually a shared space that's independent of any of the residential units.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Then that's much better.
Okay.
Other questions?
Not a question, but a comment. I want to thank you for actually presenting a city certification which was obtained before the property was purchased. So many times we hear that there's no proof, there's no, we purchased this and we didn't know anything. Your client did the due diligence that you should do before purchasing a property, and by having this, it's easier to tell what the records that L&I say about the use. Thank you.
First time I've ever seen it, but that's besides the point. Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The property was granted a variance for 3-family in 2010. Permit number 273194. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 3-family.
MI 2026-001676, 3200 Friendship Street. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancy to be obtained, trash stored inside.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Iowan, my vote is yes with provisos.
Council, we have one more for you right
Yes.
here. Okay. So number 10, MI 2026-001-680, 506 18 North 61st Street. Just state your name if you would.
Yes, Zenjin on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Could you identify your client, a relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Better Way Bible Church, the property owner. Bishop Clifton T. Martin represents the church.
Okay. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning again. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits for this case 5 days in advance of the hearing?
Yes, we did have to update the board with a more recent submission due to the board's request.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your
Now
screen
have
and
all
proceed.
exhibits, am I correct? Okay, please proceed, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to load the most recent exhibit submitted to the board, which included some additional documentation. Good morning. This is an application for a consolidation of lots from multiple parcels, which is 3 deeded lots to the church, 502 to 04, 506 to 18, and 520 to 22 North 61st Street. The properties are being consolidated to permit the use of some of the additional lots as 21 parking spaces with a religious assembly, which is a church, to remain with the 432 seats. Generally speaking, the code requires actually that a parking space is required for every 10 seats. 44 would be required and 21 are being proposed. We have met with the community on this matter, and we have explained to the community what our proposal is, the size of the church, and the church has been in the area. It actually took a prior building and has slowly updated the building. It is now basically taking a lot that was already used by church members in essence for parking to properly add it to the church's other lots and then have it marked as a specific parking lot. The area does have, in addition to the lots that we're proposing, and I'm going to show the photo here. This is the block, and this is the church building in question. As we move to the back, these are the lots that are already paved and available that are going to be marked specifically as additional parking. The church has members from the area as well as some members that come from further away. It holds events usually about twice a week. So generally, we have not ever had a parking issue. The addition of the lot would only help generally to make sure that during bigger events that there would be off-street parking provided. The church will provide members to volunteers to help direct traffic during events where the lot might become more full. But on a daily and weekly basis, the membership that is attending the church generally do not overflow the parking lot. So the spaces that we have available has been enough. Some members are local, so they simply walk over to the church. This is an area, this building is a kind of a commercial building that's been there. They do have other mixed uses of various types around the building. But in general, the addition of this lot as a parking lot has been well received by the neighbors who attended the meeting for this application. We believe that despite the fact that it is a little bit short compared to what is code required for parking, the reality is that having these parking spaces is only adding and helping the situation. Even prior to this application, the church has not had issues with parking or complaints from the neighbors for parking, and that's part of the reason why the neighborhood ultimately supported the requested variance for the number of parking spaces. So the consolidation is to have these lots combined into one and these 2 lots combined into one. This entire L-shaped lot would be what is being proposed as parking for the church. The plans for the actual parking is laid out here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit to. So this will allow the space to be marked. A little bit of greenery buffer put up to basically make this a proper parking space, a parking lot, rather than just a big open paved lot at this point without any organized parking. So this is the way the parking is being proposed. Some greenery buffers added and proper parking directions, including driveway directions being given to people who are going to come and use the parking. So the church building, this is the church building itself. It is basically going to be a large central area for gatherings, along with various rooms, which are classrooms for Bible studies, conference room, office, all used only by the church itself. It is not going to be used by outside individuals, except, of course, if the local community has need of space for meetings and other things, the church is certainly open to working with the community on all those matters. So while this has the seating count that is high enough to trigger the additional parking, the bishop has indicated to the community that the actual attendees almost never fill up the space. It's right now, their congregation does fill up sometimes half of the space, but it has not had any issues with overflow of parking of cars during any of the events they've held. So that is essentially our request before the board, which is a variance to permit less than code required amount of parking for the church operation at this location.
You
I
wanna bring
believe
your
my
client
client,
on?
I believe he should be here. If Bishop Martin is here, if he could just raise his hand virtually to be identified. We did reach out to him.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
Thank you.
Hello,
Good morning, Bishop. Could you please state and spell your name for the
my
stenographer?
name is Clifton T. Martin, CLIFTON
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, sir, is it possible, could you turn on your video? I see, but we're good. Okay, counsel?
Thank you. Bishop, this is, did you see my presentation before the zoning board on your screen and hear my representation before the board?
Yes, I did. Yes,
Can
I
you
did.
verify what I have represented to be true and correct and adopt it
That's
as your own
true.
testimony?
That's true.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
So, in terms of this lot, usually, with the parking, you have to have the drive aisles. The, spaces have to be a certain dimension, and I forget what it is now, but, you know, and, uh, the landscaping, so that by the time you get done doing all of that, there aren't that many spaces left, even if you have a large space. That's my comment. That's
Yeah.
not, you know.
The code requirement with the buffers, greeneries, and other islands and directions is why we're looking at 21 spaces. Leaving it as a completely open space, of course, you could jam more cars in, but it's obviously not an organized parking situation.
Okay, and you do have the curb cut so that you have a means of ingress and egress.
Yes,
For
the curb cuts are
Yes, we do.
existing.
Okay, all right.
If you pull up the site plan, I think it's easy. Can you pull up the
Sure.
site plan?
Sure, I'll put that back up.
I have a question about like drop-offs. I'm thinking ride shares, transport vehicles, especially for seniors. Is there a designated area for that to occur?
Yes, there is.
Bishop, is that located in front of the church?
It's in front of the church.
Is that like a loading zone?
area?
Yes, that's the loading zone. It happens every week.
How do they get into the loading area without impacting parking space number 10?
Okay, the loading area or the
Yeah.
drop-off area is in front of the church. It's not exactly in
here.
the parking lot.
Okay, so it's on the other street.
It's
That's
actually on the off of the street in front of the church
right.
main door.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Yes, I had a question about ownership of the three properties. With regard to the deeds that were provided, it looks like the 502-04 North 61st Street is owned by Better Way CDC. And
It's correct.
And 520-22 North 61 street is owned by Better Way Bible Church.
That's correct. Better Way Bible Church and Better Way CDC are the same people. When we applied for it from the city, they stated that we would have to do it the CDC in order to obtain the lot. So that's what we did.
That was what my question was. Are they all, do they both have do all three of them have common ownership?
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
Questions from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current CMX2 commercial mixed use. The proposed parking count for an existing religious assembly use is a closer approximation to the code requirements than the existing condition. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for parking space count.
MI 2026-001-680-506-18 North 61st Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
council. So we're going to hear
Bishop,
109.
You can
Thank you.
leave at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you.
We're next going to hear 13 and 14 together. It's both 109 Hilltop Road. I think there's at least 4 lawyers that I know of that are involved in this. So we're going to take a little 5-minute break as you decide to get set up, okay? Get a little water. All right. So we're doing number 13, MI 2026-001-699-109 Hilltop. Alfred Fiscaldo is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, and I have number 14, MI 2026-001-701-109 Hilltop Road. Steve Masters is the attorney.
Yes.
So, and I also, I have Leonard Reuter and Rachel Pritzker, and then I'm missing one, right? So why don't we do this? Why don't we start? Please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Alfred Fiscaldo, last name's F as in Frank, U, S as in Sam, C-A-L-D-O,
Right.
counsel for Valerie Pierce.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Masters?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Masters here on behalf of Becky and Roger.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Leonard?
Thank you. May it please the board. Leonard F. Reuter, R-E-U-T-E-R, Senior Attorney for the City of Philadelphia. Also, I'm here with my colleague in the law department, Madeline Napierkowski. Do you need me to spell that?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If she comes up, we'll swear her when she comes up, okay? If she's going to testify.
Okay, just for the record, so he has it, the reporter has it, M-A-D-E-L-I-N-E. First name, last name is N-A-P-I-E-R-K-O-W-S-K-I.
Rachel?
Rachel, R-A-C-H-A-E-L, Pritzker, P-R-I-T-Z-K-E-R. We represent the property owner of Hilltop.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And counsel?
Nathan Ferris, F-A-R-R-I-S, firm, represent the owner.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. we've scheduled 35 to 40 minutes for this. So we're gonna have to see where we stand and things of that nature, but we'll test it as we go along the way. This is an appeal against L&I, am I correct?
Correct.
Why don't we start with you?
So at the beginning, I think there's some housekeeping. Yesterday afternoon, counsel for property owner, Mr. Farris and Ms. Pritzker, filed a motion to eliminate regarding exhibits that were in both mine and Mr. Masters' packets. And correct me if I'm misstating what we agreed to in the hall was that I've agreed from my exhibit packet to strike exhibits 3, 4, and 5 from my exhibit packet. The goal being to limit this discussion solely to the current permit.
We've had some discussions earlier this morning about
Okay.
this, but we weren't aware of this.
Yep.
Okay. Steve?
I am not in a position to agree to the motion to eliminate, and so we're going to have argument on that.
Rachel? Here's where we think we want to be. We want to hear the testimony, and then we'll make the decisions as we go along with the testimony. You'll have an opportunity to object when there's things said that you're doing, and we'll go then, all right? Instead of hearing the whole thing. Right, is that okay? So housekeeping's done, why don't you start?
Sure. So I think the question before the board, should I share my exhibit packet?
You have to go to your, it says,
Not my audio. Raise my hand.
no, sure.
Keep my audio off.
Yeah, you keep your audio off.
So in the exhibit package, the remaining exhibits, we have our application for appeal at tab 1. Tab 2 is the section of the zoning code. This is not working now. There we go. Section of the zoning code 14701-1 and the accompanying notes, which regard the side yard setback issue that's at the center of this discussion. Tab 6 is the zoning permit ZP 2026-000745 issued by L&I. Tab 7 is a screenshot of the City of Philadelphia zoning summary generator for the lot at 109 Hilltop, which is the subject of this application. That zoning summary generator is on the Atlas website and allows you to get a summary of the applicable provisions of the zoning code as they pertain to a particular lot. That's at tab 7. At tab 8 are photographs of 101 Hilltop, which is my client's property, 109 Hilltop, which is the property at issue, and 111 Hilltop, which is owned by Mr. Masters' client. Those photographs are intended to show that my client, this is 101 Hilltop, owns a single-family detached house, that 109 is a vacant lot, and that 111 is a single-family detached house. Also at tab 9 is just a screenshot of Atlas of the 109 Hilltop property, just showing that the nature of the dwellings in and around that neighborhood, being that on this side of Hilltop Road, it's single-family houses. On the back side along Rex, it's single-family attached. Across the street, it's single-family attached. And then the certificate of tax clearance, and my witness is Valerie Pierce. So just going back to the code section, tab 2.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, we object to part of Exhibit 1, which attaches the, sorry.
I'm sorry, this is the reporter. I did not hear that.
We're making changes.
Apologies. We object to a portion of Exhibit 1, which is the prior refusal, which is Exhibit.
That's fine. I agree that those should be redacted as well. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. So this property is zoned RSA 3. It's as I said, it's a vacant lot. Certainly entitled to have something built on it, but the question is, how wide do the side yards have to be? in the RSA 3 district, that I've highlighted here in yellow, the code requires 2 side yards of 8 feet each, subject to caveats at footnotes 8 and footnote 9. And when we go to, apologies, when we go to those, so in footnote 8, there are 3 sections that apply to this particular, only one applies to this particular lot. And that is, it says, for lots bounded on both sides by the side or rear yards of a semi-detached or detached structure, a semi-detached structure is not permitted. So you can only put a single family detached house on that lot. And then it says, any detached structure must be constructed in accordance with B9, which is below. So when we go to B9, B9 says, in the RSA 3 district, for lots bounded on both sides by the side yard of a semi-detached structure, which is not our case here, any detached structure must be constructed with a side yard on both sides, each with at least 50% minimum semi-detached side yard width required for the permitted residential uses. The upshot being, instead of an 8-foot side yard on both sides, you can have a 4-foot side yard on both sides. But only in the case of a property that's bounded on both sides by a semi-detached structure, which is not our case. And so in that case, and also below that, I would note that there's a diagram here, an illustration by the code drafters that shows the illustration of what happens if you have a single family detached house bordered on both sides by semi-detached. Again, the instance in the language above. There's no language regarding what happens if there's a single family detached house between 2 single family detached houses. There's no illustration as to what happens when there's a single family detached house between 2 single family detached houses. And so by the rules of statutory construction, by which all language in a statute needs to be given meaning, you then go back to the default, which is 2 side yards of 8 feet each. Otherwise, that language has no meaning, because you can't put, if you have 3 lots lined up together in RSA 3, you can't, by footnote 8, you can't have a semi-detached in the middle. So that leaves 2 scenarios. You could have semi-detached, detached, semi-detached, which 9 speaks to, or you can have detached, detached, detached. And that's not addressed in 9. So by default, you're then thrown back into the language of the table, which says in RSA 3, unless 8 or 9 apply, and which they don't in this case because you have 3 lots, all with single family detached houses on them, you must have 2 8-foot side yards. The plan that was approved by L&I at tab 6 allowed 2 4-foot side yards. Our position is that they misapplied this provision of the code, and that 4-foot side yards are not permitted and 8-foot side yards are required.
Okay. Why don't you
If
identify?
I could, I'm sorry, if I meant to also point out at tab 7, which I'll get to in a second, give me a minute. At tab 7, there's a widget, if you will, on Atlas that's fairly new, I guess. But what it does is, it's called the zoning summary generator, and it's, the Department of Planning and Development's widget. And if you go on Atlas on any property, and you can pull up your own property, any property in the city, you can click on the link, and it'll provide you with a summary of all the zoning ordinance provisions as they apply to your property. And so this is the zoning summary generator for 109 Hilltop.
Okay.
And it shows that the minimum side yard depth required on all non-attached sides is 8 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve,
We're just gonna object. Sorry, we're just gonna object to that exhibit because the use of the summary generator, this document expressly states that it's not legally binding. It does not represent an official opinion by the city. The enacted zoning code is what controls. So this is just sort of a illustrative exercise with this, and it's not legally binding, which it discloses itself.
And I agree that the board can take it for the weight that it gives.
I agree with you. Okay. Steve, I know you will, but please try not to repeat anything like that's the same as what the other attorney did, okay?
Yes, I
Thank you.
had the same idea, Mr. Chair.
Oh, well, that's good, Steve. We agree.
Yes, I think we should agree a lot. So I wanted to share my screen. Okay. I anticipate that there's going to be some objections throughout my testimony today. Exhibit 1 is the challenged by right permit that we're here for today. This by right permit in the plans shows that the side yard is only 4 feet, and it's citing a section of the code, number 9, before that Mr. Fuscato has already addressed. Exhibit 3 is the original application for the first application in this matter. This is going to be objected to by opposing counsel. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because
Forward before you even finish, but go ahead.
yeah, I know she's kind of anxious about it, but maybe I can put a little bit of words in there. So this is the same. This is the same property. This is the same owner.
He's allowed to put on testimony about.
I'd want to hear it first, and then I'll give you a shot, right? Okay.
Yep. So we hear this is the same exact property. This is the same owner. It's the same attorney for the owner. And in the first iteration of this project, there were some refusals that were issued. Initially, there were 2 refusals issued, and those were not, there was not any dispute as to those 2 issues. But there was a question as to why wasn't there a refusal issued for the lack of 8-foot side yards, and why was 4 feet side yards allowed, since this was all detached. It should be 8 feet. So my colleague issued a question to L&I to clarify what is the meaning of this code section.
I think we're at the point. Go ahead.
So I want to object. So the matter that we're in front of the board today is a matter against L&I for the by right permit that was issued. Any prior application that was not appealed in front of this board by Mr. Masters or Mr. Viscaldo or their clients is not in front of the board today. So it's irrelevant whether I was the attorney or anyone else was the attorney or that it was for the same property. What Mr. Masters and Mr. Fiscaldo could have appealed that refusal, same proper procedure within 30 days. That was not done. So what this hearing is about is the by right permit was issued. So anything that went on in a prior application is irrelevant.
So
we object to.
Can I explain, Mr. Chair? Very clearly, we're here as to whether L&I made a mistake when they issued a by right permit. That's the issue here. And we can look and see what did L&I do to the same property.
Go ahead.
So it was a different application for a different set of plans with a different plans examiner at a different time.
It was the same plans examiner.
So I agree with her.
Okay.
All right. So why don't you continue and go on?
All right. The summary generator is clearly states, there's no ambiguity. The summary generator states that it understands the minimum lot width is
But
25
that's the one
feet.
we talked about.
No.
It's not legally binding. Is that correct?
Well, yeah,
I'm just.
yes,
okay.
there is a disclaimer. On the other hand, we're going to hear shortly from Mr. Reuter for the city, and I'm going to argue the same thing that I just want to put on the record that Mr. Reuter does not speak for the city of Philadelphia. He does not establish,
Okay.
he does not establish what.
With me. But let's go back to, this is not legally binding. I
Okay.
understand that. So
Okay.
that's not legally
right.
binding. So why don't we move on and tell me where you want to go next?
Yeah,
And we'll get, Leonard will come on once you're done,
Right.
okay?
I'll just say,
Leonard looks like he wants to jump in here
well,
too, so.
in the applicant's exhibit binder, there is a letter from Mr. Reuter to Rachel Pritzker, basically asserting certain interpretations of the zoning code. Mr. Reuter also had a conversation with me along with another.
Basically, I can object to all of this,
Yeah,
you know.
he
any
shaking
kind of-
his head no as you're talking.
Like,
so-
attorney, you know, that's work product, there's settlement discussions or discussions in the nature of settlement discussions, all of that's clearly privileged, and the city would strongly object to.
I'm not going to disclose things that are privileged.
But
What
I thought you said he told you.
he did. I want the board to know that, well, there's impeachable, there's ways to impeach your testimony, but I want the board to know that Mr. Reuter has given two different opinions to two different people.
On hearsay and.
So the
again,
two
it's
different
not right.
opinions, one was before, we're not going to go.
One was before this application.
So
And now the one that was current was the one where he said that he agreed that it was 8 feet.
Again, we're going to object to hearsay and this is
we're-
irrelevant.
Steve,
Yeah.
move on, please. We're not going to go back there.
Okay. We have a group of photos showing how the character of the block is very wide side yards. So this is 101 Hilltop. You can see very wide side yards on each side.
Mr. Chair, we're objecting. Character of the neighborhood is irrelevant. This is a by right permit.
Yeah, I mean, if you would, I think we
Yeah.
want to concentrate on what L&I did, right? And that's
Right.
what we're here about. So, and I think you're, I'm not going to call him co-counsel, but your other counsel here, he ran through and showed pictures of the neighborhood before.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I don't think we need that.
So the essence, Mr. Chair, and members of the board, is that there is no ambiguity here. The code is very specific that when you have all of the properties are completely detached, that requires an 8-foot setback. And the code also shows that the 25 feet minimum has been met here. This property actually has more than the 25 feet minimum. So it clearly applies for the 8-foot setback. There is no ambiguity. I'm sorry to do this to Len just because it's his birthday today, but
It's
Len's birthday today, yeah. But here's the thing. I was an attorney for the city for 12 years. If someone asked me for my opinion, it would not bind me.
Listen to me.
It would not bind me.
Yeah, but
Yeah. I'm just saying
you
that.
don't think the fact that you were a lawyer for the city for 12 years is relevant?
Okay. There are code bulletins that the city uses when they actually have official interpretations of the code. That's the only way that the city can legally provide a code interpretation. We all know that. The board knows that very well. Back in the days of Gene Klinger, that wasn't the case. There were secret hidden files that were never revealed. But now
We have no hidden files, so we're. all
right. Now we have a
Listen,
system. Yeah.
Let's go back to L&I.
Right.
What is it do you have to say about that?
L&I has taken,
Gene Klinger.
L&I has taken the position that this is an 8-foot setback required, and that's why they, issued a refusal.
We're here and Leonard's going to speak even though it's his birthday.
Right.
And then we'll find out for the position that Leonard has on his birthday.
I just want to object to the statement that he made. So L&I did not issue a refusal. This is a by right permit in which the plans provide for 4-foot side yards.
Okay.
But L&I did issue the refusal for the first application, which was exactly the same property. Yeah.
We're
Okay.
staying
All
in
right.
the present. Are you
All
done?
right. Yes.
All right. Is it all right if we go with Leonard first?
Sorry.
By the way, we all want to wish you happy
Oh,
birthday.
thank you very much. Weird way to show it. So,
And if you would, why don't you pull that a little closer to you? We'll get that.
of
Yeah,
course.
Go ahead.
So the issue here, and I think certainly with respect to all the permit application materials, the site plans that were submitted, I think everybody agrees that those are authentic and we don't need any testimony about any of that. So the question is, and I think also in terms of the dimensions of the property, the fact that the properties on either side are fully detached properties, again, I think we can all stipulate to those being facts. So the question is, you have, as Mr. Fiscaldo explained, you have a fully detached property in between two fully detached properties in RSD3. So the question, I'm sorry, RSA3. So the question is, what does the code require? So again, 109, which is the property in question, is RSA3. It's bounded it's bounded by the side yards of 101 and I think 111 Hilltop. Both of those are attached structures. Again, I mean, they're detached structures. Sorry, I should put my glasses on, right? So again, the code provision cited by Mr. Fiscaldo and Mr. Masters states that for lots bounded on both sides, so this is 14701 sub 2 sub B bracket 8, that's the note 8 point B, states for lots bounded on both sides by the side or rear yards of semi-detached or detached structures. So again, this provision specifically cites detached structures as well.
Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Semi-detached
Please, go
or
ahead.
detached structures, a semi-detached structure is not permitted. We all agree. So in this situation, this has to be also a detached structure. So a detached structure must be constructed as stated in 14-701 sub 2 sub B note 9. So sub 14701 sub 2 sub B sub bracket 9 or note 9 applies to 109 Hilltop because it's bounded by side yards of fully detached buildings. Note 9 says for lots bounded on both sides by the side yard of a semi-detached structure, any detached structure must be constructed with a side yard on both sides, each with at least 50% of the minimum semi-detached side yard width required for permitted residential units. So the problem is, so in other words, if they, as Mr. Fiscaldo pointed out, and as the diagram showed, if both of the properties on either 101 and 111 were not detached structures, they would have the 4-foot side yards. No ambiguity there. The problem is, again, they are detached structures. So note 9 on its face wouldn't apply, but the problem is note 8 sub point B expressly says that has to apply. It says you have to go, if you are a semi-detached force detached structure, you have to go by note 9. But note 9 only references if there are semi-detached structures on either side. So the problem is for L&I is that L&I believes there's a conflict. A strict reading, and we agree, and we've said this to everybody, there's no ambiguity. We've not told one person one thing and another person another. A purely strict reading would be, I guess they got to have 8-foot side yards. The problem is that creates for L&I a problem, and given the fact that you can have a minimum lot width of 25 feet, 16 feet of side yards means that your structure can only be 9 feet wide. So that's an absurdity. And the city's position is that you should try to interpret the code in a way that avoids absurdities and avoids a conflict. So L&I made the interpretation that it was just an error and that it should have said, because note 8 applies to both semi-detached, references both semi-detached and detached structures, note 9 should have also referenced both detached and semi-detached structures. It didn't. We admit that's a problem. For what it's worth, we're looking to address that. But in the meantime, because of the ambiguity, or because of the conflict rather, between those two sections, and the fact that it could lead, even here, at 8-foot side yards on both sides would limit, this is a 29 foot, 30 foot wide lot. You would have, 16 feet of side yards, then that would limit this property to what, 13 feet? Which, 13-foot property, if you're talking about a Center City or South Philly row home, it's still a little bit narrow for a row home, but for an area that's, RSA 3, in this, in this area where most of the properties, obviously are pretty sizable, it just becomes impractical. So again, it's the city's position that the plans examiner made the interpretation that inured to the least restrictive use for the property owner, and that's the city's position. Again, we do agree that a super strict reading would require 8-foot side yards, but we believe that because the problem is because 8 references both types of buildings, semi-detached and detached, but note 9 doesn't mention detached, that's a problem, and it creates the conflict.
Right.
I think it would be easier, why don't we let the other attorneys go, and then we go to questions then, right?
Of course.
Okay? Rachel? You might want to get closer to the mic there, if you could.
Which one? The one you said? Hold that.
A lot going on. I'm gonna share my screen. You have to unshare your screen. So just for the purposes of the record, we want to preserve our objection to appellant standing and request that each applicant establish the basis upon which he or she qualifies as an aggrieved person. In Philadelphia, standing to appeal a zoning decision is governed by Section 17.1 of the First Class City Home Rule Act. The codes are in our memo of law, which is attached. As the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has held that an aggrieved person must possess an interest that is substantial, direct, and immediate. We want to make sure that each appellant identify on the record his or her relationship and proximity to 109 Hilltop and the specific interest alleged affected by the issuance of this permit. To the extent proximity is sufficient to establish standing and the merits remain separate issues. So standing permits an appellant to participate, but does not establish that the permit violates the zoning code. I want to just go through this same section very briefly. Related to, and neither attorneys addressed portion of their argument, so I'll wait for that to go through some of the other things you guys mentioned, but I know that we saw views of this, but just so we're clear, this is 109 Hilltop. It's 29.9, according to Alice, or 30 feet. This is Mr. Fiscaldo's client's property. Over to here, 101, and then these two properties with one home on them are Mr. Masters, both are which double or 3 times the width of this property. Just to go down to the code section, because we don't need to see the character of the neighborhood. This is the by right permit, the zoning posters that were on the property with the permit. We've got through the plans. Okay. So again, just so that we put this on record, when you look at the chart 147011 for RSA 3, it points you down to the provision right here. It says detached intermediate lot, which is our property. It says 2/8 each, and then it includes section 8 and 9. So when you scroll down to 8, as was read, our property is semi-detached. And so you scroll down then to 9. 9, when you read it, says 50% of the minimum semi-detached, which would be 4 feet. It doesn't then say if you don't, then the minimum, which is 8. So then you end up going back all the way to the top again, to 8 side with 8 and 9, and you read 8 and 9 again. So you're in this sort of back and forth. as mentioned. Our interpretation of this, which we didn't interpret, L and I did, was that it gave effect to both 8 and 9, which is why you see the 4-foot side yards on our proposal, which does not have a refusal and what is on the permit. I want to mention about ambiguity, because if we all can agree that this is ambiguous and confusing, the benefit both in the code and in case law is that it's to the benefit of the landowner for the less restrictive use of the code. In no situation is it to the benefit of an upset neighbor or a more restrictive reading. It says in our code, and specifically the Philadelphia zoning code, it says where the meaning of a restriction in the zoning code is ambiguous and the intent cannot be discerned through the usual rules of statutory construction, the restriction shall be construed in favor of the landowner, provided that the resulting construction does not lead to irrationality in the zoning code. So accordingly, if the board is unable to harmonize notes 8 and 9, then, and if both owners and appellants' interpretations remain reasonable, the provisions are ambiguous. If ordinary statutory construction does not resolve that ambiguity, 14-201-14 requires that the restriction be construed in favor of the landowner. I want to just mention the definition of ambiguity, which is from a case that was in front of the Commonwealth Court. The Commonwealth Court, and the citations to these cases are in the memo of law, so I will not read them to keep it brief. The Commonwealth Court explained that ordinance language is ambiguous when it is susceptible to more than one reasonable interpretation or is vague, uncertain, or indefinite. So if the board does not necessarily agree with L&I's reading of it, which resulted in a permit with 2 4-foot side yards, then it's ambiguous and it's to the benefit of the landowner. Before I allow my co-counsel, if I missed anything, I just want to reiterate for this property in particular, to the city's point, when you look at this site in particular, you have a 30-foot wide property that's 75 feet deep. The approved interpretation, which resulted in the zoning permit, is 2 4-foot side yards with a 22-foot building. If we were to take the appellate's interpretation, we had 2 8-foot side yards with a 14-foot wide building envelope. That doesn't include walls. That's just the building envelope. So appellate's interpretation would result in 16 feet of the 30-foot wide lot to remain in side yards, leaving only 14 feet of potential building width, where the code admits competing reasonable interpretation prohibits resolving the uncertainty through an implied enlargement of the restriction against the landowner. So you, based on their interpretation, you'd have over 50% of the lot would be open space and yardage. So in this particular instance, if the board agrees it's ambiguous, it would be the 4-foot side yards, which again, L&I did agree with and issued the permit.
Co-counsel?
I want one point very briefly.
Well, that's great. Go ahead.
I just want to add one principle I think it would be helpful for the board to keep in mind as it's reading this code, and that's that Mr. Reuters now told us what L&I's interpretation is, and this board has to defer to L&I's reasonable interpretations. They're the agency that's tasked with administering this code, so I just think that's an important point here. Their interpretation is entitled to deference.
Okay.
And
You started to say something before.
Yeah,
I
I
asked you
did.
to wait till the end.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, Mr. Reuter just stated on the record that he agreed that L&I would agree that the strict reading of this code would require 2 8-foot side yards.
That's not what he said.
I think it is.
That's what he said. I can tell you what he said.
He said, and he said,
No.
he did say it, and sorry, it's your birthday. He did say it, and he also qualified it and said, I think it creates a problem for this lot, to paraphrase, which I don't disagree, but that's what the variance process is for. If the ordinance creates a hardship on a lot, then that's where this needs to go. And by granting a by right permit, just because you don't think that the ordinance is doing right by a lot, bypasses the entire civic engagement portion of the code, there's no RCO meetings, there's no discussions with the civic associations. You're just given a by right permit and there's no conversation. So I think that, Mr. Reuter is very good at his job, but I don't think he's allowed to legislate, right? He's acting as a legislator right now. He's saying, yeah, it says 8 feet, but I'm just going to make it 4 feet. And what that does, it makes it.
I didn't hear him really say that.
It makes it 4 feet, not only for this lot, but for every lot across the entire RSA 3 district, not just small ones, all of them. And that's not what the code says.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I would just emphasize that we're here this is a by right permit, and there is no ambiguity. Mr. Reuter clearly stated that a strict reading, which means a correct reading of the code, is that it requires 8 feet. He then elaborated that he thought that it would cause a hardship and misfortune to the property owner, but that's for this board to decide when it's properly before you as an appeal from a denial by LNI. So that's why we appealed against LNI, because this basically is the wrong way to do this process. That LNI needs to receive back
So I'd like
this
to make an
application.
objection.
Let him finish. Then you can take it.
LNI needs to receive this application back, issue a refusal, and then it goes through the normal appeal process. But by short circuiting here, it destroys the whole fabric of what we're trying to do.
Rachel.
So I just want to object. So in Steve's and the appellant's appeal, there was no mention of this new issue he's bringing up where we need to go through a variance process. You cannot add on issues. You have to plead them initially. We have to have a chance to be able to defend them. So you mentioned the 8-foot side yards and you mentioned the 2-year rule. You did not mention anything about circumventing the variance process for this case. And also, I would object to mischaracterization of Mr. Reuter's testimony. The board heard Mr. Reuter's testimony, so if he wants to repeat it, he can. But and then the last thing I just wanted to mention is that, again, there's from a court perspective and legal precedent perspective, you have to look at all, and Mr. Fiscaldo beautifully said this, you have to give meaning to all the words of the statute. And the words include 8 and 9. It doesn't say 8 or 9. It doesn't say 8 or doesn't say 9. If you can't only cherry pick 8, you can't only cherry pick 9. It has to look at 8 and 9. And 8 sends you to 9, and 9 doesn't send you back to the chart. So
Wait, Leonard?
Sure. And again, just to clarify a couple things. First of all, I mean, I understand that the board swears in attorneys, but strictly speaking, this is at least right now, for the most part, this has been argument, not testimony. And secondly, and I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but again, so first of all, it's not Leonard Reuter's interpretation of the code that matters. It's what LNI did. And I'm explaining what LNI did. And what LNI did is they made a determination. Again, maybe when I said strictly read, I should mean the plain language. Plain language, again, we've made this clear to both parties here, both sets of parties, that 9 doesn't address the situation of a detached property that is in between detached properties. Even Mr. Pascal agreed it doesn't address it. So yeah, a strict reading of, if you just read that section by itself, you would say, guess it's got to have 8-foot side yards. The problem is, note 8 says when you're between two properties and you're facing the side yards of two different properties, whether those are detached, whether those are semi-detached or fully detached, you have to go by 9. So it's saying, if you're red and blue, you got to do what 9 says, and you get there and 9 only talks about blue. What's red supposed to do? That's the problem that's here. So yes, 9 by itself would appear to require 8-foot side yards. The problem is 8 requires LNI to apply 9 if the property's detached.
Yeah, go ahead.
If
Sorry.
they're detached property. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Again, they can interpret what I'm saying, which is what they're doing. They're interpreting what I'm saying, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is what LNI did, and that's what the board is supposed to be looking at.
Okay.
So this is and I agree with Mr. Ferris, this is a
You
pure.
agree with him, Leonard?
Well, on this point,
Oh, okay.
this is a pure statutory construction discussion.
I agree.
And so you need to give import to all the words. And so where it says 2 8-foot side yards are required, that's the default. And 8 and 9 are carve outs. And so it's a funnel, and it takes you down. So there's 4 scenarios. There's 4 scenarios that 8 and 9 allow in terms of how properties are aligned. There's 2 with semi-detached in the middle, but 8 strikes those out. It says, so you can't have that. And then it throws the other 2 into 9, where you have detached in the middle and semi-detached or detached on the sides. And then it carves out one of those. So the funnel gets narrower, but it leaves one. And that one is what's left in the chart, where it's 2 8-foot side yards, because otherwise that language has no meaning. And I'd ask Mr. Reuter to, if every side yard is 4 feet and as you interpret it, why is it to say 2 8-foot side yards? The language is there for a reason.
Okay, we don't ask questions.
Yeah, but that's the question. Why is it there?
Again, this provision only applies when the property in the middle is surrounded by side yards. So it only applies in that situation.
Right.
And again, I guess one would also ask, the whole idea of this provision was to prevent what some people used to call twingles, where you would have half of a semi-detached property and forcing that to be on the boundary, so that you would have a sidewall on the party line that would have no windows, and you see this weird situation now and then. This provision was intended to prevent that. The problem is, it's just between this 8-foot, this what side yard applies, and it's just a problem with the language. It really, I think for purposes of planning, whether it's 8 feet or 4 feet, probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference, but it makes no sense for it to be 4 feet in instances like this, especially when the lot sizes for RSA3 are typically not that wide.
I just wanted to respond to Rachel's argument that I don't have standing, and that I didn't ask.
You don't have
Well, that my clients
say
don't
you
have
had
standing,
standing.
and that I don't have, I didn't plead the proper grounds for the appeal.
Okay.
In my appeal, which is in Exhibit 2, it clearly states that in addition to the 2-year rule, which we argued, that there was no lawful basis to grant the second application. It was directly contradicts all the prior rulings by LNI of the LNI determination and the amended refusal. So that's why this permit should be immediately revoked by the ZBA. There's only one reason why somebody would take an appeal against LNI of a by right permit, and that's because it was wrong to have a by right permit. So that's what we argued, and so we definitely have claimed that.
So just for a point of clarification, what I objected to was you adding in a new argument about asking for us to do a variance. I agreed with the things that you already laid out here, and I did not object to any of those things. Just so we don't get off topic, and I just want to comment on one last point. I don't know how I don't have screen sharing again, but I think it's important, if we're giving weight to all the words, that if you look at note 8B, it says, for lots bounded on both sides by the side or rear yards of semi-detached or detached structure, a semi-detached structure is not permitted. Any detached structure must be constructed as stated in 14701 to B9. Must be constructed. Not could be, not if you want to, must be. And so that is the exact reason why it was 50% of the 8 feet, which gives you 4 feet. The language is any detached structure must be construed as stated in 9. So there is no question whether you go to 9 or not. It says it must be. And so if we're giving weight to all the words, must is as strong of a word as anybody could rely on for this provision.
All right. So I think we've heard from all sides of this, right? Lynn, what I'm thinking about doing is a final, maybe they give us there are final position papers, right?
Correct.
Maybe 2 weeks. How long would it take to write up this case?
2 weeks is fine for me.
Pardon me?
2 weeks is fine by me.
I'll actually be out for a while. Could we make it 3 weeks?
We'll make it 3 weeks
That'll give
because
me-
it's your birthday. I mean, it's a belated
my
birthday party, right? So we'll make it 3 weeks that it should be in, and then we're going to vote in 3 weeks. Is that?
Just wanted to ask Len to put her out there. You didn't mention, does L&I have any plans to revoke the permit? I think it's important if that be mentioned to the board.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, the department, you know, again.
Yeah, I think you laid out exactly where the
Yeah,
department is.
we wouldn't revoke.
And I see where the two of you are, right?
Right.
So,
Well, Mr. Chair, we should get our clients to adopt our testimony so that they can demonstrate that they have standing.
I don't believe there was any testimony. There's only been oral argument.
that's right. I mean, I don't, you know,
Rachel objected to my client's standing.
I just wanted them to put the.
If
name on
if
the
you,
record.
if you,
I
if you
understand,
agree,
I understand the standing position.
so you grant standing to my
Right, yeah,
client.
we understand it. And I don't want to bring people in because this is really about L&I, what happened. with
Yeah.
L&I, Right?
Okay, but they are here and they are willing to testify.
I,
Okay.
they're on your every word. I'm sitting here watching. So we'd like to vote on this in 3 weeks?
Chair,
You wanted the papers in 3 weeks. I think we should delay it more than.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So then,
so the vote will then be on September 16th
Good.
at 9:30 a.m.
right? And this is closed. We're done. We're closed.
Are those, I'm sorry, just it's the first time I'm back since COVID. Are those memos submitted by email in the portal? How do you want those delivered?
Email's fine.
Email to everybody, all parties. Okay.
And
What's the date for the,
Board council,
what's the date that?
board council,
Lynn, give them the date they want to
the
have.
9th,
The 9th.
September 9th. It would be 3 weeks out. And then oral argument, as Ian indicated, would be the 16th, which would be the next, I'm sorry, vote, excuse me, the vote would be the next week, the 16th. Excuse me.
So thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Leonard, have a good birthday. And as maybe everybody else knows, this is Steve's last day. Basically, he's retiring and well, we thank you for your service and you've been a very good advocate for your clients. How's that sound?
thank you.
Right. What a lawyer does. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Ian, we have one more, right?
That's right, sir.
All right. Oh, that's right. Why, you don't want to come back? See, let me see here. What one do I have? I have number 16, right?
It's like the God calendar, right?
Okay, yep. Yep. At 2 o'clock. Number 17, MI 2026-004, 084, 2815 North Second Street. Is this Sean Whalen's case?
Yes.
Oh, there he is. I didn't even see you here. Yeah, well. This is listed as a reconsideration. Is that what we're talking about? But this is just a regular hearing, am I right?
Just a regular hearing. Reconsideration was already granted. Now we're just hearing it. Regular
Whalen,
hearing on the merits.
Mr. Whalen, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly. Sean Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes. I am the attorney for the owner and applicant, the LLC, which is, my notes aren't coming up, so I apologize. The LLC that owns the property, I think it's
It's
It's a-
EGPA Investments?
EGPA Investments. I apologize. Thank
Okay,
you.
last week it was a hockey team, if I remember properly. Am I right?
Yes.
All right.
I'm all over the map now.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. All right. So this is 2815 North Second Street. I understand there was some prior confusion with this matter. I can tell you, there's nothing all that interesting about it. We have unanimous support from the RCO, so I'll be brief. I don't need 14 counsel up here to argue with me about everything.
Oh, you're going to do it yourself?
I'll argue with myself. It's sometimes that's how you get the best arguments, right?
Well, you have 16 minutes if you're interested.
It does not appear that I'm a panelist, so that I can't share my screen.
Make sure he's a panelist, team.
Do you see the invite now, Mr. Whalen?
I have Zoom, but I don't see I don't see a panelist invite.
Yeah, I did promote you to panelist. I don't know what happened there. I can try one more time.
Okay, please do. Yeah, because I don't have the share screen option at the bottom.
Let me know if the invite has come to you.
It has not.
Can someone assist with Mr. Whalen, please?
I'm going to log out, try again. It's happened once before. I think it actually might be because of the time we're at the end of your session.
We can't skip and go to the next one, so.
There we go. I got the invite.
All right.
So hopefully now you can see my screen.
We can, we see your screen.
So as I was starting to say before, this is 2815 North Second Street. The reason why this is coming up, maybe as a reconsideration, is that there was some confusion with my client who's not English as her first language.
Sure.
She believed that she was speaking with the RCO, when
Right.
she was emailing with RCO ZBA at phila.gov.
Right.
So the case got dismissed. I got brought on to revive it. Now we're right here as it must be
Thank you.
heard. So again, the issue is very tame today.
And she'll be able to understand when we
Yes.
bring her in.
Yeah, she can
Okay,
understand.
Sure.
So what you're seeing right now is the Atlas City map. This is an aerial. We have, we front on North Second Street and go all the way back to Palethorpe Street. There is no request for additional development or increase in height with this project. So what you can see now, 2815 again is this highlighted portion. We go all the way back front to rear. The only other property similar to us previously was 2813 that went, you can see, goes all the way back. This is the deed map. This board granted about a year ago, I think, a subdivision to subdivide. There's a double wide garage back here that now is its own property. We have an existing building at the front and a single car garage at the rear. So again, the zoning map actually is very pertinent here. We are zoned RSA 5. I could not figure out why this happened, but only 2815 and 2813 are on the entire block of North 2nd Street are zoned RSA 5. Everything else is zoned RM1, the entire length of it. Again, 2813 already came in for a variance, and 2815, the highlighted one where we are, again, if we were zoned RM1, we would be by right and not be in front of you. So again, we have one refusal, which is for household living of 4 units in an RSA 5 district. Again, if this were our RM1, we have enough. We are actually 1,461 square feet. So we actually have enough to have 4 units by right if we were RM1, like everything else on that fronts on 2nd Street. The issue arises because my client purchased the property 2 years ago and was provided at closing a 4-unit zoning permit. So she bought it understanding the property was 4 units. We have determined the property has been vacant for at least 15 years, maybe 20 plus years. I'll show some interior photos, but it's pretty rough inside. So we can't determine to capture Board Member Wynn's first question when she's going to come at me. We can't decide right now how many units or what it was last built as in the interior. You can see in a couple of the photos we have, there's like a random toilet sitting in a room that looked like it probably was the living room or something of the sort. So we just don't know exactly what it was. So again, my client purchased this property with a 2015 by right zoning permit that was stamped in 2022 by the Department of L&I, stating that it was in fact a true and correct zoning permit. What happened was my client went to proceed and reached out to L&I that she was going to proceed about a year ago with actually, improving this property into 4 units. And L&I told her that her zoning permit was not valid. It had been expired and was not there. So essentially what we're doing is trying to legalize the prior 4-unit zoning permit so that she can proceed with what she thought she was buying. Again, not sure why the aerial maps do this. The red dot is actually not on 2815. It's on 2817. We are the one just below that. You can see we have an existing 3-story building at the front. We have an existing 1-car deep garage at the back, and there is open space in the middle. Again, this is the property right there. We have behind us an open surface parking lot. And you'll see, so again, this is the status of the property. Here's the original property. It's right here. It actually has 2 separate doors going up to it. It only has 1 functional set of staircase at the moment. This property and everything to the south are 3 stories. The property adjacent to us at 2817 and everything to the north appears to be essentially 2 stories. Again, everything is RM1 on this side of the block. This is the east side of the block. The west side of the block is all industrially zoned and has, so you can start to see there's commercial warehouse here that appears to be vacant and has been for some time. A lot of vacant land. This is to the north. This is to the south of us. And what we have directly across from us, again, this is some kind of auto use. It was active, but I couldn't find permitting for it to determine exactly what it is. So this is, I'm standing at the front stairwell of our property. This is now Palethorpe Street. Palethorpe Street is a single-family residential 2-story block. It's almost entirely built out. I think there's only one vacant parcel on that block. So it makes sense that everything that fronts on Palethorpe would be RSA 5 single-family. This next to us is the 2-car garage that was just subdivided off as a separate parcel by the board about a year ago. This roll-top garage door is the back of our property. And again, that's just a better image of where it is. This is the back of our property. We're attached on both sides. Again, there's no new height or massing envisioned with this project. So these are the interior photos as you start to go in that doorway. Here again is the one that I was saying. There's a toilet right by a window, which appears to be probably a prior living room. Everything is stripped and in very bad condition. Again, we couldn't find the last indication of what the use actually was, although every property adjacent to us is divided into multifamily units. So that's why on 2nd Street, just to be clear, on 2nd Street, everything is multifamily units. Depending on the size, the larger projects are 3 and 4. The 3-story, I should say, buildings are 3 and 4 units. The 2-story buildings all appear to be 2 units, although I can't guarantee because I couldn't find records proving all. So again, we're going through, and just while I'm describing this, just to state, we do not have plans developed for this yet. We're just trying to, this is this woman's first project, first investment property in the city that she was purchasing. Obviously kind of went sideways on her. The envisioned position is going to be that there's going to be no basement living. That's where the mechanicals are going to be. The basement will be accessible by everyone, so it will have some kind of storage, maybe she hasn't determined yet if every property will have, or every apartment rather, will have in-unit washer dryer, or if the washer and dryer will be communal in the basement. But that's going to be the unfinished basement. There will be a 2-bedroom on the 1st floor, 2 studios on the 2nd floor, and a 1-bedroom on the 3rd floor is how she has it currently laid out. 4.
Say that again?
Sure. The 1st floor is going to be 1 2-bedroom.
Oh, okay, all right, I got it.
I might have
Yeah, I thought it was.
flipped those. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's going to be 1 unit on the 1st floor, 1 unit on the 3rd floor, and 2 units on the 2nd floor. Is how she has it laid out. Obviously, this is all subject to an architect coming in and saying, you know, this is the layout that works. This actually is the building plan. So I can't attest that, you know, 4 units will fit, and it might have to be dropped to 3, but she purchased it as a 4 unit. So that's why I'm here to kind of legalize the prior 4-unit building. We met with Hase. We had actually a pretty good turnout, especially for an August meeting, and they voted 10-0 in support. Actually, the only concerns that they had is they have had some building fires in that neighborhood, and so they put a condition in here that we have on all upper floor units, we have a rollout emergency ladder at the door, at the windows. We agreed to that, and we also agreed that what we will do is we will put a door opening in the rear of the existing garage, because right now that's a solid cinder block wall at the back. So you enter from 2nd Street, you have the existing building at 2nd Street, you can go out to a rear yard off of 2nd Street, and then that 1-car garage that I depicted shown off of Palethorpe is actually just a solid building by itself. We did agree with Hase to open a doorway in the back of that garage wall so that people in the event of an emergency could get through the garage out to Palethorpe Street just for fire safety. And obviously when this goes forward, this is going to have to meet all, there's no grandfathering here. This is going to have to meet all current fire
4
code.
units have to have fire?
So yes, the building will be sprinkled. So,
Okay, but
so
they want.
they wanted
ladders and-
additional
okay,
considerations,
okay.
yeah. So again, just to be clear, this will have to meet all 2026 fire code requirements. There's no question about what it gets to do or not do based on prior use. Again, we can't determine the prior use, but it does have multiple doors. It does have apparently a multi-unit layout. So Hasse was fully in favor. They voted 10-0 in support. And then this is, that's the extent of it. That's with all the documentation. So
You have a client?
yes, Lenny Santos. She told me earlier she was on.
They'll be rejoining as a panelist shortly, Council. Mr. Chair.
I would just say it's kind of hard not seeing what you think the apartments look like. And I understand this may be her new at this, but it's kind of hard to sit here and figure out, especially the second floor, how
Right.
those two small apartments look like. So I think most of the people up here might struggle a little bit without having any plans at all.
Understood, and I thought you might I suggest that we wrap up everything today?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Leave it open, and I'll go back to her and say, we need to,
Yeah, well, okay. all right,
provide
all right.
plans.
All right, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? What's her name?
Lenny. Ms.
Oh,
Santos.
hi.
Lenny? Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, I am Lenny Santos, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant owner of 2815 North Second Street.
What's that again?
What does that mean? She's on behalf of the owner?
The owner is an LLC, and she is here
Oh,
as the representative of the LLC.
Right, okay.
yes.
Is she the owner of the LLC?
The owner of the LLC is Candida Ortega Tavares. She does not speak English, and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She can't adopt your testimony,
I-
but you can call her as a witness.
legally,
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
legally, I would disagree with that, but I'm happy to proceed.
Oh, okay. So I mean, what we would have done is have an interpreter, right?
Right.
For the owner, right?
And if she owned this in her individual name,
So
then that's what I would do.
listen to me, why don't we do this? I think you know where we stand, right?
Okay,
That you have to come back, and why don't we do a resumptive hearing? right?
okay.
All right, on 12/8/26, because I can't say to planning, what do you think of this, when there's really nothing to look at, right?
Well,
Yeah.
I understand the position. I'm not arguing
No,
against
I know.
the position,
no.
but I do think, and obviously I've done this a lot with you guys. Normally I would bring plans, and I would have,
Yeah, right.
except for the fact that there was already a by right permit for 4 units.
Yeah, I saw that,
in
but then it
place.
just seemed to disappear, right? So all I'm saying is, why don't you come back? You
Right.
know, have a degree of plans that we understand, and then bring the owner or another member of the LLC. And then what we'll do, and if there's a problem with English, we'll have the interpreter here, like we did twice today.
Right. Given the length of delays here, is there any way we can bring this back before?
Well, so I would say I wanted to go with 12/8/26 now, 9:30. And what I would do is I would check to see if there's an opening anywhere. And Ian just put his head down because he hates when I do this, he's in the back shaking his head at me now. But we would see if there's a possibility to bring her back a little bit early. But then again, you need some time to put something together, right?
I do want to state for the record, I do think that even though the RCO already weighed in on this and sent a letter, that without seeing any proposed plans, that there should need to be another RCO meeting if plans are. No? Okay, Ian. I will still say for the record, I do think that it's hard to make a decision when you can't see what is being proposed.
Board member, when we get plans, I'm happy to share them with the head of the RCO.
Right.
And obviously she can then, they can bring forward any
Okay.
issues that they may have, but
All right.
we wouldn't have.
All right,
another-
so you have the date, and, we'll pick it up where we left off, okay?
Okay.
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, I wanted to put on the record, it looks like you have parking on the property, correct?
Yes,
It's a
we have
garage, right?
one existing parking space in the existing garage.
That is not part of this appeal.
Correct.
Okay, so if you're going to do something you want to legalize that, that's going to have to be a separate application.
Correct, understood.
Okay, I just want to make sure because you kept mentioning you have the parking space, but this is just a change of use.
No, I apologize if I misspoke. I did not intend to say that we have a parking space. We have an existing one-car garage.
Right,
Or
that's what I said,
single wide garage is what I said. We do not have.
And that's the
legalized
garage you want to
parking
open up the back door so people can escape from the house.
Correct. Yeah, so I agree with you. I was not talking about a parking space, and I apologize if I misstated.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Right, and is there anyone in the audience whose 930 case has not been called?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised for any matters.
Thank you, everybody. See everybody at 2 p.m.
And Mr. Chair, excuse me for one last note, just if anyone is here for case number MI 2026-001-790-302 Market Street, that case will be heard at the start
At 2 o'clock.
to around 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Does anyone dislike when Ian Haggerty's right on the
Okay, Chair, we're ready to proceed. There are
Thank you.
14 attendees in the virtual audience.
How many?
14.
Oh, boy, good. So we're going to go back. We have one case left from the 9:30 list. So it's MI 2016-001-790-302 Market Street. Adam Laver is the attorney. Mr. Laver,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good afternoon.
could you please state and spell your name?
Adam Laver, L-A-V as in Victor, E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes. Blank Rome represents RP Doe 16 Incorporated, as well as Shaw Management Company. They are, the first entity is the lessee of the subject property. The principal is also the owner of the subject.
Okay, and there's a letter of support from the Old City RCO and also a letter of support from Councilmember Squilla. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair.
Hi, good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, Ms. Graham, we have.
Okay, and this is a referral, so do you read the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen, proceed with the case.
Thank you. There we go. Members of the board, on the screens before you is a conceptual rendering of the subject property. 302 Market Street is the second property in off of the corner. We are proposing the use registration of a new Dunkin', formerly known as Dunkin' Donuts, location on the ground floor of 302 Market Street. With us in the virtual hearing room is Puri Shah, who's president and principal of local Dunkin' franchisee Shaw Management Company. Also here, sitting directly behind me in the hearing room is Brian McCauley, Director of Operations. We also have Rich Villa, who I believe is participating virtually, the architect of record from Ambit Architecture. We've appeared before this zoning board previously, although I don't think we appeared before all of you. It's been a few years. Shaw Management is a local minority-owned business with nearly a 40-year-long public record of investment in the community, both economically and charitably. Puri has been recognized nationally as Dunkin's Franchisee of the Year. Why am I taking a moment to share this background with you? In the franchise community, an honor like this speaks to good operations, a track record, and that is at the national level. Locally, Puri and this group are lead sponsors of Philadelphia's Thanksgiving Day Parade and many other charitable endeavors. So really at the heart of the fabric. And I fully recognize at the outset, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that there are those in the community who love the local business and may not see a national Dunkin' franchise as local. The coffee is going to be consistent across the country. The donuts are going to be consistent across the country, but this is locally owned and operated. Brian was just telling me that he was out at 6 or 7 of the local businesses today to check in on operations. That's the way Puri and Brian run things. Puri's newest Dunkin' location would be new construction. I had shown you the conceptual rendering at 302 Market Street, which you can see over here where the cursor is off of, not at the corner, but the second in off of 3rd Street. It would complement other Dunkin' locations under Puri's banner, 808 Chestnut, 1100 Walnut, 1204 Chestnut, among others. And I'd like to say, and I say this from personal observation as each of you can, not every Dunkin' is run the same. Not every Wawa is run the same. We know in Philadelphia, for example, that unfortunately we've seen Wawa's leaving town, trying to balance panhandling issues and safety issues. Well, Perry and the team, they've dealt with this head on. They do it through positive engagement with their professionals and ownership in a positive way, not in a negative way, but ownership of clean sidewalks and areas immediately adjacent to their premises. So here we have the aerial photograph, and if you were to walk by, Shirt Corner is in that location to keep them going as long as possible. But Duncan would be proposed in the new site. It's about 1,000 square feet, the lot itself, and it's wedged between two other takeout franchises, Primo's and Hangry Joe's Hot Chicken. So you can see Hangry Joe's on the left and Primo's on the right. Primo's operates, I understand, in 12 states, 120 locations, Hangry Joe's 130 nationwide. So in the context, this certainly meets what's immediately next door. Now, there are also Philadelphia gems close by. If you go a couple to the right or to the west is Alan Yin's amazing Fork restaurant, my wife's favorite restaurant, which is a Philadelphia treasure that's been around. But for both locals and for those visiting our city, we need options for everybody. And Duncan provides to the tourists with the kids who are walking from Franklin Court down the street, and mom and dad want their coffee and the kids want something quick as a snack, an option for that. And then the sophisticated and those with greater means perhaps, or just choosing something different. There's the amazing restaurants like Fork and others. So we believe that this would complement all of that. The entrance to, I skipped ahead. The entrance to the commercial spaces off of Market Street, there are separately, as I'll show you in the permit in a moment, in the new construction, there are 3 residential dwellings above, and those are accessed from the rear separately and independently off of 3rd Street in a really quaint and classic old city way that preserves the commercial on Market but gives the separate entrance in the back. That construction that I just alluded to is fully approved by prior permits that you can see before you. And in fact, that prior permit includes the commercial space at the ground floor. So why are we here? We have a notice of referral, not a variance, as noted previously, a request for takeout under the overlay. The Old City Overlay District regulates restaurant uses on this stretch of Market Street from Front up to North 5th. And restaurant uses, as you've seen, members of the board, are in fact the most common use along that corridor. The restaurant use is otherwise permitted by the CMX 3 zoning district where the property is situated. Nearly every parcel on the south side of Market is a restaurant use, many including takeout. Here are proposed floor plans, and they depict at the left the basement, and at the right the first floor space. The basement is just back of house storage, and really Duncan's full operations would be at the first floor. Upon entry into the commercial space, customers would readily place orders via ADA accessible self-serve kiosks. Beyond the kiosks, customers will circulate to the staffed order counter for pickup and interaction with local Philadelphia employees. And there is on-site trash storage. Waste will be rolled out, as Perry has at all of his locations, through totes, through the plastic bins, service, which I just confirmed with Brian this afternoon, at least 3 times per week by the existing commercial waste hauler that the team uses, Republic. It could be more than that, but we don't anticipate it, and they know the operations quite well. Incidentally, members of the board, trash for the residences also comes out through the back. And as I told you before, the residential tenants enter through the back. So there's a synergy of interest for clean, good housekeeping as well, while keeping Market Street, which is a national treasure, and we welcome visitors from around the world, while keeping that clear of this type of traffic. I just wanted to show you quickly some images of other Philadelphia locations under Perry's banner, simply for illustrative purposes. Each one includes different site layout, of course, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this. The project was reviewed by the coordinating RCO, Old City District, which issued the attached letter that is up before you. The letter indicates the unanimous board support and also other thoughts from those who attended, but it was a relatively small group, as you can see. Several operational details about the project stood out to neighbors, including that the proposed restaurant will serve neighbors as a fully takeout amenity to both near and upstairs neighbors. The restaurant will also hire locally approximately 20 employees at the location, with 5 to 10 employees per shift. The hours of operation would be 7 days per week. This would not be an empty space. 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. proposed, providing an active use at the location. Trash, as previously described, would be through rolled totes, regularly serviced at least 3 times per week. Deliveries are limited to once per week during midday hours, also by a company that specifically serves Dunkin'. I'd like to note that the Central District Plan recommends creating, quote, a vibrant mix of uses, end quote, that provides, quote, an energetic and creative environment for residents, workers, and visitors. In closing, the criteria set forth in section 14303 7E1 and 7E2, we believe have been demonstrated, meeting the definition for a use permitted by special exception. The grant of a special exception will not cause detrimental impacts to the neighborhood beyond that which might normally be expected from the proposed use. Congestion in public streets or transportation systems should not increase based on a Dunkin' at this location. Overcrowding of land is not at issue. This will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property, nor will it burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. We do not see this as impairing or permanently injuring the use of adjacent conforming properties, even though, side note, we have non-conforming, right? Nor will this endanger the public health or safety by fire or other means. I should note that there's not traditional cooking on premises. The nature of the Dunkin' model is to heat, no deep fryers, no heavy exhaust, which adds to the synergy of interest with the residential above, but also high-end establishments like Fork being just a couple properties by, and tourists and others just having a pleasant environment. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I'm pleased to speak additionally should the board have any questions. The full team is available, as I said.
Why don't you bring your client on to adopt your testimony?
Okay. I'm going to see if Mr. Shaw is available virtually.
Sure.
Perry Shaw, would you please raise your virtual hand to be recognized by Chairman Bergman? Brian, in the interim, would you just step up here because you can do so if Perry is having technical difficulty?
Brian, why don't you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Macaulay, M-C-C-A-U-L-E-Y.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Macaulay, you've been present for the entirety of this hearing before the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment, correct?
Yes,
And would you adopt and affirm the testimony that I've offered as your own?
yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Questions from the board?
Stay there.
What's the intended use for the basement space?
The intended use is just storage and really supplemental storage. So you'll have mechanicals down there, but Duncan really believes that most of its storage and usage will be at the first floor, the 1,100 square feet.
And then what's your plan for addressing takeout, not individual customers, but like takeout services like Grubhub, Uber Eats, the like?
Sure. The Shaw franchise really takes direct employee education and training, as I had mentioned, in the context of panhandling issues that Philadelphia has to deal with quite seriously. So it's a challenge, right, in any instance, but working with defined loading zones that are on Market Street and employee education is the best way to confront that and manage it, I should say.
Other questions?
Yes, so you said there's no cooking? Is that what I heard?
There's heating. There's no frying. The food comes in a state where it can be heated and finished in a very straightforward way.
So no need for venting, is that?
There will
what
be,
you're saying?
there really is not a need for it, but there will be venting to the rear just for best practices. But I want to put it on the record, there is no deep frying, no heavy cooking. And that's the same model that we've shared in prior matters before the board for Duncan.
So I guess maybe I didn't ask then. So then how do you make these donuts?
The donuts come in from offsite, but maybe Brian can address that
Okay.
better.
All right,
Yeah.
because you're not doing it at the site.
You're not
deep frying,
rolling.
You're not doing, okay.
No, we have a bakery in another, oh, I'm sorry. We have a bakery in another area outside of the city that prepares the donuts so that none of that frying and discarding of grease or any of that needs to be done in the restaurants anymore.
While keeping them fresh as possible.
Okay, so that's where the delivery comes in.
Yes.
All right, okay, thank you.
But Ms. Gaston, to be fully clear, it's at a state where it can be brought in, kept refrigerated, and finished in a way that has that that has that last freshness piece to it. So it's not sitting around. And as I stated before, you don't need to have the delivery every day to achieve that freshness function. Okay.
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr.
Questions
Chairman.
or comments from the virtual or the present audience here?
Yes, Chair, this is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for this session. I have a hand up from an Alan Yin. I will allow them to speak.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes. Ellen Yin, Ellen. Last name is Yin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Do you live or operate in the area?
I own and operate Fork Restaurant at 306 Market Street, and I am a homeowner of 258 South 3rd Street and have lived in the area for close to 40 years.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I actually am neighbors with Shaw Management on Chestnut Street because I operate High Street, which is at 834 Chestnut Street, as well as the Bread Room, also on the same block as the Dunkin' Donuts on Chestnut Street. So I don't have any complaints per se about the applicant. However, having been on Market Street, we are now going to be celebrating our 30th year on Market Street. And our restaurant has been one of the first restaurants that opened in Old City. It is a higher end restaurant. However, what I'm most concerned about is the mix, because what we have right now on the south side of Market Street is 3 takeout operations, and I even have a takeout license. So I can't say that I couldn't allow a takeout license. But the problem for me is that what you're seeing along Market Street, which is now going to be the walkway to the new waterfront park, and I'm on the board of Delaware River Waterfront Corporation. And I have also served on the Old City District for many years prior to this, is that you see a lot of casual and nightlife type businesses. And on Market Street between 3rd and 4th, the type of takeout business that Dunkin' Donuts represents is very similar in nature. And I'm worried because, as the waterfront develops and as we want to see, the historic district have this pathway, we just invested tons of money on the bicycle path, improving the sidewalk experience for visitors. I am concerned that too much of the same is an issue. We have Hangry Chicken, which does require security in the evening. We have a 7-Eleven on the south side of the 200 block of Market Street. There's just many businesses that are all purely takeout and not dine in. And I feel that that is a negative direction for Old City. And we saw South Street go in that direction, and now struggling to, revive itself and doing a great job with more independent businesses. So, I just want to voice my concern.
Okay. Counselor, you have any questions?
I really don't.
Okay.
I have tremendous respect for Ms. Yin, and would just like to state on behalf of my client that this is the issues Ms. Yin mentions are ones that we're very aware of and that we take seriously and we think distinguishes our operations.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the virtual audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
And we didn't ask that. Hours of operation?
You didn't ask it, but I said it too quickly, Ms. Gaston. I apologize. The proposed hours of operation are 7 days per week, 5 a.m. for the early morning coffee folks to 10 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from the Planning Commission?
Madison.
Could you?
You have to get close? Okay. Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff, Madison Matera.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impact beyond what would be reasonably expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for takeout restaurant.
So MI 2026-001-790-302 Market Street. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to ground floor and basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Okay. We're gonna. We're going to move on to the 2 o'clock list. It's 2:25, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Board members, Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Taya Nguyen.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter Huber. and our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or on Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on the Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429 and provide your name, email, and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when we indicate for you to speak. When we do call on you, please click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions, not for the case itself. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get close to the mic so that all attendees and the court stenographer can hear you. No talking, speaking, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow the staff instructions. The main exit is the double doors at the rear, and to the left is the nearest stairwell. If we evacuate, please go to Love Park. Remain there so that we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number one, MI 2025-006-634-3336 North 17th Street. This is the second listing. We do not have exhibits. Sean Ward is the attorney, is that right? And Rusk and Lusk Kadra are the applicants.
Good afternoon, Chair. Once again, my name is Jason Hand. I will be your host for the session. I see neither individual in the virtual audience today.
Okay, so this is the second listing. So MI 2025-006-634-3336 North 17th Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
And number two, 1018 Bustleton Avenue, MI 2025-007-354. That case has been withdrawn. Number three, 7000 Castor Avenue, MI 2025-007-533. This case has been continued until 10/14 at 2 p.m. Number five, 6129 Washington Avenue, which is MI 2026-002-082. Case has been withdrawn. And number 10, 428 to 58 North 2nd Street, which is MI 2026-002-133. The case has been withdrawn. Number 6, Number 6 is MI 2026-002-112-4058 West Girard Avenue. That case is continued until 10/14 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands.
Okay, we're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2026-000-810, 200 North 58th Street. I vote yes for a temporary variance that expires August 19th, 2029.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, excuse me, that should be a temporary special exception.
Oh, thank you. Temporary special exception.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Cheryl Gaster, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
We're going to go to number 15. Number 15. Pardon me?
Two.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. A lot of people here. MI 2024 006 700 3801 Old York Road. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaster, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is no.
Okay. Number 15, MI 2026 004 382 2507 Almond Street. Adam Labor is the attorney. Mr. Labor, could you just state your name for the record because you've already been sworn?
Adam Laver.
Mr. Labor, could you give us a brief overview of this particular request you have?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Blank Rome represents, would you like me to screen share at all or not?
You could. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
that's fine.
Thank you. Blank Rome represents L&M Real Estate Developments, LLC, and its parent entity, the River Wards Group. My understanding is that virtually Larry McKnight, managing partner of the River Wards Group, is available. And we also have Rustin Oler of Harmon Deutsch Oler Architecture available should the board have any questions. We filed a very minor request for adjustments to the previously approved application in this matter, fully complying with zoning code requirements and not seeking any additional relief. As you can see on the screen before you, we're seeking a reduction in parking from 65 stalls to 63 stalls. That may be the most significant of what we're doing here, but it does not impact, again, zoning code provisions. A removal of a PICO access wall, which is a utility access. This is in coordination with PICO, I should note. There's no objection to that. Removal of a common roof deck, which was originally proposed. Removal of one roof stair tower, and removal of a previously proposed roof level elevator lobby. The Department of Licenses and Inspections reviewed carefully the plans, requested some additional information, and you can see at the bottom in handwriting that the examiner approved these changes subject to this board's final review and noted proposed reductions only. The board's notice of decision dates back to September of 2022. Unfortunately, due to pandemic and financing issues, this project took much longer than we would have liked. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I stand here today telling you we are ready to move forward quickly and safely and help to bring more housing to this area and to the city. It is currently a vacant parcel. I'm not going to go through that background unless the board requests. So the board had previously approved through revised proviso plans a development, and L&I issued this zoning permit that's up on the screen before you. We had worked closely with the community and entered into a community benefits agreement. We felt that we were in a really good place as far as that overall development proposal went. We just got the bad luck of pandemic and other issues that stalled things. So you can see in the lower left-hand corner of these revised proviso plans, board councils sign off on what had previously been proposed, 2 pages. And here are the revised plans, which really don't show much. This is not exciting stuff that I'm about to show you. In the bubble, you may be able to see, I know the type is small, the elevator overrun, removal of recessed balconies. Here on this next page in the upper left-hand corner, the removal of the rooftop deck, pros and cons to all of these things, but this is what makes sense to advance this project forward. And again, anything that's changed is bubbled, and I previously outlined for you. We view these proposed changes as very minor, and I'm sorry to take up the board's time, but we hope that the board will allow us to move forward. And if so, quite frankly, we are prepared to try to do so as soon as possible.
All right. Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this.
Questions or comments from the virtual or the present audience here?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Hearing's over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Number 4. MI 2026 002 061 913 North 16th Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. I'll be right back. Just one. Rachel on?
Yep, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. As you know, you were already sworn in. Just for the record, please state your name.
Yes, Rachel Pritzker.
And could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is John Pacala of High and Tight LLC, who is the owner of the property.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
yes,
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
thank you. You see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, great. So this is the refusal for 913, I'm just gonna zoom in, North 16th Street. Oh, where did that just go? Okay. This is the application for proposed use of visitor accommodations within an existing structure, and for the creation, it's really the legalization of 3 accessory off-street parking spaces. There's 2 interior spaces and 1 surface space as per plans. This project generated several refusals. The property was purchased from an existing owner who had already had since 2017 the garages and the parking spaces on the property, and the use was already visitor accommodations from that time. My client purchased it and did not change the license over. You have to renew the existing license within 10 days. If you don't, then you have to get a whole new license for visitor accommodations, which requires a new zoning permit. All the other conditions are just to be legalized. We met with the RCO and went through a lot of the zoning archives. It was evident that a lot of the existing conditions on the site had never been legalized by the prior owner. So this application seeks to legalize everything that exists on that property, none of which was caused by the current owner. Just gonna go down to Show the site. So the property was listed with legal use as a Airbnb. It has 4,600 square feet and 9 bedrooms. You'll see it was already built out as multiple units. The surrounding block has almost all multifamily rentals and some PHA housing on the block as well. So the multifamily use is not out of character for the block or for this neighborhood in general. Just the deed. Here's a site. Again, it's zoned RM1. As you can see, completely surrounded by multifamily or high density commercial mixed use. And it's this corner property here, zoned RM1. An aerial view of the property. And again, a view from the corner. It's this corner property right here. Another view. Another view. This view shows the existing garages, which are on the side of the property. Again, they were pre-existing, and so the application seeks to legalize those curb cuts and these garages that were here. Just additional 4-unit buildings like this property on the same block. Most of the block directly adjacent and across the street is all multifamily housing. Again, the blocks are zoned RM1. More views of the garages. Just wanted to show the units. They're in good shape and nice large size units. Third unit. Fourth unit. Just want to get down to, this is the exterior spaces. So this is where the hardship comes in and the reason that we're asking for visitor accommodation. So my client purchased the property, and it had an active rental license for the hotel, which is visitor accommodations. It was issued back in 2020 and was only inactivated July 1 of 2025. I think that was 30 days after my client purchased the property. The rule states that if you bought a property like this that already has a license, you have 10 days to transfer the license. So he was, after purchasing the property, did not transfer license within 10 days. In that case, what you have to do is go back through, get a new license, but you have to get a zoning permit for visitor accommodations in order to do that. When he purchased the property, all the financing, all the financial valuation, the whole purpose of purchasing it was as an Airbnb. It doesn't really, and so again, was not aware of that 10-year rule. He's not a significant landlord in the city, doesn't have a ton of these properties, and so thought that at the 30 days when he was done purchasing property that he could transfer this over, but the city has a rule that requires you to now go back through the entire process. But again, the whole purchase of the property and all the financial loans and everything was based on being able to do visitor accommodations. And again, it's 4 units in an existing structure. He does have a 4-unit rental license at the time. The listings were removed off of Airbnb slowly, which is how he was even alerted that we had to go through this process. It was not disclosed to him at the time when he purchased it. These are the zoning notice of appeal and the refusal on the property. Again, and on the garages as well. In RM1, you're not permitted visitor accommodations without a variance from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. And then I'll have Rustin go through, our architect go through some of this, but again, we're legalizing the existing dimensional considerations of the parking that's already been there. And so they don't comply with the current code of what's permitted. But it was important when we met with the RCO that we got everything legalized. We met with the RCO, it was United Francisville Civic Association. We have a letter of support from them. Sent out notice to all the affected neighbors, and they provided us a letter of support for our application. So everybody at the meeting, well, the majority of people at the meeting, all attendees to RCO Board 2, non-opposition, so, and then two people in general of opposition. Also have a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Young's office. We also have letters of support from near neighbors. And then just want to have Rustin Oler from Harmon Deutsch quickly come on and just go through the plans. Is Rustin in the audience?
Yes, Council, they should be coming back in shortly.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Rustin Oler, last name Ohler.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
I'm just gonna share my screen again, and if you can just go through the plans.
Yeah, Rachel went through the photos of the inside, which meets the existing building code. After zoning's approved, we will, of course, send it to L&I for the use and occupancy along with the rental license. The diagram in front of you pertains to the parking and legalization of the existing parking stall. According to the zoning code, the parking stalls are undersized, but they would meet the definition of compact stalls. We had the line of sight in the M950 form completed by our traffic engineer, and the plans in front of you reviewed and approved by the Streets Department as part of this application. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Did he have someone adopt your testimony?
Yeah, the client, John, the owner, should be on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Council, what is the name again?
John Pacala.
All right, I see them.
Thank you.
Jonathan Picella, please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in. They'll be rejoining shortly.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Jonathan Pekela. That's Jonathan. Last name Pekela, Pekala.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
John, have you heard my testimony? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
No hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. The off-street parking spaces are in existing condition. For visitor accommodations, the appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent conformance with the code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodations, but grant the requested variance for parking.
If I
MI
could-
20,
Sorry,
Go
I just want to put on record about the hardship. The property was advertised and sold based on it being visitor accommodation. It also provides, an additional resource for traveling nurses and other folks that's not out of character, for the existing neighborhood.
MI 2026-002-061-913 North 16th Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance expires 8/20/30.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
So Rachel, you have two more cases today, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So we're going to put them together. We'll go to number 8 right now. Let's see here. MI 2026-002-125-1208 South 27th Street. Rachel Pritzker, just state your name for the record.
Rachel Pritzker.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Scott Love and Jonah Fiegelman on behalf of Grace Ferry 27th Street LLC. They're the owners of the property.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibit 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Yeah, and so this is 1208, right? South 27th?
This is 1208. Yep. And
Okay.
the other one we'll do is 1218. Sound right?
Yep. The only caveat I want to make, which I did talk to Ms. Emerson about related to the refusal, was the examiner referenced the incorrect zoning code table with regard to height refusal. So the refusal references table 14701-2 instead of 14701-3. But Ms. Emerson's aware of it, and we did discuss we should be okay to proceed. Just correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay,
Hillary.
Lynn's here.
Oh,
We're
sorry.
okay to proceed.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Okay, I'm still sharing my screen. Okay. So these cases are pretty similar. They're literally corners of the same block. So this is 1208 South 27th Street. This is an old refusal. So originally the project proposed 3 units. It's an existing commercial CMX2 zoning on the corner of 27th Street, the 1200 block of 27th Street. We actually revised this to not do 3 units, but to do 1 single family home on this lot in particular, even though it's zoned CMX2. The character of the block is residential. There's really no commercial that makes sense on this 1200 block of South 27th Street. We have other major commercial corridors like Grays Ferry and Washington Avenue. Because of the small size of this lot, through the discussions with the community group, we decided to do a single family home as opposed to the 3 units, even though again, it was CMX2 and all we were previously asking for was a waiver of the commercial space. But again, the community wanted some home ownership and a little bit less density. So we decided to go with a single family home. There's 2 dimensional, 1 use refusal, 1 dimensional refusal. You can't do a single family home in CMX2. That's number 1. But additionally, because you have to provide 100% the first 30 feet of the property line as commercial, which we're not providing in a single family home. And also the roof deck access structure has to be set back an additional 5 feet from the setback. You'll see as when Logan Dry goes through the plans, just given the relationship with the directly adjacent building that's there and the tightness of where the single family home is located. This was the only place to reasonably have the pilot house that we're putting. So we're proposing 46 feet. It's not a total with 46 feet, but given where the pilot house is, and Logan will correct me if I'm wrong, we're not providing that setback and it looks higher in height, although I believe the main roof line is 38 feet, if not shorter than that. Again, this is the correction of the refusal from the plans examiner. Again, this is just leave to amend. We had originally proposed 3 units and then reduced it to 1 single family home. Just gonna go down to show the site. So this is 1208 right here. It's this corner lot here. Again, everything's CMX2 at this corner, and then RM1 on that block. This is just an aerial view. So as you can see, 1208 is quite small. It's a little bit of a encroachment from the directly adjacent property, and so given its sort of small nature and also the fact that it's a residential block, the commercial CMX2 zoning just is not feasible at this location to provide a commercial use on the ground floor. Again, given sort of the small size of it and even the desire for some home ownership, we're proposing a single family home. This is a front view of the parcel. As you can see, sort of this overhang here with the fence makes this sort of even smaller. And so the dimensional relief requested from the pilot house and the setback just on the roof line makes it so that there's a viable outdoor space for the property. Everything else conforms with the code. And again, we're not providing commercial on the ground floor here. Just a view from the other corner. There's a lot of similarly constructed multifamily homes and single family homes as well. Zoning posters. This is the portions of the code. This requires the ground floor commercial. This is the setback rules and height. This is just a prior permit with CMX2. We met with the community group twice. The last meeting was last night. And
We have a letter from them.
yeah, and we should have a letter of support from them for both of the projects. But again, we addressed the primary concern was asking for less density and asking for a single family home, which we've done. So this is their letter of support. And some additional letters of support from near neighbors. If Logan Dry can just be brought on to
Logan?
quickly go through the plans.
Logan?
Please pardon me, sir. They are coming back in now as a panelist.
Sure.
Hello?
Hi, Logan. Could you please, have you been sworn in yet today?
No,
All right, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
sure. Logan Dry, Logandry.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Logan, can you go through the plans on the screen, specifically addressing the roof deck and the height refusals?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you zoom in just so everybody can kind of see, everything's dimensionally compliant with the zoning code. If you look at the pilot house right in the middle there where I've got the revision clouds, technically we need a 10-foot setback from all street frontages. So you can see we exceed that 10-foot setback from the front street by, 5 or 6 feet. But if you look on the side there, we're just 3 inches short of being in compliance with the 10-foot setback required from the side street. And as Rachel mentioned, that's just attributed to the width of the property. The stairs, 36 inches wide, the wall thicknesses, we can't squeeze the width of that pilot house, the 3 or 4 inches that we need to be in compliance with the code. So that, shortage of width for the property is what's triggering that pilot house to be considered part of the overall building height from a, on paper standpoint. But, otherwise, this is like a typical new construction where the height from grade to the top of the roof's less than 38 feet. Pilot house itself is 10 feet. It's just that technicality of being 4 inches too wide that, negates that additional height refusal. Again, these are the exterior elevations. We chose the traditional brick material that's very similar to a lot of the other new development in the area, along with some metal paneling and some wood paneling composite. You'll see our first floor is pulled out of the ground 4 feet. And then we've got plenty of windows and bays throughout. And you'll see in the floor plan how we use those to, sort of thoughtfully craft the single family given the rather narrow lot. So again, you come off of 27th Street, you've got your main entrance, kitchen, living, dining area on the first floor. The basement, you got a den, bedroom, bath, as well as some mechanical and storage space. That same staircase then takes you up to the second floor, where you've got 2 nicely appointed bedrooms, 2 baths, as well as a full laundry room. And then that same staircase takes you to the third floor, where again you've got your master suite. You have your bedroom in the front there, your walk-in closet in the middle, and then your ensuite bath in the back. And then one more set of steps up takes you to that pilot house, which again, did our best to meet the setbacks from the front, rear, and sides. But again, that 4-inch shortage of width is kind of working against us with the pilot house. But that's about it on this one. If you guys have any specific questions about the layout, as Rachel mentioned, we did initially start, as a multifamily, but, after hearing the community's concerns and sort of reevaluating the design, figured, there's a very generous single family that can be had here that, again, I think fits within the context of other singles and multis in the area and does offer that home ownership that a multifamily would not in this case.
Rachel, you gonna bring the owner on?
Yep. Jonah or Scott?
Mr. Chair, Counsel Scott Love will be rejoining as a panelist.
Thank you.
You guys hear me?
Yes, please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Scott Love, SCOTTLOVE.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Scott, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
This is considered an attached structure, correct?
Yes, it will be attached to the neighboring on one side.
Right. So they're both considered attached structures.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Questions from our attorney? You got a question?
Yes, the overhang from the adjoining, what's going to be the adjoining property, what are we doing about that?
Logan, are you able to address that?
Yeah, so if you look closely, if you want to zoom in on the plan there, Rachel, the first floor plan shows it. The existing building next to us has a breezeway built into their property since there's no alley in the back of any of these. So we actually have that accommodated for. So in other words, we're not building up against that, and that overhang is fully within their property line. So that's going to be maintained on their side for egress. And then, when we get to the upper floors, the top of that existing building would touch the upper floor walls of our building on that side. So all of that to say that the existing breezeway that's on that new construction building is fully within the neighbor's property line and is not going to be, blocked or affected at all by what we're building, because legally we can't go over the property line. So.
Okay, that from the way it looks like it was hanging over your
Yeah.
property.
Mhm.
That was, okay, all right, thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chairman.
comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands raised.
Planning Commission?
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning from the existing CMX2 commercial mixed use to RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent conformance with the code in regards to maximum building height. The proposed lack of active ground floor use is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood and would not be required under the recommended zoning. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for ground floor commercial space, but deny the requested variance for height.
So I'll just put on record that Logan explained what the need for the additional height is, and it's given the width of the stairwell and given the small width of the lot. And we will still be at 38 feet with a 10-foot pilot house, which is per code.
Is Logan want to say something here? Is that what you said?
Logan, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, again, the only reason why we're getting the height refusal on this is in an ordinary scenario, if that pilot house were meeting all of the required setbacks, so 10 foot from all street frontages, 5 foot from the rear yard, 5 foot from the rear facade. We've got the 5 foot rear facade. We have and exceed the 10 foot from the 27th Street frontage, but on the side there, because our lot's just a hair over 13 and change wide, we can't get the 10 foot from that side street, plus the 36-inch wide stair, plus the 6-inch thicknesses of the wall framing for the pilot house. So we're showing right now, I think 9 foot 8 7/8, whereas we require 10 feet. So let's say we're about 4 inches shy of meeting that, but in the spirit of the code and the actual massing of the building, it would be indistinguishable compared to a 10 foot setback from that side street, whereas we're at 9 foot 8 7/8. So because of that, the city then counts that pilot house towards the overall building height rather than breaking it into, main roof and then accessory structure on top of that.
Thank you.
So MI 2026-002-125, 1208 South 27th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Per amended refusal dated July 14th, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen. My vote is yes with proviso.
So Rachel, we're moving on to MI 2026-002-127, 1218 South 27th Street. Just for the record, state your name.
Rachel Pritzker.
And Rachel, is this very similar to the other one?
It's
Well, make the presentation you think you have to make, okay?
Yeah.
We'll put it that
Yeah.
way. And our
Thank-
vice chair,
Sure.
could you identify the owner?
Yeah, it's the
Same
same owner, Scott
Okay.
Love and
Okay.
Jonah Fiegelman.
And our vice chair has a few other questions.
Good afternoon again. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
So this is 1216 through 1218 South 27th Street. This proposes these are consolidated lots that are 1,561.7 square feet according to a consolidation plan. Similar to the other site, this is the corner, this is the other side corner on that same block. This is two lots that have been consolidated to one. And the proposal is for 4 multifamily units. Again, it's CMX2. So we're required to have 100% of the ground floor for commercial, and we're not providing 100% of ground floor commercial. The application is a little bit different just because the project was previously approved for commercial plus 3 units. We are actually, again, similar to the other project, we are going to be asking for a variance for the commercial, but we are proposing multifamily on this site. It's zoned CMX2, and it's directly adjacent to RM1. To put a single family home here doesn't make sense. It's almost a 1,600 square foot lot. As 1440 gives you 4 units, and it's in compliance with a lesser zoning classification RM1. Again, the lot is 1,561.7 square feet. The waiver we're asking for is commercial. If we were to leave the lots separated out, you'd have 2 commercial spaces and 2 units. So it's 4 units. Any way you want to look at it, it's just that commercial on these lots doesn't make any sense. So really this is asking for relief from the commercial requirements and to provide multifamily on that block, which is in line with both CMX2 and RM1. No other dimensional relief is proposed at all. Zoning map of the property, again, it's this large lot here, which was 2 lots CMX2 in a block and area that is completely RM1. So these are the 2 lots, 16 and 18. Again, this was the one we just discussed, but sort of the other side of that block. So filling in these sort of key pieces. This is the lot here. Another view. Character of the neighborhood, multifamily, brick, mix of 2-story, 3-story, but most of the corners are 3-story or 4-story, especially the new structures. Down the smaller side street. Again, some mix of architecture here. It's all the way to the rear. Zoning posters. CMX2 requires 480 of lot area per dwelling unit. Since they're consolidated, I think it is a little bit more square footage. And then again, CMX2 requires 100% of the first 30 feet of the property line to be commercial. This is the prior permit that was obtained in October that permits multifamily with the commercial on the ground floor. 3 dwelling units plus a vacant commercial space. Commercial space is just not viable here. The owners had met with a couple brokers and realtors and just trying to find a commercial tenant that's willing to put something in this location where there's really not enough attractiveness towards it, foot traffic, and where you'd rather be on Washington Avenue or Grays Ferry or other commercial corridors, proved to have ground floor commercial challenging on this residential block. We met with the RCO on this project, same RCO as before. The meeting we had last night was mostly to go through the single family home. That project was more of the issue for them. And we have a letter of support, as mentioned, sent the required mailers, and this is their letter of support, which encompassed both 1208 and 1216 to 18 in support of this project. Again, some letters of support as well from neighbors. Mostly multifamily. That's, as you can see, the apartment numbers. And then just if we can have Logan just again go through these plans.
Logan? Logan?
They'll be coming back as the panel gets going, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Understood.
Hi, Logan, you've already been sworn. Just for the record, state your name.
Sure, Logan Dry.
Counsel?
Logan, can you go through the zoning plans on the screen?
Yep. So, again, the only thing of note here is the original building was designed as a 3-unit with commercial space. Dimensionally, we kept the envelope the same. Everything's compliant in terms of the height, the building coverage. The pilot house is located well within its permitted setbacks, so no sort of dimensional variances here, but this will be submitted to the city that you can just sort of see, shows the building massing, the extent of the roof deck pilot house, a couple window bays that we have, and then the rear yard.
Could you show that as you're talking?
Is that not on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and then these are the elevations, which again, there's a color rendering in this one too that I think might be at the very end. But important things to point out here is just the similar use of materiality, primarily brick. Again, a mix of composite wood and some metal paneling. Same thing, the building's pulled out of the ground 4 feet. Of note, and again, it'll be more clearly depicted, I think, on the color rendering and the floor plans, but we gave dedicated balconies to the upper units as well, sort of a feature on the corner of the building. Again, the height within the 38 feet that's permitted. You can go to the floor plans next, Rachel. So here, just to sort of familiarize.
Can you zoom? Can you zoom? Can you zoom out? Oh, there you go. Better. I was going to ask you to zoom out a little bit more. Yep, perfect.
Yeah,
Yep.
so just to kind of give everybody a sense, the building's comprised of 2 3-bedroom units and 2 1-bedroom units, ranging in size from 970 square feet to 1183 square feet. So to sort of walk you through the first 2 units, the plan in the middle, there's the first floor. So Unit A, you enter right in off of 27th Street there. We've got a 1-bedroom, 1-bath bi-level unit with the basement. Again, main level's got kitchen, living, and dining, as well as a bedroom and bath. And then in the basement, we've got some bathroom, mechanical, and then a den flex space. We've also got some house mechanical down there too. Take you back up to the first floor to get to Unit B, which is in the back of the first floor. That has its own dedicated entrance off of the side street there, off of Ingram. So you'd walk in off of Ingram Street, very similar to the front unit there. You've got your living, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom on the first floor that is then bi-level with the basement, where we've got a den space as well as bathroom and some laundry, mechanical, and storage. The other thing I'd point out, kind of hopping back up to the first floor there, is that we do have dedicated trash enclosures for everyone to use in the back there. So we have, a pretty big space for everybody to store their trash in a fenced enclosure within that rear yard until trash day comes. In terms of getting to the upstairs units, if we go back to 27th Street there on the first floor, the door all the way over to the right bottom corner of the screen there takes you up a common staircase. You land there then on the second floor. Unit C, that's over 1,000 square feet. We've got that designed as a 3-bedroom, 3-bath unit with terrace. So just to sort of orient yourself, the bottom of the plan there, we've got a bedroom and bathroom. We've also got that terrace there on the corner that's open to both street frontages. So a pretty sizable 7x7 outdoor covered terrace area. In the middle of the plan, you've got your living kitchen area, as well as mechanical and laundry. Towards the back of the plan, then you've got 2 additional bedrooms, again, 12x10, 12x11. They each have their own bathroom, their own closets. So that whole second floor is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath flat with terrace. If you go back to that staircase in the middle of the plan and take you up to the 3rd floor, the 3rd floor is basically an identical version of what the 2nd floor was. So you've got, again, another 3-bedroom, 3-bath flat, exact same layout. The only difference here is this unit specifically gets access to the roof deck only. So the staircase then stops from being common and then takes you privately up to, the roof deck that's just for that top floor unit. And then I think the last page is the color rendering. So again, what we wanted to do is kind of open up the corner, massing a little bit on the upper floors by doing the terraces there. And then you can see the use of, the traditional red brick to kind of match a lot of the other red brick in the area. And then again, much like the other project, use of composite wood paneling and metal paneling on the bays and the infill between the windows. Again, any questions you guys have, feel free. But this is what we arrived at. Again, keeping in mind that originally we had 3 units in a commercial space here. It just didn't make sense, from a rental standpoint with the commercial spaces. So that's why we pivoted to the multifamily. But I think, again, just in my opinion, the size of the units here, compared to the building footprint, I don't feel like we're necessarily squeezing. They're all pretty generously sized, in my opinion, at least, 900 square feet and up for all the unit sizes.
I'm going to bring your Klein want to have the testimony adopted, then we'll open it up to questions.
Yep, if Scott Love is still on.
They're coming back in as a panelist now.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, Scott, you've already been sworn, just for the record, state your name.
Scott Love.
Counsel?
Scott, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do.
Questions from the board?
Yes, can you pull up
Just
the
go ahead.
basement plan again?
Yes.
Go
Do
ahead,
you want me to
Mike.
zoom in? Better?
Thank you, Rachel.
Yep.
I have no questions.
Other questions?
So just appreciate the fact that you raised the basement height out of grade at 4 feet. It's much better than a lot that I've seen. Decently laid out building, works on the corner. I guess the only question that I have is why only the third floor unit has access to the roof deck and not the second and third floor unit, since since they have access to that same stair. It's the only
Yeah,
question.
it's sort of twofold. One primarily is the building code would kick that then into technically a fourth story above grade, so the city would require us to put in a second egress stair that would probably end up cutting out a good chunk of the layouts on the floors below. That's the primary reason, but even if that weren't the case, a lot of times with the RCOs, we tend to see them actually wanting just private roof decks, because I think the idea is that if it's multiple units that have access to it, then the likelihood of a party is heightened. But it's primarily the second means of egress, but the other point of it is just usually the RCOs typically like a private, but
And we had talked about with the RCO and the owner, if there was ever a desire to condo the building, then having the layout like this makes more sense from a condo perspective as well. You don't want to have a shared roof deck if the intention is to condo the project. And when we talked with the RCO, about some of the home ownership pieces, that we didn't want to leave it as an impossibility to do condos if down the line that the owners thought that made sense for the market. So that was the other consideration.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Other questions?
Thanks.
Not a question, more of a comment, but I think because this is a corner unit, there was an opportunity to get more light into that basement. I do appreciate the way that you guys attempted to expand the egress wells, but with the mechanical and you could flop the home gym den with the mechanical storage and bath, and that gives you a whole wall where you could potentially get more light down there to make it more livable.
Yeah, I think, Logan, I think that's something that you and Scott can look at, for building code, when we submit
yeah,
those.
one of the
Client.
one of the things that we do have to keep in mind is we only have a 6 foot wide sidewalk. So a lot of times the streets department, when they only give us 25% of that width to encroach upon, they will allow stairs as the exception to that, but the egress wells are sort of hit or miss. And we can certainly try to put a couple more in if we can get it by streets. But I know usually they're pretty strict about the 25% encroachment, at least with the exception being staircases, but it's definitely something to look into, I think.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at that with you, Logan, after this, because I'd love to have more light down there too.
Our attorney.
And they could be windows. They don't have to be egress wells because you've already
That's
got
fair.
your egress
Correct,
wells.
because
They
you
could
already
just
have
be
your
windows.
egress
Good point.
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the audience here?
No hands, Chair.
Planning.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing CMX2 commercial mixed use to RSA 5 residential single family. Under the CMX2 zoning, based on the size of the lot, they would be permitted 3 units by right, and they are requesting 4. There are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent conformance with the zoning code for unit count. The proposed lack of active ground floor use is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood and would not be required under the recommended zoning. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for ground floor commercial use, but deny the requested variance for 4 dwelling units.
Yeah, I
Am
just,
I-
sorry,
Go ahead.
just a comment. So I appreciate that the plan is to maybe remap it to RC5, but it's CMX2 as of right now. And so with the just ground floor being commercial, it's permitted 4 units, although 1 would be commercial, and 3 multifamily above. So just adding an additional, just swapping the residential for the commercial is the least modification of the code possible.
So MI 2026-002-127, 1218 South 27th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Chair, excuse me, this is the court reporter. I
Sure.
apologize. Did I hear Ms. Gaston's vote correctly? Could she repeat it?
She said,
Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. All right, well, we still have 4, right? She wants to run out and just do a little something. So, okay. So, and knowing her, she'll run right back in anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? So, MI 2026-002-123, 2275 Bridge Street. Brandon Safran is the attorney.
Attorney Savran will be rejoining as a
Sure.
panelist shortly.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Good. Nice seeing you, Brandon. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Nice seeing you too, Mr. Chairman. Brandon Savran, Brandon, S as in Sam, A, V as in Victor, RAN as in Nancy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Brandon, could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Building 39 LLC, who is the owner of the condo unit within Frankfurt Arsenal Business Park that is the subject of this application.
You have letters of support from Worcester Haven Civic, Councilmember Driscoll, and the Arsenal Condominium Association. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Members of the board, I am here on behalf of the owner of a certain building known as Building 39 within the Frankfurt Arsenal Business Park. I'll start with Exhibit 1, which is the notice of referral. This application asks for a special exception to approve an event assembly facility that occupies a portion of this fairly large building. The other uses which occupy the other half approximately of the building are warehouse, commissaries, and catering services uses. Translation, essentially the other half of the building is a commercial kitchen. And the board already saw this application in 2020. So what you'll notice here is that only the event assembly facility is not a by right use. That's why the other uses are only mentioned up here, but they're not listed as referrals. The by right uses were originally permitted in 2019, and the event facility was permitted by this board in 2020. But what happened thereafter is that my client pulled a building permit, proceeded to renovate the building under that building permit, completed the work, and then I think because of some chaos caused by COVID-19, the L&I inspector did not close that building permit. We then understand the L&I inspector left the city's employment. So that building permit was left hanging open, even though the work was done. And these businesses have now been up and running for 5 years. But recently, L&I noticed that our building permit was never closed and it issued a violation and it expired our zoning. So we had to kind of start from scratch. So that's why we're here. It's to get use approvals for these uses again. I will present the whole case to you. I'm not just going to hang my hat on the fact that the board saw it in 2020, since many of you were not here in 2020, but I just wanted to give you that context. And feel free to ask me any questions about that now or later. Exhibit 2 is a memo of law which identifies why we believe our application satisfies the code's requirements for a special exception. In the highlighted text here, I basically run through exactly what I just told you. So I won't repeat it, but this is also available in writing if you need to review that history. Exhibit 3, to skip ahead a little bit. Here we go. Exhibit 3 is permits to provide evidence of what I just talked about. So here in 2020 is the zoning permit that authorized our uses. You'll see here assembly and entertainment and commissaries and catering services. This was obtained by my colleague Meredith Furliger back then. Since 2020, assembly and entertainment has been broken down into new subtypes. So we are now an event assembly facility rather than assembly and entertainment, but same use as was sort of planned for back then is exactly what we're doing now. It's basically a banquet hall. It's where people have weddings and events of that nature. No public ticketed events. The creation of the event assembly facility category was partially to distinguish facilities like ours that are not open to the public and do not have, ticketed events. And then just continuing here, here's the notice of referral from back then just to show you that this went through the ZBA. Here is the notice of decision showing that the ZBA said yes. Here is a record of our building permit. I have the floor plans under which our work was performed, so you'll kind of see what this building permit was issued on. But in any event, L&I recently expired this permit, as is highlighted here. So we're going to reobtain a building permit. L&I is going to look at our floor plans again and compare it to the work that was completed. So everything will be, according to code and per inspection. Here's the zoning map at Exhibit 4, just to show you that the entire Frankfurt Arsenal Business Park is considered one parcel by the various city agencies, and it's zoned IRMX. It is sort of walled off from surrounding residential neighborhoods by Tacony Street and I-95. So there's really no impact on residents from what we're doing. And then the business park is sort of chopped up into land condominium units. So my client, Building 39 LLC, which is really a business venture of the Weiser family, owns Building 39, which is one of the two buildings highlighted in yellow here. It also owns Building 38, which I think is the other building highlighted in yellow, but only Building 39 is before you today. And you'll also see here that there's a parking lot that the clients and customers of Building 39 have use of. It's very easy to get to. You pull into the Arsenal right here off of Tacony Street. This is the main gate, and our parking lot really is the first thing you stumble across. So it's very easy to get to. Just some aerials of the subject building here where the yellow arrows are. And then I have some photos of our zoning posters, not for the posters themselves, but just to give you a street level perspective of the building. So here it is as seen from Tacony Street. The next couple of photos are from Bridge Street, which is really nowhere near the building, but we were required to put posters up there too. This is the floor plan. I do have the architect, I believe, on the line if you have any questions. But as I mentioned, this was already reviewed and approved by L&I for a building permit back in 2020. We're going to submit it again. And essentially, the building is sort of divided in two, as I mentioned. So there's the open event space here on the left, the southwestern side. And on the right to the northeast, you have the back of house space, which consists of a commercial kitchen, various storage spaces, and bathrooms. Exhibit 8. Oh, pardon me. That's my cell phone. I'm so sorry. Let me mute that. Have to tell my wife. I'll talk to her after. So Exhibit 8 here has a couple photos of the space in use. So you have sort of this garage door thing going on the left side, which again is the event area. So during nice weather, you can have weddings and other events that sort of flow in and out. The right side there is the back of house space that I mentioned. And this is the interior of the event space getting ready for an event, and the back of house space would be behind that wall. The Wisers maintain different websites for the event space and for the kitchen. And I will explain why the kitchen has its own website in a moment, but I'll start with the event space. Just we'll flip through this really quickly at Exhibit 9, just to show you this is a proper business. It's been up and running for years now. It provides rentals of the different equipment that you might need to throw a wedding here or another event. Just some other photos of the space in use. It talks about the different amenities that you can rent. Exhibit 10 is our various letters of support. The first one, just because the chairman didn't mention this one, is unique to our application because this is a condominium association. So this is from the association itself, evidencing that there's no internal objection to our continuation of these uses that have now been up and running for years. I think this is signed by the president of the association, Mr. Hankin. We have letters of support from the only affected RCO other than the coordinating RCO, which is Wissinoming Civic. We have a letter of support from Councilman Driscoll. We have a letter of support from BCAA, who is the coordinating RCO. Their meeting summary will tell you that only one member of the public came out to the meeting. We did mail a lot of surrounding properties, the required mailing. It just, as I showed you, is not a residential area. So it was not exactly a surprise to us that this didn't generate a ton of public interest. We do have this letter also from a woman who happens to own 2 other buildings in the Arsenal, and very flattering. I'll just read you this one paragraph. She's very supportive of what's been going on our property. She says, quote, "I am as hardcore a historic preservationist as you're going to find, and I have been awed by what has been done with that building to preserve both its fabric and its spirit in service of entirely new functions," end quote. Very nice to sort of get something like this out of the blue. Exhibit 11 is an article by WHYY that I included just to sort of talk about the kitchen portion of the building. Even though that's not before you today, all I wanted to mention about it is this is a kitchen that provides a function when there are no events in the event space. This is used as a co-working space. It's sort of like a WeWork for chefs. So if you owned a food truck or if you provided catering to other venues, outside of the Arsenal, you can be a member of this co-working kitchen to provide you a space to store your goods, to cook, and to collaborate with other chefs. It's a really unique, sort of fabulous place to give people who are in this industry, which can be grinding and isolating, sort of a sense of belonging. I think that this picture is of the Building 38 kitchen, which is also a part of this business. So just want to be clear on that for the record. But in the text here, people are talking about belonging to Culinary Collective, which is the name of the business, and using both the kitchens in building 39, this building, and building 38. And you just have some pictures of some of the members here. I think that is it. When I get on,
Brandon, is this a 20-year-old business?
it's not 20 years old, I believe about 5, Mr. Chairman. And that is the conclusion, by the way.
All right. All right. Why don't you bring your client on?
Sure. Craig Weiser, could you raise your virtual hand?
Craig Weiser will be rejoining as a panelist.
Thank you.
Here I am. Hi, board.
Sir, hi, how are you? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Craig Weiser, CraigWeizer.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Craig, are you authorized to speak on behalf of Building 39 LLC?
I am.
Okay. Did you hear my testimony in your case this afternoon?
I did.
Was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It was true and extremely accurate.
Okay. And would you therefore adopt my testimony on behalf of the LLC as if it had been your own?
I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Yes, hi, Lynn Rydell Huber, Board Counsel. I just wanted to clarify, on your deed, I believe the property that you're asking for the variance on is Unit 39, but you've referred to it as Building 39.
Yes, that would be the same thing. It is officially known as Unit 39 by the city. Building 39 is sort of the doing business as name.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning.
Addison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing IRMX, industrial residential mixed-use zoning at this location. This property was rezoned in 2015 according to recommendations in the North Delaware District Plan. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would be reasonably expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for event assembly facility.
MI 2026-002-123, 2275 Bridge Street. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to Unit 39.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Number
board.
11, MI 2026-002-137, 2814 Master Street. Alan Nachmanson is the attorney. So Nachmanson, I believe you were sworn this morning at one point, am I right? Right, and could you just state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Alan Nachmanson, Alan, last name Nachmanson, Nochumson.
Could you identify your client and relationship to the property?
Yeah, I actually have two clients here. I have Stelios Tissanantides, that's a tongue twister, who is representing Majesty Beauty, and I also have Sandra Clark, who's representing the bakery Sofalina.
All right, I see there you have letter of support from Brewery Town.
That is correct.
And non-opposition from Council Member Young.
Yes, that's correct.
Our Vice Chair has just a few questions.
All right, thank you.
Yep, good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
So the board saw this project in 2019. They approved for this RSA 5 property, corner property at the corners of Master and Newkirk, a commercial on the ground floor and 2 residential units above. As part of their approval, it just said vacant commercial space. I think this changed a little bit. Now you can have vacant commercial space and designate it as, for instance, CMX2. And if we would have done that, we wouldn't be here today. So we're just doing some cleanup here. We have 14 exhibits here. At the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Stelios and or Sandra adopt my testimony as their own. RSA 5 property. So my client's bakery is more of a catering bakery. There's no, it's not a retail component. She started doing it from her home. She's doing well. While there's cooking on the premises, there's no venting. She has a ventless stove there. And as far as the hair salon, again, small operation, neighborhood operation, and the community has much approval for it. Letter of support, you can see it's a letter of support from the Brewerytown Chargewood Community Civic Association, referencing the small custom bakery and the hair salon operations, which will be side by side, hopefully. Property history, I just want to give you the use permit, which included the approvals from the zoning board and stated vacant space on first floor, use registration permit required prior to occupancy, and that's why we're here today. Much support in the community for this, for these businesses to open up. A little bit about Sofalina. Again, Sandra has started out in her own kitchen. Her operations got bigger, but it's still just her. And her hours of operation from 9 to 4 Monday through Friday, and then Saturdays 9 to 1. She's the only employee there. Her menu includes cookies, cakes, cake pops, bouquets, cupcakes. She's Safe Serve certified. The space has already been preliminarily approved by the health department. We have those approvals. And the oven is electric and does not require ventilation, doesn't produce smoke, grease, vapors, or steam. It's an MVP group access AX-513. It's 22 inches wide. This is some of her product that she has. Again, some approvals, preliminary approvals from the city. Maps of the area, it's pretty straightforward in that we are RSA 5, but again, this has been approved as vacant commercial space from the board. Photographs, this is what the outside looks like. It's very nice. I mean, my clients didn't do this, but the owner did do that. This is the entry point for the commercial, catering space. She doesn't expect to have any any customers come in to just buy cookies, for instance. By the way, this is the space for the hair salon. But this is what the building looked like before the renovation. So the owner did a great job, and definitely retrofitted the space for those 2 commercial spaces, and hoping, for these commercial businesses to open up in Brewerytown. These are the hearing notice postings. This is Newkirk to the right of the property, to the left of the property. Master Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property. Interior photos. While the apartments are not included as part of the presentation, I just wanted to show you how much, how nice the building is, how much the owner did to the building. We should applaud that from a variance standpoint, that someone actually effectuated what they promised to do. This is Sofalina's space. It's really small. Her space is, I think, 300 square feet, and the salon's only 350 square feet. But this is the oven you can see here. And the different interior photos. We did some simple floor plans so you can see it from that.
Is that another oven in the back there, Alan?
I think that's a refrigerator, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. But we can ask her.
No, I'm fine.
And then this is the hair salon, again, just having the furniture in there. But, again, if you look at it, this is the corner that you saw, the quintessential looking CMX property, hair salon, a couple of stations here, 3 stations, it looks like, a little waiting area, reception area, half bath. This is the entryway for the bakery. I believe that the oven's right here. There's a bath here, and there's prep stations, sink, and I believe this is the refrigerator. We met with the community on July 16th at 6:30 p.m. These are the addresses we sent it to, proof of mailing to those addresses, our application for zoning variance, and then finally, the deed to the property showing that Farmakin and company own it, and then the certificate of tax clearance. I would ask that Sandra and Stelios virtually raise their hand and they could be sworn in.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question before we start that? Who do you represent?
We represent the potential occupants.
Okay, we don't have any leases. All we have is the deed you provided, who is the owner. So
Okay.
we're going to maybe have to hold this till we get the leases
Okay.
for the 2 individuals. Because I just double checked here, because you said names I didn't recognize, and I just checked. It's the lease that you provided that we for FARMAKON.
Okay.
The deed you have. No leases were provided.
Okay, I think we do have some leases. I think that this process is taking a little bit longer. The leases, I think we passed that point, but I can give you the leases.
Okay, I mean, we can discuss about the
Well,
whole thing
all right,
here, but
sure.
we can go forward, but just so you know.
Yeah, well, we'll get everything done and then we'll figure
Okay,
it out. Okay.
gotcha.
So why don't we bring one of them on?
Okay.
I'll be coming back in us panel shortly, Mr. Chair.
I think there's a Lori who's virtually raising her hand.
Yes.
Hi, could you please, good morning. Good afternoon, I'm sorry. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Sandra Clark. It's SandraClark.
Is that 2 different people came on?
Yeah, one of them's representing the hair salon and the other one's
Okay, all
representing
right,
the bakery.
okay. So, Ms. Clark, I'll go with you first. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Sandra, you heard everything I had to state about your zoning matter today. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And what I stated, was that true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, could you, Lori, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Lori Sinontides.
Could you spell it, please?
Laurie. Last name Tiazin Tom Sinontiddes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Lori, again, you also heard everything I had to state today about this zoning matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what I stated, was it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, what are the hours of operation for each business?
Yeah, so for the bakery, it's 9 to 4, Monday through Friday, and then 9 to 1 on Saturdays. For the hair salon, it's Sunday and Monday by appointment, and then Tuesday through Friday, it's 10 to 5, and then Saturday, it's 9 to 3.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'm sorry, was there a floor plan that I missed?
Oh,
Yeah,
I can read.
He has it.
I'm sorry.
I'll put it. And again, it's what we prepared. We're by way we're not architects. We just try to like keep it simple and cost effective for the clients.
It's okay. I just,
Yeah. So here, if you remember, we're at the corner of Newkirk and Master Street. So it's a corner property right here, and this is where the hair salon you come in. There's a couple of stations here, reception area, little sitting area for people who are waiting, and a half bath. And then if you come around here, if you remember, there's an entryway back here. This is for the bakery. You come in, a couple prep stations. There's a half bath here. I believe this is where the stove is. Sandra, am I right about that?
The oven is actually against the wall where the stairs are.
Oh, right here. Okay, gotcha. And then I think the chairman asked a question. There was this other secondary appliance. Is that the refrigerator?
The big one in the corner, that's the fridge, yes.
Gotcha. And then there's a little prep area here and then a little sink.
Yeah, correct.
and this is all commercial equipment, correct?
It's ventless. It's just like,
No, no,
Sandra, can you
that-
explain the
No,
appliance?
no, no, no,
What?
that's not my question. My question is, this is all commercial equipment.
That's right.
correct, in terms of.
It
the
is, yes.
Refrigerator and the stove, and how is it ventless?
So can you, Sandra, do you mind explaining?
Sure, sure. Talking with Elle and I, it can be ventless if I don't have a stovetop. It's just an oven. So I'm not dealing with grease, I'm not dealing with fumes, I'm not dealing with needing an outlet for vapors. It's just a two-door oven. So with that, I can stay away from ventilation.
So you're, okay. So you're, oh, all right.
It's just an oven. It's not a stovetop, so I'm not going to be dealing with any fumes, any mixing. It's just a complete oven. So with the oven, you do get approval. Elle and I said you won't need ventilation based on that. Just based on an oven, it is a two-door closure. Ventilation is not needed, so I didn't need to get approval for that.
Okay, interesting. So, I'm sorry. So you're a bakery and you're going to be baking goods and you're using, what kind of equipment is this? What kind of oven is this?
Sure. It's just a simple two-shelf oven. I think you saw the picture of it. So it is a commercial oven. It has been approved by the city that it is indeed a commercial oven. Oh, yep, there it is right there. It's on the top. The microwave is underneath, but on the top, that's all my oven is. It's just it has two levels inside, so one for each pan, and that's it. And then if you look, I have to the left, I have a commercial mixer. To my right is where the oven, the refrigerator is, that big box you saw. And then my fridge, and those are all my appliances. That's it. Yep, there's the refrigerator right there and my sink, and that's it. That's all the appliances that I have.
Yeah, and
So what kind of output are we talking about here? I mean, what kind of variety of goods that you?
So my main
into-
that I have done, I have worked for a catering company previously. So I do have a lot of people. It's personalized sugar cookies. So for events like birthdays, weddings, engagement parties. So if you want, based on your theme, I will make cookies. I will make cakes, cupcakes. There are cake pops. There are push cakes. So stuff personalized for parties and different events that need themes, and they're personalized based on the events and theme that they want.
I have a picture
Okay,
of it.
and in that oven, and you're gonna be able to
Yes.
produce enough output
Yeah.
to
Yeah, so
be profitable, shall we
Mhm.
say?
yeah,
Okay.
so I was going to say, she's not a bakery that you would be able to go into and just go grab cookies or a cake or something like that. If the proposed use is commissary and catering services, so she does special events, and
Why don't you show her the photos of the cake?
Yeah, I was trying to find it. I don't know where. I couldn't remember where it was.
Couple animals there.
Yeah, exactly. You had an Elmo, I
I
think.
mean, I
Not
saw that,
Elmo.
but I mean-
Cookie Monster.
In that little, in that little,
She started out in her kitchen and she just needed
Wow.
more space. Again, I don't think, I think that, she's hoping to grow, and if she grows, she's gonna have to, find another space, but she just needed, I'm trying to find out where I put it. I know I saw it.
I saw it too.
I
Yeah.
laughed.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean.
That's what I'm saying.
It's only like 3K.
I'm just trying to figure out, oh, wait, here it is. There you go.
There you go, look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think you're gonna have like a long line out the door. That's not her business model. It's not open to the general public. It's more about where you get word of mouth, Sandra. Is it like Instagram, things like that? How do you get business?
I have Instagram, I have Facebook. Hopefully, clients that have used me before or tasted my desserts will hopefully join me on this adventure and spread the word as well.
Okay.
Yeah, these aren't big spaces either. The two spaces each, one's 350 square feet, another's 300 square feet.
Well, the hair salon, that's personal services and
Yeah.
you catch them. But if you were talking about doing, even if this is for some sort of events and things, I mean, that's an awfully small oven for.
Well, she's not having events there. She's just cooking for events.
What I mean is, if she's providing this stuff for an event, that's an awfully small oven, it seems to me. Not that I'm a baker, but it's an awfully small oven to be producing these kind of things. That's my comment.
No, I hear you.
I have a question about deliveries.
Yeah.
Are they going to be primarily on the Newkirk Street side through the rear entrance where the bakery is?
Sandra, how do you? I think the product is not big enough that you're talking about deliveries. How do you
I mean,
bring
the
your?
people have to pick up, I mean.
No, I
Like
thought you meant deliveries in the sense of.
The people,
You're
well, I
building it-
mean,
Yeah.
even Amazon, like, I'm just wondering, like, for the materials and supplies, she needs to do this, as well as the
Right.
customers. Is the primary pickup going to be on Newkirk Street?
Yeah, well,
Or off the Newkirk Street side?
It would be the Newkirk Street side, but in terms of just getting your baking supplies, like, do you anticipate actually having deliveries, or do you plan to just bring it in yourself? First, that's the first question.
For now, it's going to be myself picking up and bringing myself in. This is why I would like it. I know it's a small space, but I'm not a big, this is my first adventure of doing this. So right now it's going to be myself. Hopefully as time grows and it picks up, we could again reassess the delivery. But right now it's going to be me bringing and handling and everything.
And in terms of customers, how do you anticipate them picking up their orders, or will they pick up? Yeah.
It will be a pickup, just like any other bakery. You would, come pick them up. I will be mostly working during the week, getting all the desserts and everything ready. A lot of events happen on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So that's why I'm open a half day on Saturday for them to have time to come pick up the stuff. So during the week, it'll be mostly baking, cooking, getting everything ready for when, people have their events. So they could come and pick them up and they'll be ready for them for Friday, Saturday.
Any other questions?
The only other question I had was the space already split into two commercial spaces? And if not, were permits pulled to divide
That I don't know the answer to.
and if not, would you be opposed to CO?
Well, I think either one wouldn't you need a CO for a business of any sort?
That's true. Yes.
So, right, so I think that we would have no opposition.
Yeah, well, we're not going to vote, right?
Just so you know, on your paperwork, you've indicated that you represent the owner and everything.
Okay, gotcha.
So-
Well, that may just been yeah,
Just let you know.
okay. All right.
Are you gonna,
So
you bring the owner on, or you just, that's enough?
I think it's the
Okay,
two
okay.
occupants.
All right, how long were we talking?
I mean, I think we can just get the leases. I just want to make sure. I know there was one of the leases may have lapsed. That's why I didn't bring either.
Why don't we give it 2 weeks? Is that all right?
I think we get it done. Can we try 1 week? Because they want to open up and
We'll see if we can do it next Wednesday.
Yeah.
If we can.
we'll see, and we might need to clarify who you're actually representing.
Okay,
That too.
okay.
All right, questions? Come on. You want to come up? Yeah, come on, come on. You get to this shit.
Hi, I'm Ellen
Could you,
Athenian.
hi,
Oh,
please
sorry.
state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Ellen, Ellyn, Athenian, Althuniayan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor?
We are directly connected to this building on Master Street,
what-
2816.
So you're, okay, please proceed.
First, I got my pastry arts degree in 2001.
What's that?
I got my pastry arts degree in 2001. So I understand the ovens that she's using. Yes, they are ventless, but yes, they still emit smell and baking and all of that. And that's right on our property. It's right next to us. The hair salon, it's fine. She already, the hair salon and her clients take up parking during the day. It's been fine. Her music is loud, comes right through our house. Some of the chemical smells come through, but we haven't said anything because she's out early. Her clients aren't out of control, but you can hear it conversations verbatim through our wall.
So
And
you're okay with her chemicals and?
Well, no, not
Use-
really, but we weren't trying to make an issue out of it.
Oh, okay.
We just don't, because we moved here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I just want to put this in. My husband and I own a full service moving business. And for 5 years, we broke our backs to be able to come in and buy this house and to be able to be part of this community and rehab it.
Yeah.
The people who own this building, they aren't in our community. And my husband, when we first moved here, was nice enough with Stelios to go over and fix electric breakers that have broken, water and all of that. And then a little bit later on, he had the audacity to send us a text to say, you guys should be good citizens so we can all get along. And now they want to put a
But
kitchen.
not
in our-
these two people.
Yeah,
The owner.
and they're not even here. They're not part of our community.
Okay.
We're the one, I'm sorry. And putting this in, who knows what it could turn into? It depreciates our property value of breaking our backs in our retirement fund. So they're trying to squeeze every penny out of it without being back in our neighborhood and being on our streets and taking care of our people. We don't have rat problems. We don't have mouse issues where we are, and we don't want to smell it. We have our windows open all day. We don't want to smell it. We have a homeless shelter catty corner to them with kids who play out in the streets all the time.
Right.
It's for women and children.
Okay.
And then the parking on Master between Dover and Newkirk, they just put up signs on both sides saying, don't park here to the corner. We lost 2 more places.
Right.
And our streets aren't permitted. All of the streets around us are permitted. So we have cars that are left there for days or weeks.
Right.
So
Okay.
we just would like to we love our neighborhood. We like this the peace and not have more.
Alan, do you have a question?
No, I'll wait until everyone
All right,
testifies and I'll
Juan,
have some
you're-
comments.
sure. Who else wants to testify? Could you please?
Commercial
trash
pickup now.
Could I
I'm sorry,
jump in first? Could you please state your name and spell for us?
Yes, sir. My name is Waleed Athanayan, Waleed, Athanayan, Althunayan.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
Yes, I do.
And you live at the same location?
That's my wife. We live
Right,
in
okay,
2816.
Give me your comments.
I think with the commercial kitchen, it may turn into a bigger issue afterwards because there is no plans for waste collection because it's commercial now, but they don't have any plans for commercial pickup for waste. And adding food in the backyard would eventually bring rodents into the neighborhood. And we just kind of start cleaning up the neighborhood and cleaning up around. And we started with working with the neighborhood from people in Newkirk and Dover to clean up. And after the city just came in and finally cleaned up, we have not had any issues. And we would like not to have that brought on after with the food and with the waste coming out of it. And unfortunately, it's very small. Like the plan, unfortunately, does not really give the visual of how big the room is. It's very small, and unfortunately, the drywall and the rooms, the walls between us is very thin, so the smell would just absorb very fast.
Okay, thank you very much.
I
Sir, do you
appreciate
want to testify? Please come up. Sir, could you please, when you sit down, state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hi, everybody. I'm Carlin Small. Name spelled Karlyn. Last name S.M. as in Mary, A.L.L.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Yes. So I live at 2818 Westmaster Street. And I think after hearing a little bit more information about what's being built, I just have questions. I'm still undecided, but still wanted to give my opinion because I am a next door neighbor.
Sure.
Can I ask direct questions about the project?
I have no.
Is that
problem.
okay?
Yeah, he has no problem. You can ask questions.
My main question is this a business that has been going on already and you just want to add venting? Or are we moving the business into the space? Because it's unclear to me.
Well, for the bakery, and I'll defer to Sandra here. My understanding, she wants to move into this space.
Okay.
Is that correct? Correct, Sandra?
Yes. Yeah. I haven't started baking. I'm new to that development. I'm new to that area. So, I haven't done anything there yet.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, for me, I came in kind of a little bit more on the side of I don't want a bakery next door because the area is relatively residential. I'm a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I think if there's a way to address what my neighbors Ellen and Waleed said, that would be super helpful in like moving this along. But I think my really big concern is that Ellen and Waleed and I are actually between both this property and then my neighbor on the other side of me, right? Because it's 2814,
Right.
2816,
Yep.
2818, 2820. My biggest concern, and if I would feel a lot better if we could all address these things, and it might be something that's like more of an offline conversation. And like again, I'm happy to have that convo. Now that I see you and know you guys, like I'm much more. I'm ready. I'm cool to have that convo. But my biggest concern is this: the neighbor in 2820 has a turf backyard that they use to relieve their pets, right? So their pets go to the bathroom on that turf, and it consistently smells like urine and defecation out there. It consistently smells like urine and defecation out there, and to the point where, I mean, Ellen and Waleed, they said that they have their windows open, but we are always talking about, hey, look, it smells really bad. We don't even want, like for me and my family, we don't even want to go outside. My primary concern, so if you're going to have a business, and the business is already proved, right? And I think you need venting. My primary concern is if we start mixing in commercial trash, right, without actually addressing that problem, then I think we do have like a very real possible issue of pest control and quality of life, right? Because if we're mixing, and I don't know how often, and this is kind of more the conversation I want to kind of know more information about. How often do you guys plan on baking? How many clients do you have? Like all that kind of stuff. My biggest concern is if it's happening a lot, and God forbid that we have a trash
Can I ask
issue.
you a question?
Sure.
Did any of you go to the meeting?
No, we didn't know. It's our fault. Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay.
Well, is there information I
Nobody's
should
fault.
know?
I'm just saying, the local, wait, the local, the RCO went favor of this.
That's fine. Yeah,
Right, right.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
maybe they don't have the same issues you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, this might not be the right form, but I just wanted to kind of come up here and just at least say, there's a way that we could, as this is being constructed, I feel a little bit differently. As this is being constructed, if there's a way that we can all address those things, that would be super
How
helpful.
about this? We have a week.
Yeah, why don't we
right?
do that?
Let me
You'll
talk to
take
them.
care of it?
Let me talk to them outside and see, and let me get their information. By the way, anytime you have a community meeting, if you know the community meeting, even if you miss it, our information's on there. So you can always reach out to us beforehand so we can deal with those issues beforehand.
What's that?
We'll do our research too.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying I have a letter here where they voted. Okay, so, but you could do your research.
Yeah, but we'll reach
Yeah,
outside.
okay.
We'll figure it out. We'll see what we can do in terms of addressing their
Right.
issue in terms of
Okay.
the trash. I know the board has ideas and I have ideas as well to address that. Let me see
And
what
you
we can do.
Maybe handle the trash issue with them.
That's right, exactly. And we'll then update the board by,
Okay, so we're going to hold it for a week then to the
That's what we
26th?
said initially.
Yeah, I don't know if we put a date down to the 26th.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, we'll get it done.
Question, is the basement included in all of this?
I do not think so. I would ask that Lori and, oh, they're both shaking their heads no, so I do not think so.
So who has access to the
I
basement?
think one of them's raising their hand.
Okay, I think it was just maybe.
Oh,
she
just, oh,
She just kept it up. So there are only tenants in there. There's two residential units above. I don't know who has it, but we don't. Like the tenants.
So neither of the first floor commercial spaces have access to the basement,
That's
direct
my
access to the
understanding.
basement.
That's right. Right?
Okay, because I'm assuming the second and third floor.
So maybe it's
Apartments
just
don't.
separate.
Sounds like that's a question for the owner, Alan.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
well,
we'll take care of this.
I'll do a little cleanup.
All right, thank you. And-
Oh,
and,
but
by
wait
the
a
way,
minute,
thanks for coming.
Multiple principal uses, Lynn, that you have it on a sheet
Planning.
here, that we didn't need to worry about that.
Sorry, as of this point, no, but if there's an issue, we'll deal with it.
But don't planning have to take a position on this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning from the existing RSA 5 residential single family to CMX 2 commercial mixed use. Under the recommended CMX 2 zoning, personal services and commissaries and catering services are allowed by right. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant their proposed use variances.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He'll be in touch with, well, you
Well, let's
get him
go
before he
outside.
gets out the door.
Yeah, let's go outside.
All right, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to make it nice and clear on the record, that vote in that matter will be held 1 week until
Right.
August 26th at
Yep.
2:00 PM.
Number 12, MI 2026-002-287-121 Levering Street. William O'Brien is the attorney. He's usually here.
William O'Brien, please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in. Mr. Chair, they'll be coming back in as a panelist
Oh,
shortly.
good. Yeah, we gave him 4:39 as time. We're a little ahead of schedule.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bergman, members of
Hi,
the,
how are you? Mr. O'Brien, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
William O'Brien, William, Obrien.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. O'Brien, could you please tell us who your client is in the relationship to the property?
My client is the owner of the property, the Manayunk Development Corporation.
Right, and I see the Manayunk Neighborhood Council has a unanimous letter of support. Our
Yes.
vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And you have a couple refusals here, so do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm looking for the button to share my screen,
Should be at the bottom, the green button.
but I don't see it.
Mr. O'Brien, you may have to expand your window a little bit before you can see it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see it. I've reduced the window, so I've got everything.
There's no green button, sir.
No. Oh, here it is. Just appeared.
You're coming up. You're good.
Okay. Can you see the refusal?
Well, I can.
Great. Okay. So this is a parcel that the Development Corporation acquired in 2024. It was actually two adjacent parcels. One was about 450 square feet. The other was about 725 square feet. Orphan parcels in the corner of Crescent and Levering Street. Acquired them from separate owners, consolidated them into a 1,234 square foot lot. And the proposal, so the Development Corporation for the last 30 years has been responsible for cleaning the Manioc Business District. And to accomplish that, it has a variety of equipment, storage needs, and those are now located within the district in different locations. The idea behind acquiring the property was to erect a structure that would accommodate the storage of the equipment and provide some storage for the Development Corporation for the many events that it holds. The Neighborhood Council, as Chairman Bergman mentioned, is in support. And I'd like to read the second page of their letter to explain their support. We note the following circumstances and characteristics of this project. The Manioc Development Corporation identified an irregular vacant lot in a prominent position in the MDC bid area, resolved a tangled title, and purchased the property. MDC consulted the Neighborhood Council about the outline of their proposal before hiring an architect and incorporated suggestions into their briefing document. The design includes a residential component in addition to their immediate requirements. MDC presented the scheme to the Neighborhood Council Zoning Committee and adjusted the design to reflect comments made. The final design uses durable quality materials and is designed to complement the transition between the residential district and the commercial corridor at this location. The Neighborhood Council supports MDC's creative approach to this derelict and difficult lot and believes the result will be an asset to the neighborhood. We urge the zoning board to approve this request. You get you some photographs. So this is the vacant lot. It's 1,234 square feet. This is Crescent Street with the railroad overpass above it. And in the foreground is Levering Street. This is to the left of the property looking east. 3-story single-family attached homes, stucco and stone. This is the other side of the street. This is Sorrentino's Deli. That's painted brick. The next one's brick. The old post office here is a brick facade, and then there's stucco. This is the proposed facade of the structure. This incorporates the Neighborhood Council's recommendations. It has brick facing the commercial district on Crescent and stucco complementing the residential structures to the east. This is looking at from Crescent Street to the commercial face of the building, if you will. Those garage doors will be available and to open and for vehicle storage that is used in cleaning the district. So here you see the site plan. This is the lot. This is the lot, but it was actually two parcels 2 years ago. And here are the floor plans. So this is part of the first floor. This is towards the north, if you will, towards the Levering Street side. This is the work area. So the crew has a place to have lunch. There's a full bathroom, a little kitchenette with under-counter refrigerator and microwave and lockers. On the other side, I have to move this. Bear with me. On the other side, you see the curb cuts from Crescent Street and the vehicle storage. The vehicles are electric carts. They're not, no fumes. And then in the back, there is some incidental storage, trash storage and incidental storage as well. Here is kind of an overview of that first floor showing the curb cuts. I'm sorry, this is, I got my okay. The box with the here we go, I can move that. Okay. So here is the third floor plan, which, as the neighborhood council mentioned, is a 1-bedroom apartment. The bedroom here, living area, kitchen, bathroom. This is an aerial view. This is the train trestle. And then here's the building. This is an earlier rendition showing brick facing Levering Street as the photograph showed. This will become stucco. There's a building section showing the 3 floors. The zoning plan. And again, this has been revised. It will not have that brick facade facing Levering Street. Again, these are early renderings, but it shows the massing and the size. There have been some changes to the openings. These openings have been modified to be more symmetrical. I think that's all I have. If Gwen McCauley would raise her virtual hand.
And Bill, they have a headquarters too, right?
Oh, yes. Let me go back to
This is the supplement to their headquarters. Am I
yeah,
right?
let me go back to page 4 real quick. So this is a map from Atlas. I can drag it over. There we go. It's coming. Okay. Can you see that, this map?
I can. Yep.
Okay. So the yellow triangle is the parcel we're discussing. The blue box on Grape Street is the Manioc Development Corporation's office.
Right.
So this building will give the Development Corporation the opportunity to consolidate some desperate functions that are in different locations in the district into this one central location that's very
You'll put
close
the
to
carts in there and things like that, the
Right.
cleaning carts and all.
Exactly.
And you wonder, there's a rentals on the 3rd floor. You
And then a 3rd floor would be a 1-bedroom apartment to help offset the expense of the structure.
Right, okay. Ms. McCauley?
Gwen McCauley, please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in.
Louise here?
They'll be rejoining shortly, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
They've been promoted.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name's Gwen McCauley. GWEN
Do you
and I am
do you swear or
the
affirm
Executive
to-
Director of Manioc Development Corporation.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And could you turn your video on, please?
Yes.
Counsel?
Ms. McCall, you just want to make sure the record got that you are the executive director of the Manioc Development Corporation?
I am.
And were you in the virtual audience and did you hear my testimony?
I did.
Is my testimony truthful?
It is.
And do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, how great would it be having this facility in one location that close to the office?
About 11 and a half.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
I have just a few questions. One, in one of your renderings, it showed the third floor roof deck as an L-shaped deck that wrapped onto Crescent Street. But in this view here, it shows it as a deck that's really facing, what street is that? Levering Street, and I just wanted clarity.
Yes, this is the only deck,
Okay.
and it faces Levering Street. And there is a refusal. That is one of the refusals. Bear with me, I can go back up.
Yes, because you didn't have the setback.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check because in one view you had it up against the train.
Right. No, there's one deck and it's on the second floor, Levering Street facing.
Second floor, because I thought your plan showed it attached to the residential unit on the third floor.
No, it's on the second floor. I can show that again.
Okay, yeah, if you could, and then that was gonna be my second question, because I think the second floor was listed as just storage, and I guess because you talked about storage on the first floor as well as the employee break room, I
Yes.
just wanted more clarity about like what types of things are being stored and what's the access to get to the second floor, since there's two entrances.
Let me see if I can bring that down. I think so the staircase to the second floor is through this first floor.
Okay.
All right. The entrance to the third floor apartment is from Levering Street.
Okay.
And this is the storage that's accessible at ground level on the first floor. The second floor storage is all dry storage. The Development Corporation runs many events every year, and there's equipment that is used and reused. There's Christmas decorations that are used and reused. Right now, they're stored in various locations in the district in containers. And we're going to be able to save the expense of those container rentals and have it all here.
Okay.
Other questions?
And then my last question
Go ahead.
was about the curb cut. Have those already been approved and reviewed by Streets Department?
Yes. Yes, they
That
have.
was my question. That was my
Yes.
question. Yep.
It's not in my materials, but they have been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Addison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. This is an irregularly shaped vacant corner lot. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed variances for roof deck setback, maximum occupied area, minimum rear yard depth, and equipment and material storage.
So MI 2026-002-287-121 Levering Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right. Number 13, MI 2026-002-396-123-29 Chestnut Street. Leonard Altieri is the attorney. Good afternoon, council.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Leonard, Leonard. Last name is Altieri, Altieri, with the law firm of Claire Harrison Harvey Brandsburg.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, a relationship to this property?
My client is JP Morgan Chase Bank, who is the tenant of the
And we
subject
have,
property.
Old City District has sent a letter of support and non-opposition from Council Member Squillo, and also a letter from Preservation Alliance.
Yes,
Our Vice Chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Leonard Altieri with the law firm of Claire Harrison Harvey Brandsburg for the property at 123 Chestnut Street. As you can see on my screen, it is an existing Chase Bank. My client is proposing to do is to remove the existing flagpole, which is associated to a projecting sign along Chestnut Street, which extends currently 18 feet 3 inches from the building. If you look at the screen where my cursor is, this is the flagpole that we are speaking about. Put another angle, you can see it again, this flagpole right here. What our intention is to replace that flagpole with a new projecting sign or new flagpole that will extend 10 feet from the building. When you look at it from a side profile, again, the base of the pole will measure 27 feet from the sidewalk. From the grade to the top of the pole will measure 30 feet. And the proposed flagpole will also match the existing angle of the existing flagpole that we have. What we're proposing to put on that is essentially just a projecting sign. It'll be a flag that just says Chase Bank. The flag will be 15 square feet total. It'll be 3 feet wide by 5 feet long. It'll have weights at the bottom to stop it from really going crazy when the wind starts blowing. And the change is for a more stronger and updated pole, but also it's smaller because it's less weight that needs to be supported. With regards to similarities of other projecting signs in the neighborhood, it's pretty consistent to what we have. As you can see on the screen here, there's other projecting wall signs in the immediate vicinity: Buena Vista, Glory, Kyber Pass, Royal Fair, Brownie's Irish Pub, Buffalo Billiards, etc. The property itself is located in the CMX3 Community Commercial and Mixed Use Zoning District. This right here is just showing you, because it's important for the historic preservation letter, what we will be doing, as noted in the historic preservation letter, is removing and replacing in the exact same location. Because there is a historic facade, which we'll get into later, but that's just what's showing you on that. Again, CMX3 Community Commercial and Mixed Use Zoning District, it is also under various overlay districts, none of which are necessarily applicable to the present application. We received a refusal from L&I because the proposed sign is proposed to extend 10 feet, whereas 4 feet is otherwise permitted. So essentially, we're asking just for a relief of 6 feet to allow that sign to go out there. As the chairman noted, and as I alluded to earlier, we do have 2 letters, one from the Philadelphia Art Commission dated January 14, 2026, with conditional approval that the flagpole is to retain the same overall design as the existing flagpole, including the anchor, the color, the detailing. Again, we will comply with that. And then we also have a letter from the Preservation Alliance, just for the record, since December 23rd, 1988. The Preservation Alliance has held a facade easement on the property, which encompasses both the south and west elevations. This letter dated November 12, 2025, shows that the Preservation Alliance supports the variance in the same exact location as the existing flagpole, using the exact same holes, which is exactly what we plan to do. So it's a pretty straightforward, simple application. That's all that I have with regards to my presentation. I'd like to just have Joey Martino from Martino Signs, who's the sign vendor, get sworn in to adopt that testimony.
Sure. Could you please, why don't you get a little closer to the mic? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Joseph, Joseph, last name Martino, Martino.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Martino, were you present when I made the presentation?
Yes.
Is everything that you heard accurate and true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
And would you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes.
Leonard, I don't want a whole dissertation. What's the history of that building?
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman, and I don't have.
That's an old building.
I don't have the
Okay,
history.
all right. Okay.
Ms. Gaston looks like she might know the history of the building.
You've seen it once.
Yeah.
Oh.
I will, next time I see you, Mr. Chairman, I'll have that at my fingertips.
That's okay. Cheryl will get it for me. I'm sure Cheryl's going to get
All right,
it. Questions
perfect.
from the board?
Yes, I guess just basic question, why not use the existing flagpole?
Again, because we're going with a smaller sign, we don't need that long of a pole. It would just look a little bit out of character.
I have no questions.
Other questions?
I actually just, how long is the pole right now? Just curious.
18 feet, 18 feet, 6 inches, I think.
A huge pole.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to
And
make
it's
sure.
going
what
to
it was.
10, so we're shortening it.
It's
Me
eight,
too. I just didn't know how.
That's
long it
almost
was.
above the street, right?
it's 18 feet, 3 inches long from the facade of the building. So if you look right, let me show you the existing. So this is a good angle.
Oh, yeah.
right here.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Oh,
18 feet,
God.
3 inches from the building over. From the base of the building to the side, excuse me, from the base of the pole to the sidewalk is 27 feet, up and down, but it is an 18-foot pole. And all we're looking to do is a 15 square foot sign. So it's a little.
All right. Anything else from our attorney?
No, that was
Questions
it.
or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. This proposal was reviewed before the Art Commission on January 14th, 2026. The proposed flagpole is shorter than the existing pole, bringing it closer to conformance with the code. Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for projecting signs.
MI 2026-002, 396, 123 to 29 Chestnut Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
I win, my vote is yes.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Number 14, MI 2026-002, 739, 2509 Welsh Road. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. No, a 39.
They'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Oh, I was talking about the other one here. Vern, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Mohammed Guba.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Have you
Afternoon.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Vern, counsel, we have a hearing hold on this?
We do. We have an RCO scheduled for beginning of September.
That's it. That was it. Thank you, Vern.
Thank you. This is the property in question. We're looking at an aerial view of an older part of the archives, which I'm also moving into evidence today. This property has been a Rite Aid for the last 30 plus years. It is zoned residential, single family home, although obviously it has never been. As you can see across the street, we have other commercial uses as well. It's also surrounded by mostly RM1 properties. Just wanted to give you some sort of perspective on the aerial of the building itself and, of course, the parking lot. So we go from a Rite Aid to some family aid. What we're looking to do here is a group childcare in this property.
That's a pretty good line, Vern. I
Did you
realize
like that? Okay.
You practiced that one.
Well, I had all day to rest. This is my first hearing
You
today.
got
so
everybody laughing, Vern.
that doesn't usually happen, right? But anyway, yeah, we're going from Rite Aid to family aid. A little less a little less impactful, but still, the refusal, of course, is because it's prohibited in RSA 3 district. Let me show you what Rite Aid looks like today. Unfortunately, it's just an empty space. As you know, Rite Aid, about 30 some odd years ago, Rite Aid infiltrated neighborhoods in Philadelphia, causing many of the smaller mom and pop pharmacies to close. And then just as quickly as they came, just recently, they all evaporated. So this is the property in question. There's a posting as well. Let me get to this is the general layout. You'll see better soon. I mean, it's a big box store. I mean, that's what it is. There's not much to that. But let me show you the vision, if I may. This will be the daycare center. And I have 2 or 3 witnesses today who will discuss what their plans are and why it's exciting for the community. This is the some rear portions. Right now, of course, it's in pretty bad, condition. That's the rear area for trash. There is Rite Aid used to have a drive-through for pharmacy pickup and drop off or whatnot. We're going to be using that for pickup and drop off of children. So in a way that is make sure that Welch Road is not overtaxed, and that we're going to have a really nice canopy on there for folks. And of course, there's still ample parking as well. Give you some idea of existing conditions here. Here's the notice letter that went out inviting everyone to both today's hearing and the September 9th RCO meeting at the Penn Crisp Gymnasium. Northeast Community Civic Alliance did try to get us in earlier, but they were unable to do that due to their summer schedule. So the zoning board staff was kind enough to allow us to present today. 88 individual households have been mailed. Let's talk about some changes to the streetscape. What we're looking at is a new facade and a glass entrance. There will be signage against the property, and of course, the site will be full cut off LED lighting for safety. It will be directed away from the neighbors. There'll be fresh landscaping and fresh pavement with new trees, shrubs, and planting beds, and a fully restored parking lot. Sidewalk will have full repairs. There'll be curb ramps and accessible routes throughout. This is the parking situation. I mean, traffic situation is what I should say. Here's Welsh Road. There'll be signs for entrance and exit. And this will be a covered drop-off canopy around the facility where folks can drive in, drop their children off, and head out. There's also plenty of visitor parking or staff parking. And there'll be play zones as well on the other side of the building itself for both toddler, preschool, and pre-K. This is how the site works. One-way perimeter driving, continuous loop lets vehicles circle the building and exit forward with no reversing on the site. There will be a fenced outdoor play area. There'll be fire and emergency access. The perimeter drive doubles as a code-compliant fire lane around the building. There'll be crosswalks and walkways that are delineated. The covered drop-off and pickup will be fully staff-assisted, and curbside loading at the entrance keeps children safe and the traffic moving. Clearly, visitor staff and ADA parking will be organized parking with accessible spaces near the entrance. As I mentioned before, there'll be full landscaping, buffers, and lighting, and screen service areas for trash and recycling in an enclosed, screened enclosure away from any homes. We've got some playground area that's going to be separated by age. There'll be artificial turf and poured rubber flooring under every structure. There'll be shade sails, mature landscaping, outdoor classrooms and garden beds, reading corners, water and music play, and a decorative fence. We understand the fence may need some additional permitting. Again, this traffic flow sort of keeps things off of Welch Road in a way that we believe won't negatively impact the road or the immediate area in any way beyond what would be normally expected. And we do have some environmental items that we'd like to talk about. There will be a secured controlled entry, secured access controlled front entrance with visitor management. We have an authorized adult verification system for every child at pickup. We will have code compliant exits, alarms, and clearly marked egress paths. We'll have exterior lighting, security cameras, fencing, emergency vehicle access, and of course, ADA accessibility. There'll be energy efficient lighting. There'll be rain gardens and drainage, solar ready roof, recycling program. The planting landscaping will be mostly native low water landscaping. There'll be, of course, water efficient irrigation, EV charging, and durable low maintenance materials throughout. Any questions that you may have? Will this increase traffic on Welsh Road? The answer is no. The queuing will happen on site. Again, in a one-way loop with staff-assisted curbside drop-off. Will playground be noisy for neighbors? That outdoor play will be limited to scheduled daytime periods only. Play area will be buffered by landscaping and fencing as well. We'll get into the hours of operation when we have my witnesses on. There'll be security fencing, lighting, and maintenance throughout the property. I think what I'd like to do right now is call my client, Mr. Mohammed Guba, to the stand to adopt my testimony.
Okay.
Council, Mr. Chair, they'll be coming back in as a panelist. Sure.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Mohammed Guba, Mohamed Goubaa.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, could you turn on your video, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Guba, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
I did.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Can you tell us about hours of operation?
Our hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through
days of the
Friday.
week? Monday through Friday.
Correct.
Okay. Close on the weekends.
Yes.
Okay. Approximate age range of the children.
Age ranges is going to be primarily starting off as a daycare, where we're going to have newborns, and then eventually, as we move on to the later grades, we're going to be doing 4 weeks to 12 years, and then we're going to be doing preschool services as well.
And what are the estimated number of employees at any one shift?
Our typical approximation for employees for a daycare of this scale would be about 18 to 35 employees. Full capacity, if we're having people with traffic control and other people that are working, would be about 30 to 40, I believe.
Right. So
after about 3 to 4 months into the business.
Understood. And this will not only just be for folks who are doing instruction in childcare, but also, as you said, traffic control, maintenance, and other sorts of tertiary duties. Is that correct?
Correct. So what we want to do is we want to take the daycare learning center into one facade. So we have our teachers, We have our TAs, we have the people that are working in the daycare from day to day, our directors, so on and so forth. And then we have what we call secondary members of the Goobs Learning Academy branch, which are going to be, for example, gymnasts, instructors, yoga instructors. We have a black belt judo specialist who comes in and helps with exercise for some of the kids of the ages. So we have someone who does the violin. So these are also members of our community that we hire for a couple days a week to add to the elementary programs for the kids.
Very good. I have nothing further for now. Thank you.
Vern, could you, just out of curiosity, could you have him explain his background? I mean,
Well, yeah, I actually was going to call Sabah Hadid, who will
Okay,
be
sure.
who'll
Sure,
be
why don't
running
you
it.
do that?
So,
She's
so
got the. I'm sorry.
I want to give you guys a breakdown. Sabah Hadid is the individual who will be running the daycare operation. She's a partner in the business as well. She has extensive background, over 25 years of educational experience, master's in hydraulic engineering. She's also my mother. And then we also have Yusuf Guba. Yusuf Guba will be actually handling and spearheading all of the operational technical facades of the business on day-to-day management, and I handle business development, marketing, and growth.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Guban. Could I have your mom come on? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
course.
Then I call Ms. Sabah Hadid to the stand.
That will come up again at the panelist council.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, Sabah, S-A-B-A-H, Hadid, H-A-D-I-D.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If possible, could you turn your video on?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Counsel?
thank you. Ms. Hadid, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. Just very briefly, the board just like to hear your background and how you've come up with this vision and how you plan to execute.
I have a background engineering from my country, master's in hydraulic engineering, and then when I came to the United States, I taught in public school, so they were short and they were looking for math, physics, all that. So I started teaching for like 19 years, and then I just felt like my field is children, not the engineering part. So I switch and I start like thinking to just do something with children and like give the maximum of knowledge that I have, and like in science, math, anything creative and all that. This is how the idea came up. And then when I start thinking about this project, we already have one established already. So my Mohammed and Yusuf helped a lot because they're native speakers and they're young to manage things that I cannot do. So, and then because the education field required, the daycare required education field. So I went back to school and I got my associate in education, and then I'm about to graduate from Arcadia with bachelor degree in education as well.
Very good. So just to reiterate and to surmise, 19 years as a public school instructor.
Yeah.
Presently operating a child care center, or have, and an additional training and degree to cover additional child care skills. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
With that, I'm going to call Mr. Yusuf Guba.
Would you guys like me to sign in
Sure,
from my
sure,
account, or we can carry on from here?
No, that's fine. Could you
Okay.
please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Yusuf, Y-O-U-C-E-F, last name G-O-U-B-A-A, Guba.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Yusuf, very briefly, I just wanted to see if you had anything to add about the operations and the vision to ensure that this place is run correctly.
I feel like we made a great impact on the region that we're occupying now. parents, parents and people of the neighborhood, the ones who have their children that attend our center, they're constantly telling us, as far as not just the curriculum and the program side of how their kids are, learning and advancing, but also the convenience of how close their homes are, as well as being on their way to work and whatnot. So I feel like this can help expand. It'll be a great addition to the neighborhood. And yeah, I think it's gonna have a really positive impact.
Thank you, Youssef. I have nothing further, Mr.
Did
Chair.
did anybody adopt your testimony?
Oh,
Maybe I'm wrong.
I think Mohammed did, yes.
Okay, all right, good. All right, questions from the board?
Yes.
Yeah, just have a
Council,
quick,
can
oh,
you
go ahead.
pull up the site plan again?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mike.
How many children in your current facility and how long have you operated it?
So currently at the moment, we have 69 approved slots. And that obviously rotates from morning and evenings, depending on the children's schedules. We're also enrolled with the PHL pre-K program. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but it's a program that offers it's it's pretty much a free program for kids to attend the 2 pre-K years. That we're always at full occupancy, and we actually have a waiting list. We usually get booked out by January, February max, even though the school year begins in September. You said the question was how long we've been in business?
How long you been operating the other facility?
We've been since 2020. So 6 years.
6 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Nguyen, I don't know if this is what you're looking for, or otherwise I can show you the other stuff. So
It wasn't. I'm actually looking for the actual scaled site plan that shows the exterior and the curb cuts. But you can leave this up because actually it addresses my shared concern is that a lot of the documentation that we've been shown looks like it was done using generative AI or not using rendered plans. And like for this plan, for very specifically, you're showing Cross Street and Welsh Road, and I think in real life, Welsh Road is where Cross Street is, and Cross Street is blue, whatever the other street is. And there's multiple curb cuts currently for the Rite Aid, and the building is not located where you're currently showing it to allow the circulation and the play space. So I just wanted clarity because in one of the renderings, you show the play space being attached to the Rite Aid where the entrance is and the little Rite Aid roof tower is. And this shows it currently behind it where you've got a very narrow drive aisle to the rear fence. And so I'm just trying to really understand the relationship between the parking, the road access, the circulation drive, and this outdoor play space.
I can answer that, Vern.
go ahead, Mohammed. Go ahead.
Very good. So the initial survey was with Ping Architectures. We can have them supply you guys with an exterior drawing for the sidewalks and the crosswalks between curbside of Bluegrass Road as well as Welsh Road. When we ended up speaking with our civil engineer as well as our architect plans in terms of renderings, this was just a proposed idea for two different segments, whether we would utilize the back space where the dumpster area is for the pickup or a corner to the side, to the right side of the entrance of the Rite Aid daycare. So what we ended up doing is we chose the latter. So when you enter through Welsh Road, the idea is we just want to lower as much traffic from Welsh Road as possible. So if you were driving down towards Welsh Road with the old Bank of America facing in front of you, instead of the individuals having to cross, make a right, enter Bluegrass Road, they would make a right going towards the Goobs Learning Academy, and then they would start the loop for pickup and drop off. So they would go all the way down to the end of the building, make a right, and then go on and so forth, cross-referencing pickup and drop off. The parking area, and I'm glad that you've noticed that you are right. The parking area was one of the renderings that we've made just to see what we can play with if we were to utilize a really big parking playground area for the kids. But that would kind of obstruct the idea of having sufficient parking. So what we can do is I can send you guys as a finalized rendering with our architectural plans of where the play area will be, which will be on the cornered side of the Rite Aid. If you guys were to pull up 2503 Walsh Road on the maps, you would see that there is about 5 or 6 parking lots on the corner side of the property that's far away from everything, which would have the playground area as well.
Okay, I mean, I hear you, and I think that's great, but this right now to me, like my only major concern right now is an exterior. You didn't really have a ton of things to show for the interior. It's a pretty much open floor space, and all you were adding was mostly bathrooms. So I think like to understand the circulation between people being dropped off, youth, I just want to make sure that there's safe egress for the youth that are in. What are the barriers? I think those are where all of my questions have to deal with safety as it relates to the children.
We
in the
can't,
cars.
since we have to come back anyway after the September 9th RCO meeting, if the members of the board and the chairman will allow, we'll be able to supplement with a more detailed site plan that shows identifies all of the sort of touch points that you're requesting. We can do that at the resumption hearing. Be happy to do
I
that.
think also just to make sure, like for the I would get streets to do a preliminary review of whatever your drive aisle plan is, because it currently has three curb cuts, with a lot
Yep.
of the access being on a much wider road, which is the Bluegrass Road, and that's the side that you're planning to strike. So I would be curious if they're going to approve that as a traffic circulation, since there was no traffic study done for this site.
We can do that.
Okay.
Yep.
And then trash.
Questions from our attorney?
Trash.
Well, we did speak to trash, but I understand you might want that on the site plan.
You did. I went on the site plan also where it's currently shown in real life. You have something else being shown. So since this is all hardscape now, I just would like to understand.
I understand.
The changes happening at the site level.
Yep, we can get a more sophisticated site plan with that. No problem.
Questions?
Sure. I just had Lynn Rydell Huber, Board Counsel. I had a couple questions. I apologize if this was asked and answered. How many children are you expecting at this location?
Yusuf?
So at this current location, depending on how the structure with the bathrooms and the closets and whatnot, the final say obviously goes to the state, but we are anticipating, I want to say between 80 to 90.
I think an amended refusal will have to be, because this is a group childcare, which I believe the maximum is 12.
I'm sorry, say it again.
You applied for a group childcare, which the maximum is 12, I believe. So.
Daycare. I believe applied for daycare.
No, you applied for a group childcare.
Okay, that'll be easy to remedy, but thank you.
Okay. And the next is with regard to park. So you're going to need amended refusal on that. But with regard to parking, I think you indicated you're going to be redoing the parking or making changes to parking. If so, you're going to have to file a separate application. This is not part of the application.
The parking lot is where it is, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we're not doing anything with that.
I believe you testified that you were going to be, I don't have the correct terminology, but you said something about the parking lot. So that could be something that you need to look in with regard to the parking lot, but it's not part of this application.
I think he was referring to just maybe putting a fresh coat on top to avoid it if there's any chips or any potholes.
Wait, let me just understand the question.
If you talked about the where you're going to have the outdoor play in your plan,
Yes.
you show it over top of where parking was.
Well, the outdoor
parking.
Yeah, well, the outdoor plan is the outdoor play area is not part of this application. Right now, we're going for the use. But of course, the outdoor play area could in fact eat up some of the parking.
Would the outdoor
the plan you
play
showed it
area
does.
be required for them to be able to operate legally under state regulations that
No.
require
No,
play space?
No.
It takes
not.
away from the space inside. However, it's not a requirement.
Yeah.
Oh, you do
So-
it in there.
I'll just put this again on the record, parking is required. So
Yep.
But again, it's not part of this application.
So if I may just interject, Vern, if
Why don't do me a favor? I think your attorney understands it.
Yep.
We'll move on from there, okay? Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands. No further hands, Mr. Chair.
They're a difference. Yeah, we'll hold it.
We'll hold, okay.
Thank you.
So Vern, where I am right now, I have a resumptive date of 12/8/26.
And and it's okay if I speak to the staff about getting that moved up a little.
I just saw Ian in the back wiping his brow as you said that, but yeah, you could.
Yeah, because he knows I'm going to ask him. Yeah, but thank
well,
you.
He put his head down. Okay.
Okay.
So that's where we stand. It'll be a
Very
resumptive
good.
hearing. And the
Very
date
good.
Right, we're using is 12/8. All right.
Understood.
Thank
And
you.
by then we will have met with the community in September 8th.
September, right?
Yep.
Right.
And shortly thereafter or before, we'll have the additional plans, site plans that you're asking for. Thank you.
Right. Is there anyone in the audience whose 2 o'clock case has not been called?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we have 2 cases left. Give us 5 minutes to get set up, okay? And we'll be right back. When we take 5-minute breaks, it's only 5 minutes, okay? So we'll be back. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present, our attorney, Lynn Reuter-Huber, and our executive director, Ian Haggerty. The hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agreed to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or in Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. After that, each time you testify, please state your name. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on the Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow. Please call 215-686-2429 and provide your name, email, and the address of the property in question. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed to speak. When you get ready to speak, please click Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A for only procedural questions, not questions about the cases. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation, if you're testifying, get close to the mic so that all can hear you, including our court reporter. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow staff instructions. The main exit is the double doors at the rear, and to the left outside is the stairwell. If we are evacuating, go to Love Park, which is directly across Arch Street, and please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, MI 2025-004-139, 3861 North 17th Street. This is the third listing. We have no exhibits. Kelly and Allison Naylor are the listed owners. Zika Cavs Sample is the listed third party.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. There are no hands raised for the matter, and I do not see
So
any.
this is the third. This is
today.
the third listing. So MI 2025-004-139, 3861 North 17th Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Hi, Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
And MI 2026-00294, 8414 Hegerman Street. This case has been continued until 1/13, 1/13 at 3:30 PM in 27. How's that? All right, and we're going to go with our first case, MI 2026-000-449, 1233 South 58th Street. Daniel Davis is the owner, the applicant. It's pro se. Mr. Davis?
They'll be coming back in.
Oh, that's okay. You can oppose. You can oppose. Mr. Davis?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can. Mr. Davis, please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Daniel Davis, DanielDavis.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Davis, our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Okay.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you understand that your application is for 3 dwelling units and a property?
Yes.
Okay, and do you understand your refusal to be that that use is prohibited in your RSA 3 zoning district?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so you can share your screen and tell us what you'd like to do.
Okay. Give me a second, please.
It's coming up though. I think it's like at the end of August.
You see where it says share your screen?
Yes, I'm there. I'm just working on
Yeah.
the screen that
I
I
think
am.
you open up your documents first and you go to share the screen.
Yeah. So I believe I had it open. Few things open. 1 second.
You have a letter of opposition from the 51st Ward too.
Yes. Okay. And okay. Can you guys see my screen?
No, we cannot, sir.
Okay, 1 second. Share. Okay. What about now?
I see an empty screen right now, but
Okay. Let me
you're into
scroll up.
something here.
Let me scroll up.
Yeah, all right, so here you're up now. You're up.
Okay. All right. Here is the original refusal.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I am aware that it is a residential district, but I am also aware that directly across the street from the property, there is a multi-unit, and 3 addresses to my left, there are multifamily units. Directly around the corner at 5745, there was an application approved for 4 single family units and also parking for 4 to 6 cars.
So why don't you show us what you want to do?
Yeah. So I'll read it first. 1 second. So at 1233, the proposed work consists of the interior renovation of the existing residential structure for conversion into 3 dwelling units. The blueprint, the, the building footprint, height, existing appearance, exterior will remain unchanged. Each unit set up a little bit different. The first floor will have 2 bedrooms.
Why do you, as you look, listen to me. As
Go
you're
ahead.
explaining that, why don't you show us the photos for the plans?
Okay, no problem. Let me go
Makes it a
further
little
down.
bit easier. Yep.
No problem.
We have all your paperwork that we need.
Okay, got it. Okay, here are my pictures.
Yes, sir.
Timestamp pictures of the photos on the property. Okay, these are existing photos of the property. Big 3-story house. For first floor interior. That's a second floor photo. They're a little bit mixed up, but it's another first floor photo. Second floor photo. First floor common area going upstairs. First floor area. Existing kitchen. Other view of the existing kitchen. This is one of the third floor rooms. Another third floor room. Another angle to third floor. Another third floor room. Another third floor room. That's just a different angle of the third floor room. This is the second floor room. Different angle to the same room. Another second floor room. Third floor bathroom existing. This is third floor existing bathroom. Second floor existing bathroom. This is exterior now. I know one of the issues with the RCO meeting was that trash. And I know based on its being 3 units, it would be required to have commercial trash. There's plenty of space out here to store a recycling and a trash bin for each unit.
So let me mention, do you
Go
have
ahead.
plans for what you want to do?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Or why don't you show us the plans of what you want to do so we know how you're going to separate the building?
Got it. Okay, so this is the existing plan of the first floor. The main entrance, this is living area here. This is living area here. Not now, go inside. Inside now. This is existing kitchen, pantry, and other side of existing kitchen.
Can you just go to the proposed plans?
Yes, sorry about that. So this is the proposed plan of the first floor that you just saw. Main entrance, stairway up to the first floor will be widened to 36 inches per plans. Fire rated stairwell, fire rated will separate pretty much each floor. Where the pantry was on the first floor will become a bathroom. The kitchen space will stay the same. The first floor will house 2 bedrooms. The second floor, let me see. Here's the second floor. Second floor.
Can you zoom
will
out?
house-
Can you zoom out so we can see the whole floor plan
one
as you
second.
talk about it?
Yeah, 1 second. So this is the second floor unit. This is steps from the first floor up to the second floor. The entrance will be here for the second unit. Off to the right, coming into the unit, will be bathroom. Right off of the bathroom will be a living space, kitchen, storage pantry. Here will be the first bedroom. Here will be the second bedroom, and here will be the third bedroom for the second unit. All the windows are designed for the egress, and here is the egress route. For the third floor unit, the steps from the second floor will continue around up to the third floor here. This will give access to the third floor. This will be the unit entrance here. On the right will be the bathroom. Here will be the entrance to the first bedroom. It will be a kitchen and then a dining space. This will be a second bedroom. This will be a third bedroom. And again, all the windows are set up for the egress, and here is the egress routing to the steps. All right, the rest of the plans as far as the framing. Again, no exterior alterations will be done. Here's the proof of the mailing of the RCO meeting. Our RCO meeting was, I believe it was June 29th via Zoom. Let me get down to the bottom. Here is the letter of the results from the Zoom meeting, RCO. Here is, I guess, the picture of the commercial building that was approved right around the corner, 5745 Thomas Avenue. Okay, so my project details here. And then all through the neighborhood, I took a few portraits of just empty lots. I know parking was an issue that the RCO raised, and there's easily 6 lots within the 4-block radius right around the area of the house. The daycare does pose some parking, but only during the hours of operation. This is the other side. The that I can see from 1233 58th Street. That spot, that block is usually all open at night as far as parking. Up the street, I don't have pictures of that, but there is a mosque that does contribute to parking issues on Friday. And then there is a church that has a 7-day Adventist church that has service on Saturday. So that does have issue with parking. But in the neighborhood, there's there's access to multiple forms of public transportation, and in the society we live in, everybody may not own a car or drive in regards to the parking issue. These are just other vacant lots which don't take up parking. In this corner here, you see the edge of the church, which is the one that's Fraser Street, I believe. This is another empty lot on Thomas Avenue. Are there any questions for me in regards to what I presented?
Questions from the board?
Yeah.
I have a few questions. What is your intended use for the basement?
The basement will be storage, storage for the first unit, and HVAC, the mechanicals for the first unit.
Only the first unit? So are where are the other hot water heaters and electrical utility connection's gonna be?
Okay, the utilities for the utilities, the water will be there. The third floor has a very spacious attic, which will be storage for the third floor, and that should store the HVAC unit for the third floor also.
Okay, and so the only access to the basement is through the first floor unit?
No, the first floor will have an access to the first floor unit, and then there'll also be a rear access to the first floor.
Can
I
you
mean, to
pull
the
up the
basement.
first floor plan again, since when you were on it, you didn't zoom out?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me go. That was roughly pages 50.
I think my second question is, I understand what you're trying to do, but could you walk me through your hardship argument?
Okay, here is the access to the basement for the first floor.
So it's only through the first floor unit? Like you have to be
First floor,
inside there?
first floor, and then let me see. There's a outside exit entrance to the basement also. Uh, do I have a picture of that? I believe that was in one of the pictures. Let me see.
Can you just zoom out so that the whole drawing sheet is visible,
Yes, ma'am.
please? Thank you.
Okay. Let me
Still
zoom in
not,
right
the
here.
whole sheet's still not visible.
Okay, one second. I wanted to show the access to the
Of the
basement.
Okay.
Here's the access to the basement.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, go back to the sheet of the that the sheet they proposed. Yeah, the proposed plans. Yeah, the proposed.
There
Yeah,
you go.
right. So that sheet. Where does that? Well, for one, let's start with your units kind of don't work. Because you've got too many bedrooms and too small of living areas for those bedrooms. You've got a 3-bedroom unit with just basically a kitchen. It's got a kitchen and the 3 bedrooms. It just doesn't work. Where does that second stairway on that third floor go? Is that to the attic?
The attic. Let me see.
There's
Yep, here
that
it is.
stairwell
That
there.
goes to the attic. Yes.
That goes to the attic.
Yes.
Okay. So you see that unit, you got 3 bedrooms and just a kitchen. That there's nowhere for a living room. There's nowhere for, it doesn't work. Same thing with the second floor. You've got 3 bedrooms and barely room to have any sofa, chair, anything. The first floor is same thing. You got 2 bedrooms and barely enough room for any kind of living space. So in terms of the
No, no.
layout, the units don't work.
Okay. Now that is a big property. It's about a 3,300 square foot property.
I understand that, but based on the plans that you provided, it doesn't show that they're livable for the number of bedrooms that you provided. Were they 1, 2 bedrooms, maybe on the second and third floor? Then you've got a decent enough living area, right? But as 3-bedroom units, they don't work. So
Okay.
they just don't.
Now, do you see the sizes for the bedrooms?
Yes, because you zoomed in and
8
zoomed
by
out.
8, 13.8.
Okay. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
The
Look at
size
this
of this
space that
kitchen is
you have
17.9.
181 square feet. You have 181 square feet for kitchen, dining room, and living room for a 3-bedroom unit.
Okay.
Also,
Okay.
the bathrooms look out of scale, but that's a minor
Right.
issue that doesn't have to do with zoning.
Got it.
Right. So just kind of based on that, it's tough for me to support what you're trying to do.
Other questions?
Yeah, and you said the trash for the units would be stored on the outside. Now, are you building something to
Yes, I'll be building something out there.
Okay.
Yes. There's plenty of space in the rear to build that.
All right, and then I'm gonna give my pet peeve. My pet peeve is that I don't like it when you have to wander through all kinds of spaces to get to a bathroom. When you're laying there, you get up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, the idea that you have to wander through these 3 bedrooms and then the kitchen to get to a bathroom. I think that that's a horrible layout. And I agree with, Board Member Johns about the size of, the idea that you're trying to squeeze 3-bedroom units in here. It just doesn't work.
I think we have some opposition here to testify, but let's go to our attorney first.
Sure. Lynn Ridelhuber, Board Counsel. I had a quick question. Are you asking for any parking? I don't believe you are, correct?
No, there's public street parking. There's plenty of parking. Like I said, across the street there, that block is wide open at night.
No, I meant parking on your property.
No, I'm not asking for any parking on the
All right,
property.
just for the record, there should have been refusal for parking with regard to your application. Just putting that on the record.
All right, questions from the audience? Come on up, sir. There's a gentleman here who's going to testify apparently in opposition to this. Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, well, no, this is our afternoon. This is our afternoon.
Okay, afternoon.
But before you start, thank you for being here so long. I know you've been back there a long time. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Thomas Weeks, ThomasWeeks.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Weeks, are you a neighbor?
I am a committeeman in the 51st, and I live in the 23rd, which is what we're talking about.
Sure. Why don't you start your testimony?
The proposed project fails to satisfy the criteria set forth in the Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code for granting a zoning variance, specifically the proposal. Number one, it creates unnecessary hardship self-imposed by the developer. The subject property can be reasonably developed under its current RSA 3 designation. The applicant has failed to demonstrate a unique physical hardship inherent into the land. 2, alters the essential character of our neighborhood. The proposed density and the scale are incompatible with the existing context of surrounding properties, altering the character of our block. 3, negatively impacts in structure and quality of life. The increase of density will accelerate severe local parking shortages, increase traffic congestion on this residential street, which already has a daycare center and a church, and strains existing public infrastructure, including trash pickups. Number 4, last, sets a harmful precedent. Granting this variance undermines the neighborhood's master plan and community-supported zoning designations. This proposal is not a plus for our neighborhood. He's mentioned parking. He's also said that there's plenty of parking, and that is not true. I live on the street beside it, Ashland Avenue. I'm the block captain, and I have a garage. There are many women who have jobs on my block, and because of the cars there's so many cars in the neighborhood, I tell my neighbors, just the women, if there's no parking on the block, and there isn't a lot, you can park in front of my garage. That's the least I can do. But I'm going to say that's it.
You're done?
It's not a plus for our neighborhood.
Thank you. You spent a lot of time here today. We appreciate it.
Thank
Is there
you.
anyone else in the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands.
Mr. Davis, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Okay, yeah, I would like to respond to that. I didn't say that my uncle was the previous owner. My uncle passed away. I purchased the property from my cousins because properties of this size, they take a lot of maintenance. I did send some pictures of vacant lots where previous houses that stood, I guess they went unmaintened, uh, burglarized, vandalized, um, and torn down. And there's definitely a lot of houses in the area that pretty much the same way, kind of disrepair. My plan here is to keep this property from going down by having multiple families in the property. Multiple families, I believe, will be a good use of the property. But one of the main reasons, there aren't a lot of big families nowadays. Um, and that's a big property, which means that that would be a big overhead on whoever stays there, if that is a single family. Like I said, there are a lot of properties I noticed in the area just repair and they're just kind of falling away, kind of defacing the neighborhood, if you will. My goal is to uh, put a few properties together, affordable properties that will kind of help the housing market, the city, what the mayor is trying to do as far as affordable housing. And in regards to the parking, it's not guaranteed that everybody that lives in 1233 will drive. There's a lot of people that use rideshare apps nowadays. And on 58th Street, across from the property, if you come outside at night, that is totally vacant at night. So there's plenty of places to park over there.
All right, thank you very much. Planning Commission.
Addison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for multifamily housing.
Can I say something
Sure,
before we
sure,
make
sure.
a ruling? I just want to say I don't necessarily have an issue or a problem with multi-unit or duplex or something like. My issue is with the layout, right? My issue is with the density of the units that you made.
Got it.
So I guess to that point, do you have an issue with reducing that plan or changing the plan? And I know that's not a zoning issue, but I just can't vote in support with that, or reducing the number of units.
I don't have an issue with that, within reason.
Well, we're gonna have to do a resumptive hearing, right?
Right.
But the issue, are you gonna change? I mean, we don't want to do a
Right.
resumptive hearing, come back with the same thing.
Same thing, right?
No, that's not my stance at all.
Well, how many apartments you gonna have?
Well, I have to talk it over with the architect. It has to be feasible. It has to make sense.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do.
Go ahead.
We can hold this for discussion, right? And if during the discussion, we could come back out and say resumptive hearing.
Okay.
Right? Sure, right? Right?
Ty said, can you just say max 2 units now? And no household living in the basement.
But what are you gonna do with the beds? The beds, right? You got all the beds too. He's got to make significant change. That's right. All right, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. We're gonna take this under consideration. I'm gonna vote on this next Wednesday at 9:30, okay?
Okay.
All right, and we'll let you know where we stand. Okay.
Got it.
Number 4, MI 2026-001-740, 1643 North Marshall Street. Yolanda Arnetta? Yolanda, come on. Ian, we're helping on this one? Oh, here you go. All right. First of all, I'm sorry you had to be here for this long period of time, but actually with this, the earliest which we've been in a long time. So Do me a favor, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Yolan Arnett. That's YOLAN
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Our vice chair is going to have a couple questions for you, okay?
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that you're here for visitor accommodations?
Yes.
And you also understand your refusal to be, visitor accommodations are prohibited in your RSA 5 district?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so you're going to get some help with your documents, so you could just tell us what you're trying to do.
Sure. And I've prepared a written statement, if that's okay, that I read it. Hello, my name is Yolan Arnett, and I'm the owner of the property located at 1643 North Marshall Street. I am here regarding my application to renew my visitor accommodation use variance, which was previously granted in January 2023 by this board. Over the past several years, I've operated this property responsibly as a short-term rental while maintaining it as a legally existing 3-unit residential building. The variance allowed me to provide temporary accommodations without making any structural changes to the building or altering its residential character. During that time, the property has operated safely, quietly, and without incident. Since my previous variance expired on January 15th of this year, I'm respectfully
You
requesting.
have 3 years? 3 years yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I am respectfully requesting approval to continue the same use under substantially the same conditions that the board previously found appropriate. This request does not involve any expansion of the building, an increase in number of the dwelling units, or any physical modifications. The property remains exactly as it did when the variance was originally approved, a legally existing 3-unit residential building whose layout naturally accommodates independent short-term guests. The only relief I'm requesting is the continued flexibility to rent those existing units for shorter periods of occupancy. I've made all of the required efforts to work collaboratively with the surrounding community, including the required neighborhood outreach and participating in the RCO meeting. Following that meeting, the RCO voted in support of my application and submitted a letter to the board recommending approval. The letter notes that the community members expressed positive feedback regarding the property's operation. There were no complaints regarding the property, and the RCO ultimately voted in favor of supporting this application. I believe that support reflects how the property has been managed. My goal has always been to operate in a manner that is respectful of my neighbors and consistent with the residential character of the neighborhood. Guests are provided with clear house rules regarding noise, occupancy, and respect for the surrounding residents. Occupancy levels remain comparable to traditional residential use, and there has been no increase in traffic, demand in public utilities, or impact on public safety beyond what would be expected from a residential property. This application is not asking for the board to approve a new or more intensive use. Rather, it's a request to continue a use that has already been demonstrated to function successfully and responsibly. The previous variance provided an opportunity to show that visitor accommodations at this property could coexist with the surrounding neighborhood, and I believe that experience has confirmed exactly that. I ask the board to consider not only the physical characteristics of the property and the legal standards for variance, but also the property's actual operating history. The building has remained residential, the neighborhood has not been adversely affected, and the community has expressed its support for the continuing use. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the board grant my application to allow me to continue operating 1643 North Marshall Street as a visitor accommodation under the requested variance.
Why don't you do me a favor? See what's up?
Yes.
Why don't you talk us through what you have?
Of course. So these are some images of the property. What you're looking at are at the very top 2 are the external images of the property. You can scroll to the next page of images, please.
How many units do you have?
3.
Okay.
These are some pictures of the internals of what the units
What
look like.
floor is that?
This is the second floor.
Okay.
This is the third floor.
Yep.
Any questions on the images?
Questions from the board? Let's see what the board says.
How many bedrooms and bathrooms does each unit have?
Each unit has 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
And then, where have you currently been posting these to find your tenants?
Primarily Airbnb. I also have a listing on Verbo, but there's not much traction that comes from there.
And then just from like a hardship, I understand that you already had approval to do short-term rentals. Like what drove the decision to make the entire building short-term rentals instead of in the middle of a housing crisis in the city, renting any of the units out as traditional rentals?
Yes,
Since they are
question
3 bedrooms.
actually. So when I bought the building in 2021, that was my intent. I bought it as an owner occupied unit. So I stayed in the building for 2 years before moving back to New York City. And I bought the building with 1 vacant unit, which I occupied, and the other 2 had long-term tenants. Unfortunately, I think the nature of the units being 3 bedroom and 2 bathrooms either only attract family structures or I'm right by Temple University.
Well aware. I teach at Temple.
Roommate situations, and it was just a nightmare I had to go through. The eviction process, or at the time, there were some supports from the city with slowing down the eviction process for tenants that were not paying. And ultimately, as a young investor, I did not want my investment to go sour. And so I wanted to try the short-term route to see if the building could be more profitable. And it did prove to be more profitable. And in fact, it supported the community in different ways. I actually have a lot of community residents that are in between housing that stay at the Airbnb, or for students that are graduating from Temple University, this is where their families come, or for neighborhood residents that are hosting Thanksgiving or some family reunions, even funerals. I have been hosting a lot of the supporting family members and residents for those events. And so I actually find additionally a lot of workers that are like doing construction in the area, their companies tend to rent the units and have like 3 or 5 guys staying in the unit. So the building actually supports a lot of community residents or connected members to that. But for me, the use was just because the long-term tenants proved to be a little challenging for this particular structure. I think if my units were smaller, it would attract potentially some more like stable tenant styles, but.
Okay. I find that interesting given it's 3 bedrooms and that's like exactly how many people you can legally have in a rental in Philly versus a lot of the other residents in this area where there's more bedrooms and it causes other issues, but I hear you and understand you. My other question then is about property management. Since you are so far away, what is your process, and are you working with a partner to manage and clean the property?
Yes, so I have a co-host that manages the Airbnb, and they are the ones that hire the cleaners, and they basically manage the logistics of the day-to-day for the building.
Okay.
Any further?
Any other questions?
Yeah, so at any given moment, can all 3 units be rented out at the same
Yes.
time? And in those situations, did you find any kind of issues, or was everything good?
No,
terms
no
of-
issues. I think as I was stating in the letter, it's as if the building is fully occupied by long-term residents. We are very strict in terms of setting up guidelines on Airbnb in terms of the number of occupants that can be in the unit. So there's nothing that would overextend the use of the apartment beyond what it would be in terms of like long-term residential nature.
And where's your trash stored for your units?
There's an alleyway on the side of the building that is a part of my land. So that's where all the trash cans are.
Is it a covered container?
Yes.
Bins? I mean, is the trash
The bins.
cans in a covered area?
No, the bins are lined on the side, of,
So anybody can walk up to them and put
no, I
stuff
have
in
a
there?
gate to the side of my yard.
All right, thank you.
That has a lock.
All right, other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent conformance with the code. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for visitor accommodations.
Okay. MI 2026 001 740 1640 North Marshall Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance that will expire 8/20/2030.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
By the way, you did a great presentation.
Yeah.
Good luck. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called? I'm going to check again because this is kind of early for us. To get going. Is there anybody, are you sure there's not a couple other cases out there somewhere?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Thanks, everybody. See everybody next Wednesday.
All right, take care.